Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Majestic Dragonlord and Slayer? Part 4. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. The Battle of Northmarch. The sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears, making Mathis Rowan look up from the latest raven he got from Highgarden. There was nothing new in the raven except urging him to abandon fields and small folk under his protection and march to Highgarden with due haste. As if I'm going to obey that stupid order, Mathis thought with a scoff. He was no coward to run away from the battlefield like the fat flower of Highgarden. He was a Rowan, and that name means something in the Reach. His family was born from the seed of Garth Greenhand. For thousands of years, his ancestors had fought and bled for the Gardener Kings to establish the borders of the Reach. His family had a long history of keeping the Kings of the Rock in check at the borders of the Reach. Many lions had thought themselves to set their greedy paws on the Gardener lands, but House Rowan was there to give a proper beating to the lions. My lord, Sir Ricard Rowan rushed into his solar unceremoniously. He would have chastised if it was anyone else, but Sir Ricard was his kin, however distant the relation might be.
Sir Ricard.
You have something for me? My lord, it's the Lannisters. They've crossed the border. Our border patrols were attacked, and the survivors are just streaming in. Calm down, sir. We knew they'd try something like this sooner or later. Mathis admonished his knightly kin for losing composure. Did any of the men notice where the Lannister forces came from? The Lannisters. They were east of the river, my lord. Mathis growled in frustration upon hearing that. That's no good, sir. I want to know whether they rode down from Silverhill or crossed the ocean road and rode along the Red Lake to reach us, said Mathis. We don't know, my lord. The men say they saw lion banners and the banners of 3 dogs in the field. Entire villages along the border were burned to the ground. It was a slaughter. 3 dogs. Mathis frowned in thought. Aye, my lord. 3 dogs in a yellow field. 'Tis the banner of House Clegane, said Maester Orm, walking into his solar. A raven just came from Coldmoat, my lord. Lord Weber claims there is an army of Westerlanders 2,000 strong riding down from Silverhill. Possibly more. Send a raven back to Lord Weber. Order him to stand down and hold Coldmoat at all costs until reinforcements arrive. You plan to ride out, my lord? Sir Ricard asked, his boyish face creasing with worry. Aye, but not alone. Maester, send a raven to Old Oak. Tell Lord Oakhart that the Lannisters have ridden from Silverhill and begun their assault. Ask him to spare any reinforcements if he can, said Mathis. My lord, there is a strong chance this could be a distraction. What if Lord Tywin's true aim is Old Oak? Asked Maester Orm. With the ocean road in his control, Lord Tywin could even threaten Old Town. That's true, but I don't think the Old Lion is aiming at Old Oak. Nonetheless, dispatch riders and ravens to Highgarden, Bitterbridge, Cider Hall, Long Table, Brightwater Keep, and Old Town. What'll you be doing, my lord? Sir Ricard asked. I'll be routing those Westerlanders from my land. Prepare the horses, Sir Ricard. I'll not suffer any Western lions in my lands. Mathis rode out from Golden Grove with more than half of his mounted forces. The raven from Highgarden, warning him to shore up the defenses, had worked to his advantage, but he was still not prepared to arm all his men with steel in their hands. Therefore, he focused on his mounted forces. He had very little foot with him, and not surprisingly, they were lagging behind his mounted forces. Instead of going straight to Coldmoat, he took a slight detour by traveling further west. There was a reason he chose to ride farther away from the seat of House Weber. Coldmoat was a strong castle surrounded by sturdy walls and a moat. The Lannisters, no matter their numbers, were not going to easily defeat the defenses of Coldmoat. Therefore, he suspected the lions were targeting Standfast, the seat of House Oscary. There was another reason he suspected the Lannisters were not sieging Coldmoat. While he did not doubt the loyalty of House Weber, he also did not forget Lord Tywin's grandmother was Rowan Weber. If his memory served him right, Lord Tywin spent some of his formative years in Coldmoat and had cultivated strong relations with House Weber. He wouldn't put it past the Old Lion to know the weaknesses of Coldmoat. After bunking down a few miles from Standfast, He sent out scouts to scout ahead and see whether his hunch was correct. A few minutes later, the scouts returned, and with them came the confirmation of his worst fears. The Lannisters were merely making the ruckus at Coldmoat as a distraction while the real fight was at Standfast. I should not have asked the Webbers to retreat into their castle, Mathis muttered after mounting his horse once more and leading his men against the Lannister forces attacking Standfast. He shook his head and focused on the battle ahead. The scouts tell us Lord Osmond Oscary has his back against Standfast and steadily retreating to the castle. If we can circle around the hill ahead, we can take the Lannisters by surprise. Ser Ricard suggested. No, there is a small stream ahead that connects to the moat of Coldmat. It'll slow us down too much if we cross the stream. Mathis disagreed. Lord Oscary can hold off the assault for a time. Can he not, my lord? Maybe he can, or maybe he can't. I know Standfast cannot properly defend itself as it has no walls, said Mathis, but he also saw the wisdom in covering all grounds. The Lannisters surely must have a camp close by if they were launching a full-scale attack on Standfast. Have a few of our men cross the stream and scout ahead for the Lannister camp, he ordered in the end. Some of his men split off from the main host to cross the stream, while he led the bulk of his men towards Standfast as fast as his horses could run. When they finally reached Standfast, it was evening, and the sunlight was starting to dim. Blow the horns. Let House Oscary know we are coming to their rescue, Mathis ordered. As the horns blew twice, he arranged his army. He pushed all the archers to the left flank under the command of one of his household knights. The horses on his right flank were under the command of Ser Ricard, and Mathis took command of the center. When the horns finished sounding out their arrival, he gave the order for the charge. Halfway through their charge, Ser Ricard split off from the main host and charged straight into the Lannister lines, giving the Oscary men some much-needed breathing room. Mathis, on the other hand, moved the remaining me to reinforce the Oscarys. His archers rained arrows on the Lannister army, while he led the charge, breaking the center of the Lannister army. He cut through Westerland soldiers one after the other. Any peasant foolish enough to challenge him in the field was quickly sent into the stranger's grasp. Surrounded by some of the finest knights of the Reach, Mathis cut through the Lannister center with his eye on the Lannister standard, fluttering in the wind further ahead. Blood was everywhere, and his blade was shining with the red liquid. But he was only more resolute in ending this battle in his favor. Mathis swatted away a spear that came close to his shoulder with his shield and put his sword straight through the skull of the soldier's skull. Pulling it back, he was quickly engaged in a bout of steel with a knight on horseback. He parried the knight's sword and tried to bury his sword through the neck of the knight, but he missed it as his sword only grazed the knight's helmet. The knight didn't remain idle and tried to smack him down from the horse with his shield. It was by luck he managed to keep his hold on the reins of his horse and moved away from the knight's reach. Moving further away from the mystery knight, he went back to cutting down Lannister men on the ground. Slowly but surely, he could feel himself getting out of breath as the battle raged. I'm not as young as I'd like, Mathis thought with a bit of worry. Suddenly, horns blared from the Lannister side. At first, he was a little confused, but soon he realized the Lannister army was withdrawing. They're breaking off. They're retreating, he heard someone shout in jubilation, but the man was right. Mathis could see the Lannister soldiers were disengaging from the battle. He immediately turned his horse around and waded through the battlefield. Archers! Archers! He shouted as he finally managed to arrive behind the defensive lines. Taking command of a company of archers, he had them move forward and bleed the fleeing Lannister army as much as possible. My lord, should we not give chase? Ser Ricard asked. Ser Ricard was drenched in blood and atop a new horse. Mathis looked at the knight with an appreciative look for showing his mettle in the first serious battle the knight had fought. It'd seem I was not wrong to give command of the cavalry to Ser Ricard, but he has much to learn, he thought. No. We have the higher ground. We'll hold our position and increase the defenses of Standfast. We'll make our move only when we know the number of our enemies and whom we are fighting. Shall I arrange for the scouts, my lord? Ser Ricard asked. Aye. That'd be best. We need to find the lion's lair as fast as possible. Still, Mathis was a little bit annoyed that he didn't find a large Lannister army as he expected. This one was perhaps 1,000 strong, but that was no great number for assaulting the borders of the Reach. In the following days, The Lannisters sent small token forces that served as a nuisance more than any threat to their position. Mathis was pretty baffled why the Lannisters were behaving so oddly, but on the third day, he found out the crafty old lion had planned for them. But by then, it was too late, as the entire North March was cut off by the wily Lannisters, trapping his army inside an unfavorable position. John Arryn rubbed his head as he sat inside the small council chambers all on his own, thinking about the dark future ahead of the Seven Kingdoms. The days ahead were not going to be easy, and he knew more than anyone else that this war would weaken the Baratheon dynasty. Losing the Lannisters as allies would spell doom for Robert's prospects of holding the Iron Throne. For now, the last Targaryens were unable to cross the narrow sea, but if this war wages on for too long, then it'd only take a few ambitious lords to ferry the Targaryen children to Westeros. When that happens, everything will fall apart. It was for this reason he had tried all he could to avert war. He had sent raven after raven to Robert and Lord Tywin, asking them to exercise caution instead of plunging the realm into war. But both men were adamant about settling his matter on the battlefield, spilling rivers of blood. Till now, he had not made any moves to call the banners of the Vale, but he'd soon have to follow, as many Reach Lords have declared for Robert. He was just waiting to see where Tywin Lannister would strike. At least he didn't have to worry about King's Landing. Stannis had sent his men from Dragonstone and took control of the city in Robert's name. Stannis' actions probably saved many lives, as Lannister men in the capital wouldn't have surrendered that easily without prompt action from the Prince of Dragonstone. But it gave no relief for him when he was confronted with the fact that there was no way to safely dispose of the wildfire caches that were unearthed from around the city. All of those wildfire pots were buried outside the city, far away from any settlements. It was a risk to leave the wildfire pots anywhere, but without the alchemists, he didn't have men with the expertise to neutralize the substance. The Citadel had promised to dispatch some maesters to tackle the wildfire problem, but the war would undoubtedly create a hindrance to that plan. With no other option, Jon had resorted to assigning men to guard the site where the wildfire pots were buried. It was no ideal solution, but no other option was available in the current scenario. The door to the council chamber opened, and a familiar smell of perfume entered his nostrils. Lord Varys, Lord Hand, I've word from the Reach. Oh, do go on. Jon waved his hand invitingly. The Lannister army has poured through the Reach borders. They attacked the North March region, my lord. Jon let out a disappointed sigh and leaned back into his chair. And? How is it looking? He asked. 'Tis not good, my lord. The lords of North March fought bravely, but they were outmaneuvered by Lord Tywin. Lord Tywin has trapped the bulk of forces from the houses Oscary, Rowan, and Weber in North March by destroying the dam on Chequy Water. As a result, the lands of Oscary and Weber are flooded. I believe Lord Tywin has also commanded Lord Serret to break all dams and canals in Silverhill, thereby increasing the water flow in Lower Mander passing through North March. I believe we can expect the entire North March region to stay out of any fights with the Westerlands until they can mitigate the flood somehow. Jon could only gape at the Master of Whispers. But then, he remembered Lord Tywin was intimately familiar with the lands of North March in the Reach thanks to his blood ties with House Weber. If the North March is flooded, then the Lannisters are also unable to march on Highgarden. Unless, Jon trailed off as he realized what was being planned by the Old Lion. What about the Ocean Road? Has House Oakhart called their banners? Asked Jon. Lord Tywin commands the army marching through the Ocean Road, Lord Hand. It'll take a week at least for Lord Lannister to reach Old Oak. Who was leading the attack on North March? Jon asked anxiously. It was Ser Tygett Lannister, my lord. Lord Mathis Rowan defeated Ser Tygett's host at Standfast, but it was only a distraction. Varys set a tittering smile on his face that made Jon seriously consider throwing something at the bald spymaster's head. What about Robert? Jon instead asked. His Grace has marched the Stormlords to Ashford. The Tyrells are marshalling all their men at Highgarden, and Oldtown is on high alert. The Tyrells are not reinforcing their northern lords. Jon asked with a thoughtful frown. They are not, my lord. Varys nodded. I suspect Mace Tyrell wishes to march with his Grace. All things considered, that's not a bad idea. Jon thought. Has there been any word from Dorne? I'm afraid not, my lord. Perhaps we can expect a raven from Sunspear. Prince Doran is a cautious man. I doubt he'd do anything that'd benefit Lord Tywin for obvious reasons, said Varys with a simpering smile. Let's hope that's the case. Jon muttered under his breath, as he knew how unpredictable Dornishmen could become. Nonetheless, he had sent out a raven to Sunspear explaining the circumstances behind the current animosity between House Lannister and Baratheon. He worded it in such a way that they might get the chance to exact vengeance on House Lannister. A sudden knock on the door, and it was revealed to be his young squire. Hugh, what is the matter, my lord? Lord Stannis Baratheon has arrived at the city gates. He is no mere lord. In the absence of any trueborn children, his grace's heir is Prince Stannis Baratheon, the Prince of Dragonstone, said Varys. Jon eyed the spymaster at the interruption, but he agreed with the spider's assessment. Invite Prince Stannis to the small council chambers, Jon ordered. By the time Stannis reached the small council chambers, the remaining members of the small council were in attendance. There was Peter Baelish, Grandmaster Pycelle, and Varys sitting in the council with him. But Stannis didn't come alone into the small council chambers. Full-plated knights accompanied the Prince of Dragonstone into the council chambers. Prince Stannis, what is the meaning of this? Jon protested as the knights unsheathed their swords while they surrounded the small council.
Sir Axel.
Take the Grandmaster into custody. Throw him into the black cells. Stannis commanded. Wah, my lord? What is this? I'm but a loyal servant of King Robert. Pycelle stuttered out protests as he was forced up by his gray robe by the Baratheon knights. Shut up, you old cretin. You serve no one except the old lion. This council does not need Tywin's chief spy in it. Stannis growled. The knights manhandled the old maester out of the council chambers despite Jon's protests. What is the meaning of this, Stannis? You cannot just imprison the Grandmaster on a whim. Jon protested. I've not acted on whim, Lord Aaron. I've been authorized by His Grace to take command of the Crownland forces and ensure the safety of his capital in his absence by any means necessary. Still, to act so brazenly against Grandmaster Pycelle, my lord hand, we must consider the possibility that the Grandmaster might have been the one to warn Lord Tywin of what transpired in Storm's End. I'd say Prince Stannis' actions are prudent considering the situation of the city. Varys jumped in unexpectedly, announcing his support for Stannis. I suppose it is necessary to be cautious, Jon said, looking unsure where this was going. Lord Aaron, have you called your banners? No. Then do so, my lord. I suspect the Riverlands would undoubtedly get embroiled in the war at some point. I shall focus on gathering the lords of the Crownlands and guard the gold road against any Lannister aggression. I hope I can depend on the Knights of the Vale to defend the Riverlands. I suppose it cannot be helped. I'll send the Raven to the Vale Lords. Jon muttered, his shoulders slumping in defeat as he thought of all the young ones who'd soon be robbed of their lives in this unnecessary war, just like his kin in the last war. What about the North? As I understand it, we are in this war thanks to Lord Stark's son. Baelish peeked up. Eddard has called his banners. It takes time for the Northerners to gather, and I'm told they are in the midst of a harvest. It might take a while for the Northern army to cross the neck, said Jon. Are we not going to discuss the matter of Lord Stark's son, my lords? His Grace is waging this war on the premise that his magical hammer refuses to budge despite Prince Joffrey's efforts. Shouldn't we discuss the matter of magic deciding someone's ancestry before anything else? Said Varys. I concur with Lord Varys. How can we know for sure the magic in the hammer was not said in that specific way to deny access to Prince Joffrey? Are you accusing the Starks, Lord Baelish? Jon asked incredulously. No, my lord. But I find it odd that everyone is perfectly happy to let a hammer judge the ancestry of Prince Joffrey. If we are to fight a war against Queen Cersei's family and accuse her of cuckolding the king, I think it is reasonable to inquire for more proof. Perhaps the Citadel could investigate the matter more thoroughly. Baelish proposed. There is no need, Lord Baelish. Maester Crescent of Dragonstone has already supplied my brother with other evidence to prove Cersei Lannister's crime. The lineages and histories of the great houses of the Seven Kingdoms, with descriptions of many high lords and noble ladies and their children, is a book written by Maester Malion. It contains the traits of those possessing Baratheon blood. All Baratheons that followed Orys Baratheon had blue eyes and black hair. This trait never skipped the children in any marriages. including past marriages between a Baratheon and Lannister. If that's not proof enough, the appearance of Maya Stone, Edric Storm, as well as the many bastards sired by my brother, the king, are living proof. Jon looked at Peter Baelish and Varys to see whether they had anything to say after that long-winded explanation from the king's brother. Both men were silent as a grave. If this council seeks the veracity of my claims, I'm sure a copy of the book is available in the library of the Red Keep. It was by using this book as evidence my brother, the king, declared the children Joffrey and Myrcella as bastards of Cersei Lannister. It is henceforth my brother's wish that Joffrey and Myrcella are henceforth be called Joffrey Waters and Myrcella Waters, said Stannis, taking a sealed parchment with the king's seal and handing it over to Jon Arryn. We are questioning the former queen's retinue and the Kingslayer to see whether we can find who fathered Cersei's bastards. Jon broke the seal and saw the declaration written by Robert and the royal seal at the bottom of the parchment. I shall make copies of the declaration and send it to all the major lords of the Seven Kingdoms, said Jon, letting out a sigh. He supposed there was no coming back from this act now that Robert had officially voided the legitimacy of Joffrey and Myrcella. I suppose we ought to discuss the steps to secure the city. Please take your seat, Prince Stannis. This ought to be a long meeting, Jon said tiredly, thinking whether it was a better idea to retire after this war. Jon was just about ready to give up after trying his best to keep the city together after the wildfire fiasco and the devastation that wrecked the city after a series of unfortunate events. Perhaps he ought to have a talk with Robert to bring Northerners and Rivermen into the small council. Without Lannister support, Robert needed his natural allies more than ever to dissuade Targaryen loyalists from threatening the king's peace. And 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. We kill them all. Patrice Oakhart looked at the burnt, smoking remains of the farming village with a sense of dread and anger. The wanton destruction and barbarity shown by the Lannister army were beyond inhumane. The worst part was that he could not help but take some responsibility for the loss of life that was before his eyes. If I had only sent more men to escort the small folk away from the village a little early, hundreds would have lived. Patrice thought grimly, looking on with horror at the butchery the Lannisters unleashed. Do not blame yourself, my lord. You did everything you could in the situation, said Ser Alistair Redmayne. Patrice just shook his head and turned his horse away, not wanting to look upon the failure of his duty. Are there any survivors? He asked once his sons Gwaine and Desmond returned to his side on their horses. None, father, Gwaine said grimly. Those monsters spared no one, not even children. Patrice could hear a slight inflection in his younger son's voice. It was only natural to feel so strongly, especially when his younger son had just had a newborn daughter before this blasted war came to their lands. The Lannisters didn't make it easy either, as is most veteran. Soldiers and knights were horror-struck at the depravity and butchering the Westermeb had wreaked on their lands. Perhaps there are survivors who escaped the slaughter. The survivors might have fled to the shores or deep into the woods, Desmond said, looking far worse compared to his younger brother. Patrice knew the reason. It was his eldest son who found the well full of dismembered bodies of the men of the village. The women were strewn across the village in barns and houses with their bodies violated. It was as if hell had come to these lands. He wondered whether this was the same fate that befell King's Landing a decade ago. Ride back to the camp and get some rest. You look like you've not slept for days, Desmond, said Patrice, knowing his eldest son had been chasing Gregor Clegane across the countryside. No, father. It's an order, Desmond. You'll return to Old Oak and take some rest. While you're there, you'll review the preparations of Old Oak for a long siege with Maester Omer, he said sharply, leaving no room for discussion. You're dismissed. He watched his eldest son ride off after letting out a huff of protest. Father, your brother is too soft-hearted for this kind of battle. He is a good man, but out of the goodness of his heart, he has extended our men far out of the reach of our supply lines by chasing Clegane. Patrice snapped, making his younger son shut his mouth with an audible click. We are fighting this war to Lord Tywin's design thanks to your brother. The Old Lion wants to weaken the forces mustering at Old Oak so he can overwhelm us there and take the ocean road. What are you saying, father? Gwaine asked tentatively. We retreat to our lines. We prioritize holding the ocean road and denying the Lannister army taking control of our castle. But there are 5 more villages we couldn't evacuate. If we retreat, we leave them to the tender mercies of House Lannister." Gawain protested. "We don't have the men to spare, and even if we did, I sense a trap is being set by the lions." Patrice grimaced, giving the orders to retreat after burying the dead in the village. He knew he was sentencing the rest of the countryside to Lannister cruelty, but war seldom gives good choices. A few days later, refugees began streaming in with stories of murder, rape, and butchery. Word spread quickly among the men, and the clamor for taking the fight to the Lannisters only became stronger. But Patrice exercised caution and refused to give up the advantage by being goaded into a trap. His caution stemmed from the fact that the scouts he sent forth so far had not found the Lannister camp, which deprived them of knowing the disposition of the Lannister army. The lords of Northmarch getting bogged down by the flood also played a crucial part in his decision to pull back his army and defend Old Oak rather than ride out to face the enemy in the field. Patrice sat alone in his tent, staring intently at the map sprawled out on his desk. He had marked all the villages the Lannister army had attacked in the past week and constructed a reasonable timeline. He was hoping he could find a place that'd facilitate the Lannisters to camp out and strike at these villages and withdraw in quick order. The flaps of his tent were suddenly thrown open as Sir Alistair Redmayne walked in with haste, holding a piece of parchment in his hand. "My lord, word from Old Oak has arrived. Lord Alistair Florent has sent a 5,000-strong army under his son's command to protect Old Oak and Ocean Road." Sir Alistair reported with a happy grin on his trusted captain of guard's face. Relief flooded Patrice's mind as he read through the message written by Maester Omer. "It seems we'll need to make preparations to accommodate Lord Alekhine Florent in our camp," he muttered. "By your leave, I shall see to the preparations, my lord," Sir Alistair offered. He was about to nod, but a guard suddenly entered his tent unannounced. "Forgive me, my lord, sir. The scouts have returned, and they found the Lannister camp." His eyes widened as he realized the opportunity that was presenting itself. With additional troops to hold the ocean road on their way, and his scouts pinpointing the Lannister camp, he could push back the Lannister army.
Sir Alistair.
"Have the scouts mark the positions on the map. I'll also need to know the strength of the enemy we are to face and call forth my son." The preparations from there on out were fast-paced. The chances of the Lannister army relocating their camp were too much to ignore. He rightly feared the Lannister army was mustering a larger host, and if that was the case, he needed to deal a blow to the Lannister army and boost the morale of his men. He wondered what his youngest son was doing. Aerys was a competent knight, and he hoped his son was serving the king ably in the King's Guard. "At least I'll be meeting Aerys soon enough," Patrice thought. Sir Gawain of Old Oak felt like he could kill 1,000 Lannisters and would feel not a thing after having witnessed the cruelty of the Lions of the West. He supposed he shouldn't have expected anything less from the family that butchered the wife and children of Prince Rhaegar. Still, there was something to be gained for the Lannisters in butchering the family of Prince Rhaegar. He could not see what benefit the Lannisters was hoping to achieve here by slaughtering defenseless smallfolk. If it was to piss him off and the men accompanying him, then the Lions had succeeded in their objective. "Sire, the archers are in position," Gorin informed him, looking at him most eagerly with wide brown eyes for orders. Gawain looked at the sky to see the light was slowly dimming. If they waited any longer, they'd be attacking the Lannister camp in low visibility. His father's orders were to attack the enemy camp at night, but he wanted these murderers to live and breathe in fear as he rained death down on them. "Kill the lookouts and have a contingent of horses ride in to draw out these Lannister scum. We'll bleed them dry in our soil," he ordered, earning a vicious smirk from Gorin, who nodded his head and went about to communicate his order to the men. The archers began the initial assault by taking out the lookouts posted around the Lannister camp. The Lannister men became aware of their presence and began to gather, especially after a contingent of mounted knights loudly charged into the Lannister camp. The ruckus of the battle attracted more and more Lannister men to come out of their tents, and that was when he gave the signal for his troops to move in from the flanks. Archers led the attack from the forefront by raining fresh salvos of arrows on the unsuspecting Lannister men in the camp. Not everyone in the Lannister camp was armored, and that left the enemy suffering mortal wounds from his archers. Closely following his archers were the infantry troops that clashed with the hastily put up defensive lines of the Lannister army. As the battle raged on in the camp, Gawain held back the bulk of his forces, comprising of his horses, for the opportune moment to strike. The light from the sun dimmed further, and finally, he saw the huge behemoth of a man that was Gregor Clegane take the field. Tywin's attack dog. You'll meet your end here. Gawain muttered as he mounted his horse and took a spear into his hand. My fellow knights, today we put an end to killers of women and children. Today we shall introduce them to the steel of our swords. Today we'll bring them to the stranger. Gawain raised his spear and let out a shout taken up by the men as they surged with bloodlust. Together they rode down from the shade of the trees into the camp. The clapping of the collective hooves of their horses was akin to rumbling thunder from the heavens. Gawain could feel his heart hammering in his body as he held the spear at ready. This is a righteous war. This is a righteous war. This is a righteous war. Gawain kept muttering inside his helmet as he drew closer to the Lannister men. His horse slammed into a soldier who looked like he was just shitting his pants while Gawain stabbed his spear through the neck of an unsuspecting Lannister soldier. His spear broke in his hand, and he was forced to unsheath his sword after he regained some semblance of control over his horse. He trotted the horse forward and sliced through the back of the neck of a Lannister soldier. He hacked and slashed through the Lannister men, steadily gaining ground against the Mountain, who was swinging his massive sword like a battering ram. He saw an opportunity when the Mountain turned his back and began fighting three men. Urging his horse forward, Gawain surged ahead, gaining speed. He raised his sword, eager to claim the glory of felling the Mountain. But Clegane turned at the last moment, and what happened next was not something he properly saw. He was flying away from his horse for some reason, and with a painful crash, he fell to the ground. He was breathing heavily, and there were black spots in his vision. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were getting clouded by blood pooling into them from his head. He quickly pulled his helmet away from his head and wiped the blood away. A bestial growl alerted him to the fact that he was in danger. Gawain rolled forward on instinct, and that saved his life as a massive sword slammed into his previous position. Turning around, he saw the behemoth figure of Gregor Clegane marching toward him with a murderous look. He scrambled back in fear as the giant came towards him. Out of nowhere, his friend Goran came to his rescue. But he watched with horror as Goran fell flat on the ground from a single punch from Clegane. Then the giant man stomped with a bellow on Goran's head with all his might. Gawain heard a sickening crack as his friend's head was crushed under the massive boot of the Mountain. Gawain breathed hard as he became consumed by rage. With a mighty roar, he climbed to his feet, raising his sword to take the head of the monster standing before him. He threw a few quick jabs at Clegane, but the man was very good with his footwork despite his massive size. Letting out a frustrated yell, he went for an overhead slash against Clegane's shoulder, but the Mountain was faster. He was forced to defend himself as Clegane surged forward with a speed that took him by surprise. The Mountain's massive greatsword came at him with a force and speed that made him freeze in indecision. And that indecision cost him as the greatsword struck his long sword with a force that made his sword bite into the chainmail on his shoulder. Ah! Gawain screamed as he could feel sharp steel biting into his bones. Chafing under the pain, he saw the giant head of Gregor Clegane coming towards him in full force, and then he knew no more. Adam Marbrand was a man loyal to the Lannisters. All that he learned and all that he enjoyed was owed to Lord Tywin from the moment he served as a page in his younger years. His family had always enjoyed closer ties with the Lannisters of the Rock. Their loyalty was proven true when Lord Tywin called his banners to crush the Rain Tarbeck rebellion. Ever since then, House Marbrand had enjoyed far closer ties with the Rock. That was not the only reason he was adamant about seeing the Lannisters win this war. Jaime was his childhood friend, and he'd see Lord Tywin's eldest son get released from captivity. Sir Adam, the men are ready, said Sir Flemont Brax. Adam nodded at the black-haired knight. He mounted his horse and slowly trotted forward, observing his 5,000-strong mounted cavalry. Our orders from Lord Tywin are simple. We ride fast on our horses and take Bitterbridge in Lord Tywin's name. As you might have noticed, we won't be depending on our supplies to fight this war. We'll have to forage from the ripe fields of the Reach and their wealthy castles. Any riches that we take will be shared equally amongst the men. Our goal is Bitterbridge, and anything between us and our goal is the enemy." Sir Adam unsheathed his sword, raising it high in the air. "What do we do with our enemy?" he shouted at the top of his lungs. "We kill them all," the men shouted back, thrusting their swords high in the air. "What do we do with our enemy?" "We kill them all." "Good. Because they'll be looking to kill you lot as well. So, let's kill the Duckers first." Sir Adam turned his horse around and charged down the hill, parting away from the Gold Road and the main host as planned. The thundering of hooves boomed in his ears as his men followed his lead. The banners of golden lions fluttered in the wind as they rode down from the hills into the plains of the Reach. He threw his eyes further east, where he could see another large host of some 4,000 mounted men riding along the Gold Road. This second host was led by Sir Kevin Lannister and Lord Roland Crakehall. Their goal was to take Tumbleton and then join him while they marched further west against Robert Baratheon's host. It was a bold plan. Lord Tywin's plan depended on their ability to quietly and quickly take Tumbleton and Bitterbridge while Lord Tywin drew the Baratheon host into the Ocean Road. If the war was to end in favor of House Lannister, then Robert Baratheon was to be taken captive. With the Baratheon king their captive, they can negotiate with Lord Arryn and force Prince Joffrey's early ascension with the Regency Council ruling till the prince attains his majority. He just hoped everything went according to plan as the other kingdoms were slowly but surely mustering their armies. If the gods were in favor, then Jaerion Lannister's peace overture with House Tully would end up working in their favor. So, what do you think? Harry asked Marwyn, who was sporting glassy eyes while looking at the two dragons sitting in two corners of the room minding their food bowls. For the ice dragon, he had given a bunch of pineapples which the vegan dragon was all too happy to munch on heartily. "It's quite fascinating, my lord," Maester Marwyn mumbled, never taking his eyes off the fire dragon, which was gorging itself on a cooked piece of lamb. "I have never heard of a dragon with 4 limbs. I know ice dragons have 4 limbs. Perhaps using the ice dragon crystals has changed the fundamental nature of the fire dragon." Harry theorized, scrutinizing the fire dragon. "Simply fascinating," Marwyn breathed out, slowly reaching his hand towards the fire dragon that was focused on the meat in the bowl. At the last moment, the fire dragon let out a displeased screech and breathed out a plume of fire toward Marwyn. Harry hastily put up a shield that kept the old maester safe from dragonfire. "Well, that was close," Harry muttered, while Marwyn backpedaled after the hatchling's reaction. "I think he is just shy." Harry looked between the two dragons and sighed. Both dragons were not as friendly as he had hoped. He had thought the dragons would take a liking to him, since he was the one to hatch them. Maybe they'll just need time to adjust, Harry thought. He restored the wards in the room and left the dragons to spend their time in peace. He gathered he'd let the two dragons separated by the protective wards until they finished their meal before confining them to their respective dimensions in the magical trunk. A raven came from Winterfell. "Lord Stark has issued orders declaring Lord Jorah Mormont to be a slaver. He is traveling from Winterfell to Bear Islands to take Mormont's head." Harry frowned. Without hearing his side, the accounts of the survivors we found must have been convincing. Lord Ryswell also found a few survivors. They also blamed Lord Mormont as the culprit who sold them to a slave ship from Essos. "I don't understand. What are slave ships of Essos doing here? Why are they so bold to come on this side of Westeros?" "I've received word from Hightower that the Ironborn are engaged in slave trade once again to stabilize their finances after the war," said Marwyn. "I see. So, the Iron Islands are giving these slave ships port facilities in return for coin. And King Robert and the royal fleet is otherwise engaged." "I'm afraid so, my lord." Harry let out a grunt as he stared at the sea. Down below the shores of his castles, the works on ships and ports were going ahead despite the many hindrances coming his way. "Tell the men to speed up on their work with the ships. Before this month ends, I at least want 2 ships to my name," Harry ordered. "I shall convey your wishes to the workers, my lord." If there is something that needs my attention, I'll be with Elzara. I promise to teach her to charge the sun runes," said Harry, walking away while Marwyn looked out towards the sea where men were toiling away at the shipyard. Nothing was certain, but Avalon might just escape the demands of the war in the south. If it does, Then there was a chance the shipyard might get finished in time. One could only hope in these trying times. The Stark of Winterfell. The city was slumbering under the veil of darkness provided by the advent of night. There were distant rumbles in the sky announcing the chance of a rainy night. Deep beneath the Red Keep, a man shrouded in darkness walked through the secret tunnels with nary a footstep in the deafening silence of the night, except for the burning candle that was held in the man's hand. The man came to a halt as he reached a gate. He tapped it 3 times, the sound carrying into the dark tunnel ahead. The candlelight flickered as a gust of wind glided into the tunnel before abruptly cutting off. Another light flickered into being in the distance, and soon a set of footsteps echoed in the otherwise silent part of the Red Keep. The 2 candlelight drew ever closer in the darkness. Soon, they were inside a chamber filled with smooth black bones of great creatures of power. Both men took stock of the giant, snarling visages of the Targaryen dragons of old. "Magnificent, aren't they?" asked Varys, throwing his hood back, marveling at the giant skulls that adorned the chamber. "Sure, but I implore you, my oldest friend, to dispense with the theatrics. It's in poor taste, given the situation," said Illyrio Mopatus, throwing his hood down the back of his neck and taking a deep breath. "Theatrics is a part of who I am. A good street juggler is a master of theatrics. You are hardly one nowadays," Illyrio pointed out, rubbing the stubble on his chin. "You're the master of whispers serving in the small council of King Robert Baratheon, the first of his name. I do a different sort of juggling in the royal court, but juggling nonetheless. Besides, the city has been awfully dull lately. Some theatrics among friends is warranted in times like these." Varys tittered. A serene silence fell between the 2 old friends as they quietly enjoyed the relics of House Targaryen's power in a bygone era. "The narrow sea is ripe with hearsay. The stag and the lion are at war. You did not fall prey to hearsay of fools and sailors." Varys swiftly finished, to Illyrio's displeasure. Why would you let this happen? You know we were nowhere ready for a war," said Illyrio, setting his candle beneath the behemoth skull of a dragon. "You assume I have a hold over the lords of Westeros to stop them from making stupid mistakes. You think too highly of my abilities, my friend." Varys shook his head. "On the contrary, I know exactly what you are capable of, old friend." Illyrio scoffed. "Come now, you are the greatest juggler of all. You managed to make Ares dance and jump through hooves. Don't tell me you are unable to handle a measly stag." Ares was half mad. "I need only to leave enough breadcrumbs for the man to turn against his own flesh and blood. Robert Baratheon is not like that. Besides, it is already out of my hands. Cersei Lannister made the mistake of not keeping her bastard by her side." Varys sighed disappointedly, knowing that years of planning had gone to waste with a war this soon between the lions and stags. "You nor I could have never foreseen the emergence of the Black Wolf, and through him the ever-soaring fortunes of House Stark and the North. I believe we must rethink our strategy if we are to pursue the restoration of the dragons on the Iron Throne," Varys said after a moment of silence. Illyrio looked into the vacant eyes of the dragon's skull before him in deep thought. "What are you thinking?" asked Varys. "I think we need more allies than we previously thought. We need to tie the North to our cause." Varys raised an eyebrow at the suggestion. "Your suggestion has merit, but words are wind. House Stark remains one of the staunchest supporters of House Baratheon. How exactly do you intend to shift their loyalty to our young Griff?" Varys asked with a raised eyebrow. "Not directly. We'll need to bring the Martells into the fold for my plan to work." "The Martells?" Varys looked incredulous at the very notion. "Yes. Aegon must be revealed to them as soon as possible," said Illyrio, looking thoughtfully while rubbing his stubble. "You do realize a secret remains a secret only when fewer people are in the know. I'm not the only one to hold spies in Dorne. All it would take is a single mistake, and we'll lose our advantage," Varys warned, looking at his old friend in concern. "Then we'll have to make sure there are no mistakes," Illyrio said firmly. Varys stared at his old friend for a long while, but the Pentosi Magister didn't change his mind. "I suppose I can make certain arrangements to shield Sunspear from spies for Aegon's arrival," Varys said reluctantly. "However, that still leaves the issue of binding House Stark to our plans. How exactly do you suppose the Starks can be enticed to support Aegon? Marriage. Our Aegon is most suitable to marry a Stark of Winterfell, is he not? I believe Lord Stark has a daughter who could become a good queen for Aegon, or a marriage between House Martell and Stark should do the deed. Varys scoffed loudly. You're so terribly misinformed of Westerosi matters, my friend. Lord Eddard won't make any move that threatens his friend's position in the south. Varys said with a certainty that made Illyrio frown. Then Lord Stark shall be removed quietly. Who knows? The Lannisters might end up doing us a favor should the war claim the honorable Lord Stark. Varys opened his mouth to refute his friend, but he paused as the scenario laid out by Illyrio was plausible. If Lord Eddard met his end in this war, there was a slight possibility that the Starks could be brought into the fold. For sure, he was aware Lord Stark's early passing would mean a regency for young Robb Stark. He doubted the Northern Lords would accept the rule of a Southerner like Lady Catelyn at the helm of Winterfell. If his memory served him right, no woman had ever ruled Winterfell. Even if the Tullus put pressure on the Iron Throne for a regency under Lady Catelyn, he could see the Northern Lords taking matters into their own hands. The possibilities were endless, but too many unknown elements at work made the whole plot unattractive to him. On the other hand, the Starks were already well acquainted with Oberyn Martell. The Red Viper had lived with the Starks for a year and taught Harry and Stark in the training yard. I'll have to give this much thought, my friend. I cannot make such decisions on the spur of the moment. Varys eventually said, I'd say you should hurry in deciding, Varys. We are not the only ones with dragon pieces on the board. There are strange rumblings from Myr surrounding the Beggar King. Viserys is a spiteful idiot with no sense of tact. Trust me, I'm keeping the two dragons under watch. Varys waved away Illyrio's concern. I should hope so. Meanwhile, I shall make necessary arrangements to bring word to Kennington. I think it's time the young Griff learns of his destiny. Varys just nodded, wiping away a stray sweat that built up right above his brow. They discussed several other matters, like the war in the Reach and the developments in Myr surrounding the last Targaryens, in some detail before cutting their conversation short, just shy of the hour of the wolf. Varys retraced his footsteps along the secret passages beneath the Red Keep, with many thoughts swirling around in his head. He was aware that one wrong step would undo everything and jeopardize his position in court. To this day, he was able to keep his head thanks to King Robert. The Stag King was disinterested in ruling the kingdoms, and the king often tended to wield the power of the Iron Throne sparingly. Lord Arryn was also a mild-mannered ruler ideally suited for peacetime, allowing him to function smoothly. But he was aware this was no longer peacetime, and Stannis Baratheon had amassed near absolute control of King's Landing. The younger brother of the king was a dangerous man. A just man, but also a dangerous one in Varys' eyes. There was nothing more terrible than a truly just man, Varys thought, shivering at the very thought of the cold, dispassionate, judging eyes of Stannis Baratheon. The capital was very dangerous for jugglers like him, and he knew Stannis was all the more dangerous, especially considering some of the whispers he was hearing from Dragonstone. He had never considered Stannis Baratheon a godly man, but Dragonstone was fast becoming a ripe ground for religious fanaticism. The only reason he had kept such whispers from reaching the ears of the small council was that he saw an opportunity to sow discord among the Baratheon brothers. If he played the long game, he could orchestrate a confrontation between the Baratheon dynasty and the Faith of the Seven. It was a distant possibility, but one he was unwilling to discard so easily. When he finally reached his quarters, he was met with two of his little birds waiting in a dark corner. Come now, don't be shy. What new songs have you heard? Varys tittered behind his sleeve. The spry little informants of his passed him a roll of parchment before scurrying away quietly into the dark. Varys chuckled amusedly at their antics. Opening the scroll, he began reading. The contents of the parchment, which wiped his smile right away, and in its place, a thoughtful frown adorned his face. This does not look good for Robert Baratheon. Jon Arryn needs to be informed. Varys thought grimly. Jon Arryn was quite happy at the moment. He knew it wouldn't last for long, but he was fortunate enough to see Stannis Baratheon smile. He silently conveyed his thanks to the Seven, knowing that the news brought forward by Ser Davos Seaworth was not just a cause for celebration for Stannis, but for the whole realm. Please accept my heartfelt compliments, my prince. A son of yours by Lady Celis in these trying times is surely a good sign from the gods, old and new. John congratulated the young man. What he didn't say aloud was that his relief and happiness stemmed in part from the fact that the Baratheon succession was now secure. With Robert declaring Joffrey and Myrcella as bastards, the Prince of Dragonstone became the natural heir of the king. With Stannis having a son, the succession was secured for 2 generations in the absence of any heirs born of Robert's body. Thank you, Lord Aaron. Stannis nodded gracefully. Lady Celis labored for many hours, and Maester Cresson was rightly worried as she went into labor 2 months early. But Lady Celis was brave, and I suppose the healing water from the healing springs of the old gods also helped. Ser Davos said, making John frown. Healing springs? He asked curiously. He saw Ser Davos looked stricken for a moment and looked at Stannis hesitantly. Seeing the Lord of Dragonstone was not showing any protest, Ser Davos elaborated. My lord. Lord Harry Stark made them on his visit to the island. The waters have been blessed by the old gods and the young lord's magic. All ailments disappear when people drink the water from the springs. John was a little surprised to hear this, as he had not heard any such rumors from Dragonstone. For a moment, he went into deep thought. He could not help but think of his own wife and the succession of his seat, the Eyrie. He was bereft of an heir of his blood. All his immediate blood relations were taken by the stranger before their time. Sure, he had some relatives in Gulltown, and young Harold was his kin. But his thoughts went to his young wife and the many miscarriages she suffered. Perhaps I should consider paying a visit to this healing water. John thought. He had seen the power of the old gods with his own eyes, and he had never been so scared in his life. The 7 were stubbornly silent despite years of prayers, and at one point, he had stopped bothering after seeing the passing of his family. He had come to realize that the gods were mysterious and cared not for the perils of lesser men. Therefore, he had learned to live with silent, uncaring gods for decades. But he saw with his own eyes the old gods act against the Septons who tried to burn their abode. Deep inside him, he realized a part of him hoped there was a divine power that was just, righteous, and loving. He yearned for such a divine power. He could submit his worries, hopes, and dreams at the altar of faith. He wished he could do that for a long while, but he had always known the gods would meet him with more silence. The door of the small council chambers swung open, making John jolt out of his thoughts. It was none other than Lord Varys, and John immediately tried to regain his composure. I was not aware there was a small council meeting, my lords, said the spider. There wasn't, he replied. I was just having a small conversation with Prince Stannis and offering my best wishes for his newborn son. My best wishes to the young one, my lord. I hope you convey my good wishes to Lady Celis as well, Varys said, bowing his head low to the waist. Thank you, Lord Varys. I assume you have some other reason for your presence. Stannis observed. I'm afraid so, my prince, aid Varys, but kept his silence while looking pointedly at Ser Davos Seaworth. My apologies. My lords, my prince. The Onion Knight made a quick retreat from the chamber. I've heard songs from my little birds in the Reach. Tumbleton and Bitterbridge have fallen to the Lannister army, Varys declared the moment the door shut behind the Onion Knight. What? John was shocked. My Lord Hand. I'm afraid Lord Tywin was purposefully distracting his grace to march his way to Highgarden and then to Old Oak. Varys said a tad grimly. How could we have missed this? John asked with disbelief. Lord Tywin's army was brutal. They killed everything that moved in their path. According to my little birds, Ser Kevin led a host against Tumbleton, while Ser Adam Marbrand led another host against Bitterbridge. Ser Amory Lorch and Sandor Clegane were unleashed on the unsuspecting Reachmen. Their brutality and speed ensured word did not spread far of their movements. The silence that prevailed in the small council chambers was thick. John rightly understood. Stannis was most upset because the crown had charged Lord Giles Rosby to watch the Gold Road. Lord Rosby has failed his task. Either he is an incompetent idiot or a traitor to the crown. Stannis said coldly, gritting his teeth. Will not be accusing anyone of treason without evidence. John admonished the younger Baratheon, who just grunted non-committally. Now, I'll make the arrangements to inform his grace about another army riding towards him. What else can you tell us about this host, Lord Varys? I assume you have some information about the disposition of this army. John looked imploringly at the Master of Whispers, and the man didn't disappoint. Both Ser Kevin's host and Ser Adam Marbrand's host are filled with mounted men. They have very few spearmen and archers in their hosts. They have a combined strength of 9,000 at most and 8,000 at the least. Banners of Lannister, Banefort, Lydon, Marbrand, Plum, Esteren, and Greenfield were cited among the two hosts. Varys reported diligently, "We'll have to respond to this aggression. The Westermen cannot be allowed to do as they please in the Reach." Jon said resolutely, "On the contrary, Lord Arryn, I believe they must be left alone, and we must turn our sights on the Westerlands." Stannis said after a moment of thought, "No doubt Ser Kevan hopes to draw out our armies from the city and fight them in a place of their choosing. I'm less inclined to act as the Lannisters expect of me." "What are you suggesting, Prince Stannis?" Jon asked, as he was aware his fighting days were over. He could hardly put on his armor, much less fight on a battlefield in his old age. "I believe we must consider an invasion into the heart of the Westerlands through the Gold Road and put pressure on Casterly Rock. If the Riverlanders also comply and invade through Lion's Tooth." Jon couldn't help but chuckle at Stannis' grand plan. He was reminded of Robert's bull-headed nature in this instance. It had seemed the Baratheon brothers are not so different as they believe. He thought amusedly. "You disagree, Lord Arryn?" Stannis frowned in displeasure. "Invading the Westerlands through the Gold Road is a sordid affair, my prince. The passes are narrow and hilly. Not to mention no one in centuries has invaded the Westerlands with a large army through the Gold Road. We will be leading our army into the Lion's Den with no foreknowledge of the terrain. We'll be at a huge disadvantage." "Then what do you suggest, Lord Hand?" Stannis asked with gritted teeth. "We reinforce the city and focus on invading through the Riverlands. The Riverlords fought many battles against the Westermen in the past. They know the passes well, and we could start by taking Golden Tooth. I've already sent for Ser Brynden Tully to take command of some knights and chart a strategy to invade Lord Tywin's territory," said Jon. "I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but my little birds tell me that Jaerion Lannister is traveling to Riverrun to negotiate peace with the Tullys. It seems Lord Tywin wants desperately to keep the Riverlands out of the war," said Varys, a simpering smile on his face when Stannis looked at the spider sharply. "And you could not have told me this earlier?" Stannis looked coldly at the Master of Whispers. "My lord, I'm but a man, not a sorcerer. I cannot promise you miracles. It takes time for word to travel from the Westerlands, and the war will only delay it further." Varys defended himself. "Lord Varys is right. We must rather focus on the Riverlands and foiling Jaerion Lannister's overtures for peace or neutrality with the Riverlords," said Jon. "How exactly are we to do that?" asked Stannis with a raised eyebrow. "I'll have to go and meet the Riverlords. It'll also help me to gather the Knights of the Vale to my side as they march down the Bloody Gate." "I suppose that seems to be a reasonable proposition. What about the North? Have there been any word from Lord Stark?" asked Stannis. "The North seemed to be going through an internal turmoil of sorts, and it involves House Hightower and House Mormont. It had seemed Lord Jorah Mormont mismanaged his house's wealth in a bid to accommodate his Hightower wife's lavish spending. He turned to engage in the slave trade to cover his spending, which put him at odds with the rest of the North. Last I heard, Lord Stark had ridden out from Winterfell to put Lord Mormont's head on a spike." "I see." Stannis looked unimpressed. "On a lighter note, banners have gathered at Winterfell faster as a result of this affair. Lady Stark is also said to be hosting the Lords of the North as they arrive at Winterfell," Varys reported, which was not something Jon was ignorant about. Winterfell had long ago conveyed the troubles in the North. Jon would not begrudge Eddard for taking necessary action against Mormont, even if it delayed the Northern army from marching south. "I'm interested in knowing whether Lord Stark intends to take Haryon Stark along when he marches his army south. The Stark boy's magic will be a boon, and not to mention that airship of his can come in handy in the war," Stannis commented. Jon was also curious to know. After all, Haryon Stark was now 11 namesdays old. The boy could serve as a page in the camp, and that strange flying contraption Stannis was talking about sounded like something quite useful for moving troops anonymously. He hoped Eddard brought his second son with him. This whole mess started because of the boy's magic. It might as well do some good in ending this useless war far sooner, and with less bloodshed. There is another delicate matter that needs your attention, my lords. It concerns the new patrons of Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen. Jon barely held back a groan upon hearing that. He had all but forgotten about the Targaryen children. What about them? Stannis asked in a reserved manner. They're being hosted and entertained by some of the more prominent magisters of Myr. It's also worth mentioning that Myr recently sent cutthroats after Harry Stark. Ow. Stop that, Bran. Ow. Stop it, I say. Harry tried his best to keep his hair out of the reach of his little brother, who was committed to pulling it right out of his scalp. Bran just giggled and continued his assault on his hair, showing no mercy. You know, you should have listened to me and given me what I wanted, Sansa said, sticking out her tongue at him as she walked towards the door carrying a bundle of fresh clothes in her hand. You asked me for Fenris so that you can use him to intimidate some poor girls in Wintertown, Harry said blandly. Since you didn't, you get to watch Bran while Jane and I enjoy some lemon cakes, said Sansa, snottily turning up her nose and making her exit in quick order. You should discipline her, said Harry looking at his mother, who was down with a cold, lying in her bed under a pile of warm blankets. You are one to talk about discipline, Harrian, Caitlin whispered from under the blankets. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but thought better of it at the last moment. He looked thoughtful for a moment before eyeing his mother curiously. Is that why you don't want me to go with Father south? He asked curiously. He was pretty surprised to learn that Robb, Theon, and Garland were allowed to go south with his father for the war. To be fair, Robb was going to be his father's cupbearer, Theon was going to be a page, and Garland was going as a squire for Ser Jorah Castle. He was quite happy to be left out of going south and engaging in some stupid war that did not interest him. Sure, he was rooting for King Robert to win, but not enough to directly contribute to the war. He had his fair share of war and was quite happy to let others fight in the field. Besides, his energy and resources were better spent in the north, preparing for the long night. But that doesn't mean he was a bit annoyed when the Lord of Winterfell called him before the whole court of Winterfell and assigned him the prestigious position of the Stark of Winterfell. The Stark of Winterfell. What does that even mean? Harry asked aloud while simultaneously letting out an annoyed sigh. He could even see a sliver of a smile on his mother's face at his annoyance. This is not a matter of joking, Mother. What does my position exactly entail? Can I order the servants to my whim? You already do that, Caitlin pointed out. Well, can I order around the guards to my whim? I challenge you to show me any guard that disobeys the Black Wolf. Harry was now scowling. Well, can I make decisions that pertain to the castle's defenses and such? Caitlin only looked at him pointedly. I guess I've already done that before when I rebuilt the astronomy tower on a whim, Harry muttered. The Stark of Winterfell is the heir to the castle, Harrian. Your father and brother are going to war, and you are his chosen heir. If the North found itself in peril, the lords of the North would look upon you to protect them and lead them as a Stark. That is what it means to be a Stark of Winterfell, Caitlin explained slowly, her hands reaching out and pinching her son's cheek. It is a position of great responsibility. Now, keep an eye on your siblings and let your mother get some rest. I suppose I should. Ow. Bran once again tugged his hair sharply. I think it's time that you and I have a serious talk about boundaries, little brother, Harry growled. But Bran just looked at him with an innocent look. As he took Bran out of his mother's chambers, he wondered whether his father managed to capture Jorah Mormont. He had offered his heirship for his father, but his father rather took a contingent of soldiers along with Robb, Theon, and Garland with him on the trip to Bear Island. It was a shame, though. He so wanted to visit the island. Perhaps some other time, he thought. And 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. A Dance of Lions and Stags P1. Patrice looked at the prone form of his youngest son with nothing but sorrow in his heart. The Silent Sisters had cleaned the body from head to toe, but his son would never smile that it make any maiden blush. His son would not jape with his friends, and his son wouldn't be there by his side in the hunts. He reached out and patted the boyish face of Gwaine one last time. You were brave, my son, Patrice muttered, adjusting the oak heart cloak that covered his son's body. His son was quite unlucky. The men had managed to storm the Lannister camp and chase them away, but his son had the misfortune of facing the mountain all alone. His brave son had managed to hold on to his life for a while, but he bled out before the maester could close his wound. The men sang about Gwain's bravery, but words could not bring his son back to life. He felt the wind rustle as another presence joined him by his side. "My lord, the scouts have spotted enemy banners," Sir Alistair Redmayne reported gravely. "How far away?" he asked, not taking his eyes off his son's closed eyes. "1.5 miles. The scouts just came back with the word. The Florents have finished digging the trenches. They are busy covering them. Sir Desmond has taken command of the archers and standing ready at the wall." Sir Alistair reported. "I see. Has the oil been prepared? What about the ballista and windlasses?" Patrice asked quietly. "Everything is ready, my lord. Has there been any word from Highgarden?" Patrice asked. "I'm afraid not, my lord." Sir Alistair shook his head. "So, we'll have to hold out for as long as we can while the Lannisters put Old Oak under a grueling siege," he said grimly. "Aye, my lord. It looks to be that way." Sir Alistair looked pained in admitting that. Letting out a sigh, Patrice removed himself from Gwain's side. "Do we know the numbers of the enemy?" Patrice asked, walking along a drawbridge that let him cross into one of the towers that overlooked the parts of the castle's north side. "I'm afraid not, my lord, but some of the scouts claim they saw fires coming from further east. They suspect there is another Lannister army apart from the main host. It could be the Lannister army that was attacking Northmarch," Patrice said with a thoughtful frown. "Could be." Sir Alistair nodded, but he had his doubts. "But why are they separated from the main force?" Patrice asked, looking thoughtful. "It could be a distraction set up to confuse our scouts. Maybe Lord Tywin wants us to think he has a larger army than we think." I suppose we'll know soon enough," Patrice muttered. Then the wait began, and it was a long wait. The Lannister army seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, but Patrice was not complaining. The tardiness of the lions was an opportunity for him. He sent out a company of knights to hunt down any enemy scouts searching for traps, while he had trusted men plant caltrops in select areas as a welcoming present for the Lannisters. They waited and waited and waited some more until finally, the lookouts planted on the towers signaled them sighting the enemy banners. "Signal the men to open the canals," he ordered. "Aye, my lord." Sir Alistair quickly managed to send the orders, and the signals were sent to the men stationed at the canals. The water from the lower Mander that flowed through the channels was directed into the fields surrounding Old Oak. The water would destroy the crops in the fields, but it had also forced the Lannisters to use the ocean road to transport the entirety of their army. It'd mean the Lannister army would have no other choice but to force Old Oak to surrender if they wanted to move further south. Of course, the Lannister army could march around them by sticking close to the shores, but he doubted Lord Tywin would wish for his forces to fall prey to the forces of House Hewitt and Serry stationed along the shores. He supposed it'd depend on who was commanding the Lannister army. He certainly hoped Gregor Clegane was among the Lannister army. It'd not do for his son's killer to go unpunished in this war. If he could not do the deed, then hopefully, a stray arrow or a spear could bring down the mountain that rides. He didn't mind the way Clegane would grace the strangers' halls, but so long as it happened, he'd be a happy man. He took notice when red and gold banners began to emerge in the distance along Ocean Road. The Lannister army was dragging 3 wooden towers along, making their intentions clear for the day. "So, that's what kept them back till now," Patrice muttered. He supposed the Lannister army took its time to march to his castle to cover their retreat in the safety of darkness, making it difficult for his men to pursue. That was probably why they chose to siege in the evening. "My lord, the watchers in the towers counted 60 banners among the Lannister army," Sir Alistair reported, once the knight returned to his side. "So, they are 6,000 strong. It can't be certain. If we assume 100 men follow a banner, then," Sir Alistair trailed off, looking uncertainly at his liege lord. "We'll make that assumption," said Patrice. "Send word to all commanders." "Aye, my lord." Sir Alistair once again left his side, leaving him with a few men keeping diligent watch over the curtain wall. For once, he wished his ancestors had the foresight to build a second and third wall inside the curtain wall modeled after Highgarden. Perhaps, when the war was over, he could call for the builders and plan another wall outside the existing curtain wall of his castle. "It's done, my lord," Sir Alistair reported, and not a moment later, the Lannister army charged the walls. Lannister men raised their shields and tentatively moved forward, mindful of the range of his archers. The archers on the wall, under his son's command, waited for the Lannister men to enter their range before releasing a volley of arrows. Patrice took up his Myrish far eyes to observe a few Lannister men go down in a shower of blood. Some had minor injuries, but most managed to shield themselves from the barrage of arrows. More and more lines began to form among the Lannister side, and braved the barrage of arrows sent forth from the wall under Desmond's command. Soon, the Lannister men began running across the field in a bid to evade the arrows of his archers and reach the base of the curtain wall as quickly as possible. The screams of men on the battlefield echoed loud and clear. Patrice looked back, seeing the reserve men under his command sweat, not because of the heat, but at the prospect of battle that lay ahead. The enemy down below at the base of the wall must have switched to crossbows because he saw a few archers on his wall fall. "My lord, look. The siege towers are moving," Ser Alistair pointed out. Patrice stared into the distance, and sure enough, he could see 2 siege towers moving into the battlefield. Only 2. One is kept back in reserve. He noted, "Pull the archers a few paces and have the men throw stones at the enemy below. The towers will give cover for the Lannister men. Have the archers switch to flaming arrows." Patrice ordered. "Aye, my lord." Ser Alistair went away with the orders. Patrice continued to watch the progress of his men and the Lannister army. When he saw more Lannister men run into the field with ladders in hand ahead of their siege towers, he knew what the enemy was planning. He immediately ordered his reserve men to guard the towers along the curtain wall, thereby increasing the protection of ballistas and windlasses housed in the towers. Lord Oakhart. Patrice found Lord Alakine to be an easygoing man compared to Lord Alistair Florent. "Lord Florent, I suppose we ought to give the Lannisters a warm greeting with steel, eh?" the young Florent said. "Once the siege towers are close, you may hunt the lions at your leisure, Lord Florent. But I have one request." "Oh, what is it, Lord Oakhart?" Alakine asked curiously. "If you happen to come across Gregor Clegane, try to bring me his head." "Of course, my lord. I'll make sure Ser Gawain is avenged," Alakine promised. Patrice watched the heir of Brightwater keep leave with a gaggle of knights and sighed. The Florent knight reminded him too much of his dearly departed son. He shook his head and kept his eyes on the battlefield. His archers were peppering the siege towers with fiery arrows, but the wooden construct did not catch fire, making him frown. He once again took his far eyes and observed the siege towers more closely. The glare from the sun by accident showed him there was some sort of glazing on the wooden construct. His eyes widened as he belatedly realized the siege tower was drenched with water to resist catching flame. "Very clever but foolish as well," he muttered as he saw a Lannister man slip on a wooden pole and fall on the ground from a height. One of the siege towers went straight for the gatehouse, and he knew the enemy was looking to either burn the gate or use a ram under the safety of the siege tower. "You boy, go and order the garrison near the gatehouse to pour hot oil down those duckers," he ordered. He watched the boy scurry away with great speed to pass on his order. He patiently waited and watched as the 2 siege towers steadily gained ground. He began tapping his foot impatiently as his eyes turned to the brattices near the gatehouse. He let out a relieved sigh when he saw the garrison carry 2 pots along the wall walk towards the gatehouse. The archers kept their barrage of arrows against the siege tower to give cover for the garrison. As per his order, the garrison successfully poured down a pot full of hot pitcher oil down through the holes in the brattices. The renewed screams of men begging for mercy from beyond the wall made him smile. "That's right, you duckin' lions. We reach men know a thing or two of real war, while you lot only know to kill babies and little girls," he thought with some satisfaction. "Give the order for the crossbowmen stationed near the arrow slits of the towers. They are free to engage the enemy." Patrice gave his men another order. He had ordered the men inside all the towers to hold back their attack until they were given orders, as he wanted the Lannister men to feel a false sense of security. Now, his towers would have the advantage as the men down below would not expect the blots of death raining from the arrow slits. The battle raged on, and more men died on both sides. From the looks of it, Patrice was sure more dead was mounting on the Lannister side. It was to be expected as castles often tend to have the upper hand in a siege, initially. He supposed it all depended on the resolve of the enemy, trying to get inside the walls of his home. If the Lannisters could persist and throw more men for a long time against his castle's defenses, then there'd be cause to fear defeat. It won't come to that. Old Oak shall defy the lions as it has always done. Patrice thought firmly, assured of his men's ability to hold the castle. My lord, the tower. Ser Alistair pointed at the siege tower, which swung open at the top, and the men atop threw a makeshift wooden bridge to the wall walk. Bring that tower down, Ser Alistair. Use the ballista and bring it down now, he shouted. Patrice also sent word to Lord Alakine and his men to be ready near a secret passage. He watched the garrison along the wall walk stand their ground bravely and fight tooth and nail to deny the enemy any ground on the wall. Archers were being quickly replaced by crossbowmen, spearmen, and swordsmen as the fighting was fast turning into a close-quarter fight. His attention was shifted promptly as a ballista was fired from one of the towers. The bolt, with a thick rope tied at its one end, punched through the siege tower with force. The men in the tower surrounding him shouted elatedly as they watched this happen, but Patrice was not ready to celebrate. Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. He kept muttering through gritted teeth as he looked on the battle most eagerly. The weights were thrown down, and the windlass worked its magic by giving a fast tug on, the bolt pulling the siege tower on its side. He let out a shout of joy, watching the siege tower fall with a thundering crash, hopefully killing and entrapping hundreds of Lannister men. Burn it down. Bring whale oil to the walls. Patrice shouted at his men. Go, you lazy bums, go. Burn those ducking lions down. It didn't take long for Patrice to see a yellow glow from the other side of the curtain wall, making him grin from ear to ear. He could smell victory, but he wanted maximum damage to be dealt to the Lannister army so that he could trim down the enemy numbers. Send word to Lord Alakine that he is free to hunt down the lions, he ordered with some satisfaction. The renewed screams coming from the Lannister army were quite enjoyable to his ears. His men at the wall let out a collective whoop of joy as they brought down the second siege tower as well, making the Lannisters abandon the field. The fleeing Lannister men were jeered and mocked by the garrison manning the wall, while archers took positions behind the crenellated walls and began shooting down the fleeing enemy. Cheers of victory rang out in the castle when Lord Alakine and his company of men returned with bloodied swords and a few blonde-haired prisoners. Only time would tell whether they managed to capture someone important from the Lannister army. After all, Patrice was quite curious to learn all about the disposition of the Lannister armies that had crossed into the borders of the Reach and what plans were made by the Old Lion. Should we send an emissary to the Lannister camp to give them leave to collect their dead? Ser Alistair asked tentatively after seeing the Lannister army retreating well beyond the range of their archers.
No.
Patrice immediately answered, shaking his head furiously. Throw their dead into the remains of those siege towers and have them burned. These butchers do not deserve a proper burial. Let the flames take them to the seven hells for what they've done to our lands and people, for good measure. He ordered the archers on the wall to kill anything that moves that comes into their range, even if there was someone under the white flag. That night the men had every reason to be merry, but Patrice could not afford to join in the merriment. He was, after all, a father who lost his son to the ravages of the war. Therefore, Patrice stood alone at the encampment on the castle wall, where leal men sworn to his house were keeping watch. Down below, he could see the flames turn the last of the dead from the Lannister army turn to ash and smoke. Young men die, while old men live to bury them. Patrice thought grimly, his eyes straying to the sept where his son's body was interned, as were the braves who lost their lives defending the castle. Letting out a sigh, he went back to staring ahead into the black abyss that was the night sky. It was cloudy, and he could see flashes of light in the distance, signs of rain clouds gathering in the night sky. He hoped there was no rain tonight as his men were busy building siege engines inside the castle. If he looked north, he could see tiny lights in the distance coming from the Lannister camp. He wondered what was going through the commanders of the Lannister army and what sort of plans they were concocting in their tents. It was a shame he had no spies in the Lannister camp. My lord. His musings were cut short with the arrival of Ser Alistair Redmayne. Alistair, has the interrogation borne fruit? He asked, rubbing his gray beard tiredly. It has, my lord. We captured some distant cousins of the Kingslayer, but the real haul was from the prisoners of Lord Alakine. He captured Ser Daemon Lannister. Patrice could only frown as the name didn't particularly mean much to him. Who? Ser Daemon is the older half-brother of Stafford Lannister and the late Lady Joanna Lannister. So, we have Tywin Lannister's good brother. And you think that's something to boast about? Patrice asked angrily, making Ser Alliser take a step back. Do you think Tywin Lannister cares for some unknown half-brother of his dead wife, while his son and grandson languish in the cells of Storm's End? Patrice snarled.
No.
No, my lord. Ser Alliser stuttered out. Then don't pretend to think we have somehow won today. The battle is just starting. Patrice said, looking out into the night, knowing that the peace of the night would be broken by dawn when the killing started anew. I'm sure you'll not be bored to tears in Winterfell, Harrion. After all, you have the most prestigious position as the Stark of Winterfell. Garland patted him on the shoulder while Theon and Robb chuckled at his expense. Sure. Don't do a shoddy job of polishing armors and filling wine cups, you three. Wouldn't want the Northern Army to be thrown into disarray thanks to you lot. Harry snarked back, leaving Jon to guffaw and Sansa to giggle. When I return, I'll see you in the training yard, Stark. We'll see whether you are funny then. Garland had the last word as he climbed aboard his horse and rode away with Ser Roderick. Robb hugged him for nearly 5 minutes, after which his twin was forced to climb on his horse and slowly trot away. Harrion. Eddard knelt so that he was level with his son. You're the Stark of Winterfell now. Listen to Maester Luwin's advice, and do not cause trouble for your mother. When have I caused trouble? Harry squinted his eyes at his father. Eddard just looked at him, and then looked at the army that was marching out of Winterfell, making his point quite clear. Hey, the Lannister woman is the reason why. I know. Just watch over your brothers and sisters while I'm gone. You're the man of the house now. Eddard muttered, pressing a kiss to Harry's forehead. I've enchanted as many weapons and armors as I could. It should give the men an edge in battle. Harry muttered. Eddard smiled but said nothing before moving to Jon, Sansa, Arya, and Bran to say his goodbyes. The entirety of Winterfell and Wintertown was assembled outside to see off the men marching off to war. There was strong dissent among the northern lords in participating in a war that had nothing to do with them. Harry had managed to glean that many of the northern lords were all for turning a blind eye to the happenings of the south. But his father had persisted in his attempts to woo the northern lords to follow him once again to the south. The whole issue with Jorah Mormont seems to have taken all the air from the sails of the northern lords, and his father, being a loyal friend of King Robert, used the incident to guilt-trip the lords of the north to fight the dance of stags and lions, as the maesters were calling it. I'm surprised father managed to bring those troublesome lot to his way of thinking. All the shouting, huffing, and puffing inside the castle made me think a fight was going to break out in the last couple of days. Harry said to Maester Luwin, once they were safely back inside. His father's solar. Lord Stark convinced his fellow lords it'd blemish the North's prestige if they were to ignore the king's call to arms, especially after Mormont brought shame to the North by engaging in slavery, said Maester Luwin, collapsing into a chair opposite Harry. Has there been any word on the absconding Lord Mormont and his Hightower wife? Harry asked curiously. Most likely. They are on a ship trying to sail around Dorne without getting caught by the Red Wine Fleet. The most likely destination is one of the free cities of Essos. Harry looked thoughtful for a moment. All right. Send a raven to Hightower and Arbor about the absconding couple. With the war in the south, the Red Wine Fleet would be patrolling the Sunset Seas to the best of their abilities. They could come across the couple if they are lucky. I shall draft the letter immediately. Maester Luwin nodded before fishing out several sheets of parchment and placing them on the table for Harry's attention. Now, there are some petitioners from House Tallhart about possibly lowering the tariffs on lumber. I've prepared a list of tariffs we currently impose on certain trees. Harry sat up straight and kept his ears on full alert as he listened to Maester Luwin. The downside of his stellar performance in managing Avalon was that he was saddled with some of the administrative work by a mutual agreement between his father, Vayen Poole, and Maester Luwin. The three men called it preparing him for the lordship of Avalon, and as the future advisor to Robb, he suspected his father purposefully left him a mountain of work to keep him buried under a mountain of paperwork and grievances of the northern lords, merchants, and small folk. Harry prided himself on being a demigod of bureaucracy. He was all too happy to wade into the muddy waters and make something out of it, come heaven or hell. If he could clean up the astronomically incompetent British Ministry of Magic within a few years, then the North was a piece of Sansa's favorite lemon cake. Speaking of which, he was getting quite hungry, and Harry supposed he wouldn't say no to one lemon cake. And 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. Dance of Lions and Stags P2. Fires raged across the battlefield as men fought, shedding blood and tears. The dead pile up on either side of the curtain wall of Old Oak. Patrice Oakheart looked on at the grim reality of war. No matter the preparations or resolve, war has always had the effect of breaking even the hardest of men. Even the most honorable lot turn to depravity when war knocks on their doorstep. Therefore, he was not surprised to see the finest knights of the Reach, the most chivalrous of knights in the 7 kingdoms, turn to wanton cruelty. He watched coldly as the men under his command dragged the captured Lannister soldiers from the siege, getting pulled through the paved ground, beaten, and bruised. He didn't put a stop to his men when Lannister men cried for mercy, nor did he stop the brutality when Lannister men were hung, beheaded, or even when their limbs got chopped off by overzealous men consumed by their bloodlust. "Shall I intervene and put a stop to it, my lord?" Ser Alistair asked him as the men down below began cheering and shouting obscenities at the new prisoners they captured in the evening after they beat back the Lannisters for the 5th time. "No. The men have lost friends and family in this siege and the invasion. Let them be for now. We'll need them filled with bloodlust on the morrow." Patrice muttered before turning his eyes to the Lannister camp in the distance. "My lord, let me take the watch tonight. You're tired. Please take rest." Ser Alistair insisted. Even if Patrice wanted to protest, he knew he was tired in body and soul. He was in no condition to keep watch for the whole night. The strain of the command was creeping in, especially after the grueling siege Old Oak was facing in the last few days. "All right," Patrice muttered as he relieved himself from his post and charged his trusted captain of the guards to take command of the defenses. As he climbed down from his post at the tower, he was greeted by his men warmly. He exchanged some pleasantries with them before retiring to his quarters. After having a warm bath, he sent for dinner and invited Lord Alekine Florent and his eldest son Desmond to attend. He even sent for the lesser lords like Ball, Cockshaw, and Graceford as they were loyal bannermen. It wouldn't be wise to slight the lords supporting him while the Lannister army was at his gates. The old lion was a wily foe and knew he had to be careful, as Lord Tywin's gold tended to have the power to make enemies into friends. "Welcome, my lords. I'm afraid the spread is not as rich as one would expect," Patrice said. Indeed, the dinner table was sparsely filled with delicacies that'd attract the refined tastes of the nobility of the Reach. There was bread, pork, tomato sauce, beef, and very little apple pie. There was wine, however. He had to take his oldest cask of Arbor Gold for the occasion, but he ensured the wine was watered down as he didn't want the lords or his son inebriated on the morrow. "On the contrary, this is a fine spread considering the Lannister army is sieging us, my lord," said Lord Alekine. "Lord Florent speaks true. This is a fine spread, my lord," said Lord Owen Ball. "Aye," said Lord Harrys Graceford. "You needn't have bothered, my lord, with the passing of brave Gawain and all," Lord Alan Cockshaw said, trailing off with a pained look. Patrice was reminded that his son had served as a squire under Lord Cockshaw. He supposed he was not the only one who grieved for his son. It was a nice sentiment. While his son's body did not remain, Gawain lived in the hearts of those who knew and loved him. Gawain would not wish for his family to grieve for him for days without end. He lived his life to the fullest and died an honorable death while discharging his duties as a Knight of the Reach, said Desmond. Patrice was surprised to see that level of firmness from his eldest son. None grieved as hard as Desmond when word of Gawain's passing reached them. He supposed the ravages of the war hardened his son. Aye, Ser Gawain was a fine knight. He died as a warrior with a sword in hand, brave till his last breath. Lord Alekine took to his feet, raising his wine cup. To Ser Gawain, may he be welcomed by the warrior in the heavens, for he had died for the noblest of causes. To Gawain, they all raised their cups to toast the dearly departed Gawain Oakheart. The rest of the dinner passed without much fanfare as their topic of discussion turned to the defenses of the castle and the word that recently filtered in from further north about House Crane of the Red Lake. Some refugees spoke of a great battle being fought on the shores of the Red Lake between House Crane and the Lannister army. It was still being determined who won, but they hoped House Crane would not easily surrender to the Lions. As one of the principal houses of the North March, House Crane guards some of the most fertile farmlands in the Reach, and most importantly, they hold the channels that drew water from the lower Mander into the fields close to Old Oak. The canals continued to spill water into the farmlands east of Old Oak, muddying the fields and roads and making it harder for the Lannister army to go around his castle. So, it should mean House Crane had not been beaten and stood firm against the Lannister assault. Patrice hoped the Highgarden would send reinforcements as Old Oak was under a grueling siege. He did not see the resolve of the Lannisters shifting despite their losses the last few days. From interrogating the prisoners, Patrice knew Tygett Lannister was commanding the Lannister army facing him. He also knew the Lannister army was not at full strength, but that could change any day. The prisoners he took indicated that a second host was marching down the ocean road from Lannisport under Stafford Lannister's command. Therefore, it was with a heavy heart that Patrice went to bed that night. He prayed the second host never reaches Old Oak before the royal host, or even the reinforcements from Highgarden. He was forced to wake up when he heard bells being tolled inside the castle. He was wide awake, threw open the door, and ran for the battlements as men ran around him, hastily taking up their weapons and rushing to their posts. He ran straight for his overwatch tower. He climbed the flight of stairs inside the tower as fast as his legs could carry until he finally managed to reach the top. He was out of breath and sweating galleons, but the sheer urgency of the situation allowed him to overcome such simple snags. Patrice immediately used his Myrish far eyes and searched the battlefield for enemy movements. In the distance, he could see some activity but could not confirm whether the Lannister army was making a move because of the darkness. The first light had yet to appear, and there was fog, making it nearly impossible to confirm. He didn't know why the guards would toll the bells if there were no apparent signs of the enemy attack. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Signal the men to arm the trebuchets, Patrice ordered. Using a combination of drums and horns, his tower conveyed the orders to the men in charge of the siege engines. He didn't have to wait long as the men let loose 2 salvos of flaming stones into the enemy lines. The dark skies lit up as 2 bright balls of fire streaked across the battlefield and struck straight into enemy lines. Patrice observed the 2 sites where the fireballs hit the ground, but nothing moved behind the enemy lines. "My lord,"
said a lister.
Patrice was taken aback as the captain of the guards rushed into his watchtower. "My lord, we are being attacked from the south," Ser Alistair reported after catching his breath. "What? That's impossible." Patrice shook his head, refusing to believe the Lannister army somehow managed to slip past their notice around the castle. "It's true, my lord. I've already diverted the men to the wall walk to the southern side of the curtain wall, but it's only a temporary measure. We need you there, my lord," said Ser Alistair. Patrice didn't want to believe it, but Ser Alistair was a knight he trusted. He couldn't fathom how the Lannister army managed to circle his castle and attack from the south without alerting the scouts he had stationed along all the major passes. He was under no misconception that opening the canals and flooding the fields would stop the Lannister army's advancement, but he was sure it'd delay many men from crossing to the other side. That delay was all he needed to send out his cavalry and ride them down into the muddy waters of the Reach and destroy them. However, the Lannisters somehow thwarted him and gained a momentary advantage. "This cannot be allowed to stand. Find my son and have him take command of this tower. The defenses of the north wall are his responsibility, and you shall assist him." "As you wish, my lord." Ser Alistair nodded. With that matter resolved, Patrice immediately set out to the southern wall. On the way, he collected additional troops from Lords Graceford and Ball. He left Lord Alakine in charge of the defenses in the north with his son, as the Florent heir was already familiar with the command structure and defenses of the wall. The Florent knights were exceptionally gifted when it came to riding out from the secret entrance and breaking the Lannister siege, or even riding down the fleeing Lannister army. Most prisoners they took from the Lannister army were thanks to Lord Alakine and his knights. He did not see any reason to pull the man from his excellent work so far at the north wall without a cause. Besides, having Lord Alakine with his son and Ser Alistair at the north wall left him with less worry should the Lannister army attack the north wall, while they distract him at the south wall. When he finally managed to make it to the southern part of the curtain wall, the whole castle shook with a huge booming sound echoing inside the castle walls. "My lord, look!" Lord Harry's Graceford pointed at the sky further north as an orange glow could be seen coming from outside the wall. "Siege engines," Lord Owen Ball muttered, a little bit of fear in his sound. "Do not worry, my lord. Old Oak may not have multiple walls, but our one curtain wall is 20 feet thick. The lions are welcome to try their best to test my wall, but it'll hold strong against their siege engines," Patrice said, confident that his ancestral castle could withstand the siege engines. Instead of worrying about what might happen at the north wall, he focused his efforts on the southern wall. He immediately ran over to a tower and climbed the flight of stairs until he reached the very top and set himself on the turret. "Lord Graceford, I suggest you take up command of the siege engines and wait for my signal," Patrice ordered. The red-haired man nodded and immediately set off from the turret after one look into the distance, where little spots of light could be seen moving in the dark. "Lord Ball, I hope you're comfortable taking command of the reserve soldiers and waiting for my signal at the gates. I'll need you and your men if we are to chase away the Lannister army after throwing them back from the wall." "As you wish, my lord. While you do, I'll take command of the wall." "Go, my lord. Should I need your assistance, I'll call for you." Lord Owen Ball nodded and sprinted down the stairs as fast as possible. Patrice walked the battlements, shouting orders and placing archers along the crenellated wall walk. He also oversaw the movement of essential supplies for the archers and crossbowmen to throw back the enemy. The supply depots in the castle were taking time to divert crucial supplies like helmets and armor as they prioritized arming the men with bows, crossbows, arrows, and bolts. Patrice knew there would be a cost to pay for that shortcoming, but he could do nothing to pick up the pacing of arming his men. Even he had foregone armor and a helmet in his rush to take command of the southern wall. There was no more time, and they had to defend the castle with what they had. "Archers, loose!" Patrice shouted. The first volley they sent out were flaming arrows that not only had the intended effect of putting some fear in the enemy, but also increased the visibility of his men. He ordered another fresh salvo of fire arrows to rain down on the enemy soldiers rushing towards his castle with screams in their throats. He saw Lannister men go down with painful screams as fiery arrows punched through their flesh and bones. Volley after volley rained down on the enemy, but their resolve held firm. The ground below was now littered with little spots of flames thanks to the flaming arrows, which had the added effect of visibility. It made the job of the archers much easier in targeting the enemy. As the battlefield became more visible, Patrice saw the enemy trying their best to put ladders against the castle walls. But try as they might, he was determined to see not one Lannister soldier climb his wall. When the first light shined down on the battlefield after hours from the renewed assault on Old Oak, the Lannister army was nowhere near its objective of setting its foot on the wall. Patrice looked down from his tower as Lannister soldiers bravely and foolishly tried their best to scale the wall, but it was 50 feet high. No matter the bravery of Lannister men, climbing a wall that high was no easy task. Without a siege tower, it was nigh impossible to scale the curtain wall of Old Oak. Fortunately, Patrice saw no siege tower in the enemy's possession. This gave the advantage to his archers who masterfully hid behind merlins and fell many Lannister men in the field. When Lannister men tried to use the ram against his gates, they were swiftly felled by stones being dropped on their heads through Brattices. As the southern gate of his castle was not protected by bronze plating like the northern gate, a fire could do more damage to the door even though the wood used was ironwood. Therefore, he forbade the use of pitcher oil and instead used boiling water to dislodge the enemy from the gatehouse. "My lord, a message from Ser Alistair." Lord Desmond and Alakine managed to beat back the enemy. The siege engines destroyed the siege towers of the enemy. There were huge casualties on the Lannister side. He says the Lannister army is in full retreat. He seeks your permission to ride out and rout the enemy from their camp, my lord. The messenger managed to spill out in one breath. There was a roar of approval from his men at the wall who were fortunate enough to hear the good news. "Keep your eyes on the enemy. We've not won yet," Patrice barked out sharply, forcing his men to go back to defending the castle. But word quickly spread regarding the victory, making men renew their efforts to throw out the invaders. Turning back to the messenger, Patrice saw the eager look on the soldier's face. "No, we cannot afford to attack the Lannister camp without knowing their strength and defenses. Tell Ser Alistair to stand down," Patrice ordered. But my lord, we have them on the run," the young man sputtered indignantly. "Do what you're told to do, boy. Tell the men to stand down. That's an order." Patrice snapped, making the messenger fling and nod fearfully. A loud horn suddenly blared from the south, gaining Patrice's attention. At first, he thought the horn was being blown from the Lannister side, and they were making a retreat. But when he looked with his far eyes, he saw a black banner in the distance. His eyes widened when he saw many more banners. Some were very familiar to his eyes. He saw the golden rose of House Tyrell, the lone tower of House Hightower, the red fox of House Florent, and many more such banners. There were even banners of black and white swans of House Swan, 3 brass buckles of House Buckler, yellow wheat stalks of House Selmy, and many more. He revisited the black banner, and there in the field, he saw the crowned stag fluttering proudly in the wind. "You boy, tell Ser Alistair to gather anyone who wants to kill some Lannisters to come here. The king has come to our rescue. Spread the word, now," he shouted. The shouts of joy let out by his men as the Baratheon army pounced on the lions from their rear shook the sky. It was a bloodbath, and Patrice saw no reason not to bloody his sword. So, he opened the gates and led his men out in a charge, crushing the trapped Lannister army with nowhere to go.
"No prisoners.
"Kill the bastards. Kill them all," Patrice shouted as he charged ahead, eager to see justice done. For he could see the banner of 3 dogs near the Lannister lion. Ex-Robert Baratheon never felt as alive as in this moment. He was a drunkard and a whoremonger, but he was not born for that pointed chair. He knew that more than anyone else, the throne suited him ill. He had said so many times to Jon Arryn, he thrived most on a battlefield where he could care less, for all the pompousness and fakery of the court bothered him not. Only luck and skill mattered on the battlefield. That was where he truly thrived and lived. Nothing else could excite him as such in the world except for his precious Lyanna, but the dragons took her from him. He caved in the dragon prince's chest at the trident for her, and he killed Rhaegar again 1,000 times in his dreams. It'd never bring Lyanna back. Therefore, it was the battlefield for him. He was wedded to it like a newly married groom. And like all newlyweds, he tried to please the battlefield. Robert swung Godsgrief with full force. The hammer weighed little in his hand, but the blow crushed a Lannister man's head like a smashed egg. Blood and brain matter was everywhere, making Robert laugh. He moved on to the next victim and swung. This time his hammer struck the chest of a knight who tried to engage him. The knight coughed up blood and was blown away from his horse with armor punched in under the mighty power of Godsgrief. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Robert laughed maniacally as he was unstoppable on the battlefield. He smashed and killed his way through the Lannister army, ignoring what was happening around him. With Godsgrief in his hand, he felt like a god. He spun the hammer around by the leather holder at the end of the handle and smacked away anyone that dared to challenge him. Shields splintered and swords shattered under his blows, and soon he was drenched in the blood of his enemies. He roared out in challenge, asking for the men to give him a good fight, but the wimps of the Lannister army turned tail and ran. "Cowards! Come and fight me! Come and die by my hands!" Robert roared, his limbs filled with unholy strength, and he was most eager to bloody his hammer some more. Only one man didn't run, and Robert laughed at seeing this. He recognized the giant rushing towards him with a massive sword in hand. Robert jumped down from his horse and went straight for Gregor Clegane, screaming eagerly despite the protests from Ser Barristan and Ser Aerys Oakheart. Robert ducked under the swinging sword of Clegane and smacked the knight on his back with Godsgrief. A sickening crack was heard despite the screams and clash of steel all around Robert. Clegane fell forward with a pained cry, but Robert didn't take this opportunity to finish off the giant knight. Instead, he waited for Tywin's mad dog to climb back to his feet. He also noticed the men were forming a circle around the two of them as men watched this bout most eagerly. When Clegane climbed to his feet and rushed at Robert, He swatted away the giant man's sword with a simple swing of God's grief, leaving Clegane wide open. He smashed the knight's knee, making the man scream to the heavens in pain. Clegane keeled over and fell to a knee, clutching his ruined knee and screaming his throat out. Robert didn't wait around this time and smashed his hammer against the giant's sword arm. Another sickening crack could be heard, and Clegane screamed some more. "I should have had you killed like Ned wanted. But Tywin Duncan Lannister saved your hide back then. Now, you get what you deserve, you sick duck." Robert snarled, spinning God's grief in his hands. With his 2 hands on God's grief, he swung hard. Clegane's head cracked open like a watermelon and sprayed its contents all over the ground. The giant knight fell to the ground with a thud, never to rise again. The men screamed and shouted, celebrating the death of Clegane and his victory. "Robert! Robert! Robert! Robert!" the crowd chanted. Robert basked in the glory and enjoyed the adoration of the crowd. "Your Grace, welcome to Old Oak. You'll find my castle most accommodating. What shall I prepare for your liking?" Lord Patrice Oakhart shouted over the celebrations. "More Lannisters to kill would be to my liking, my lord," Robert said, making his men laugh and celebrate all the rowdier. "I can arrange for that, your Grace. We have the Lannisters on the run on the northern side of the castle. Should your Grace wish it, I'll happily open the gates, and we could rout the Lannister army," Lord Oakhart offered. "Then lead the way, Lord Oakhart. Let's hunt some lions," Robert shouted, making his men respond in kind as they were most eager to fight some more. Robert led the charge out of the northern gate of Old Oak, and the might of the demon of the trident swept away the Lannister army. "My prince, the men are ready," Ser Davos reported. Stannis need not look at his trusted knight's face to see the former smuggler was having second thoughts. "You disapprove of my decision," Stannis observed. "Taking the Crownland army to fight in the Reach would leave the capital undefended. You're also his Grace's heir as the Prince of Dragonstone. Should something happen to you," Ser Davos trailed off. "Jon Arryn had the same concerns. Nothing will happen to me. And even if something were to happen, my son, Steffan, shall become the Prince of Dragonstone and Robert's heir," said Stannis, climbing his horse and making himself comfortable on the saddle. "The defenses of the capital. I take only half of the Crownland forces. I'm sure you can defend the city with half the numbers. Besides, Lord Arryn's efforts are best spent on rallying the Riverlords to our cause," said Stannis. "I shall convey your wishes, my prince," Ser Davos said with a sigh. "Good. Now keep the fleet at the ready. I doubt the royal fleet will be challenged at the Gullet, but Tywin might hire sails for his cause. I shall keep my ears open for any word of such from my old contacts, my prince," said Davos. "Good," Stannis nodded, donning his helmet and riding ahead of the assembled army. "Men, we ride today to put an end to the lions invading the Reach. Now, who's with me?" Excited yells and shouting were the answer he earned from the Crownland army. "Then let's go kill some lions." Stannis punched his fist in the air and galloped away on his horse with the army closely following him. While riding ahead into the Reach through the Rose Road, he turned his head and eyed the giant weirwood tree that had sprung up in the Red Keep. The red leaves of the tree could be seen standing tall on Aegon's Hill. He hoped the old gods were not wrong and he'd have everything he wanted towards the end of this war. The tree he planted, becoming a giant weirwood tree over a few months, was a good omen in his eyes. He did not have any personal ambition for a crown, but now that he had a son, he was more than happy to accept the kingship of the Seven Kingdoms. With the hope of sitting on the Iron Throne, Stannis rode ahead on his horse, picking up speed. He could feel it in his bones. His time had come to reign as king. He only needs to wait a little bit longer. And for artworks related to the story, Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. The Sun's Son. Doran supposed there was ample reason to celebrate, considering the war between the stags and the lions was reaching its precipice. The last he heard from his neighbors, the Reach was getting the same treatment the Riverlands had been enjoying since the Undul invasions. The Riverlands had always been the battlefield whenever a major war was waged in Westeros. But now, battles were being waged all over the Reach, turning the fertile farmlands of one of the most prosperous kingdoms of Westeros into burned-out wastelands. He supposed he should be overjoyed at the Lannister action, but that joy was only short-lived. Even as he watched his people dance and drink to their heart's content because of the war, he didn't feel much happiness in his mind. He smiled and acted merry while facing the lords and ladies of Dorne because it was expected of him. It was Tywin Lannister and his dogs he wanted to suffer for the crimes against his dear sister and her children. He certainly did not enjoy the fact that the Lannister army was cutting a bloody swath through the Reach. The war just happened to pit some of his strongest rivals against each other. The one good thing he looked forward to in this war was the weakening of the Baratheon dynasty. He felt like this was the turning point in the short reign of Robert Baratheon. Perhaps it's time to reach out to Viserys, Doran thought. It'd not do if the young prince forgets his duty and what is owed to House Martell. My prince. Doran kept his musings to a corner of his mind as he smiled at Lord Franklin Fowler, Anders Ironwood, and Lady Delon Illyrian. My lords, my lady, please come and sit. Doran welcomed them cordially while Aaron Hoda, his trusted guard, pulled up the seats for his fellow Dornish nobility to join him. This is a lavish ball the likes of which Dorne has not seen in a decade, said Lady Delon, while servants brought bowls of peeled red oranges for his guests to enjoy. When enemies weaken themselves out of their violation, there is cause for celebration. Isn't that so, my prince? Anders Ironwood laughed. Doran grinned and merely nodded at Lord Yornwood. Speaking of which, what are your plans, my prince? Indeed, this is a unique opportunity to exact Dorne's vengeance on the Lions, Lord Franklin said. Involving ourselves now will only make us useful fodder for Robert Baratheon's armies. He'll throw us at the Lions and use us for his benefit, said Doran in a calm and even tone. He could see the disappointment on the faces of his fellow Dornishmen as clear as day. However, that doesn't mean we'll stay put in this war. As Lord Franklin rightly said, this is a unique opportunity to exact Dorne's vengeance on the Lions. Doran added, brightening up the faces of his fellow Dornishmen. So, you have a plan. How can we aid our prince? Lord Franklin Fowler asked eagerly. Muster your strengths, my lords, as I gather our fleet to our shores. While the stags and lions burn the lands in their war, we shall deliver the killing blow at the lion's lair. Doran calmly said. Lannisport. Lord Anders breathed out with wide eyes. You mean to strike at Lannisport? I mean to strike at the Lannister where it'll hurt them the most, said Doran. That's a bold tactic, my prince, Lord Franklin observed. Fortune favors the bold, or so I'm told. Doran commented. You'll have our full support, my prince. Princess Elia was dear to many of us. She'll be avenged. Lady Delon said fiercely, her onyx eyes firm and shining with resolve. A sudden commotion in his feast hall made Doran look up. His eyes immediately searched for his daughter, as Arianne was usually the culprit for most of the troubles in Sunspear. To his surprise, he found her in the company of one Ser Demon Sand dancing on the floor, far removed from any trouble. Then his eyes fell on his brother, briefly widening Doran's eyes. What's he doing here? He is supposed to be in Tyrosh, Doran thought. He watched his younger brother wade through the merry guests greeting old friends and acquaintances. Ilaria Sand joined at his brother's hip until she met her father, Lord Harmon Euler, among the guests. Oberyn alone came towards him, leaving Ilaria with her father. Doran merely raised an eyebrow questioningly when his brother just smiled at him in greeting. My lords, my lady, I'm afraid I'll have to steal my brother away for a few moments. It was a long journey from Essos, and I'm afraid we siblings have quite some stories to share, said Oberyn, an easy smile on his face. After greeting and engaging in small talk with Lords Fowler, Ironwood, and Lady Illyrian, Oberyn took charge of his wheelchair and moved Doran out of the ballroom. Tell me, brother, why have you abandoned your post in Tyrosh? I thought you were preparing to buy passage into the free city of Myr. Doran asked once they were safely inside his solar, away from prying eyes. While I was in Tyrosh, I was approached by a child carrying a message from the Master of Whispers of Robert Baratheon, said Oberyn. Varys, Doran said, sitting up straight in his wheelchair, now far more interested as he realized Oberyn was not visiting Sunspear on a whim. What did he have to say? He gave me a location of a small house on the city's outskirts and asked me to meet a man who goes by the name of Griff and his son, The young Griff. Doran was now flummoxed as he had never heard of this Griff or young Griff. For a moment, he wondered whether Robert Baratheon's Master of Whispers went mad after years of serving the Mad King and the chaos unfolding in the capital. From all the news that had filtered into Dorne, King's Landing was now a cursed city, and everyone was fleeing it like their lives depended on it. "What did you find, brother?" Doran asked. "The future, brother. Our sister didn't depart this world without leaving something behind. Her legacy endures," Oberyn said softly, walking back and opening the door of his solar and whispering something to the guards stationed outside. "I don't understand, Oberyn. What are you talking about?" Doran asked, frowning at his younger sibling. "I believe we might have to reevaluate our plans with Viserys Targaryen," said Oberyn. Doran could only stare at his brother in utter bewilderment. His brother was the only person who knew and supported the plan he built around Viserys Targaryen as the centerpiece. If Oberyn believed the plan had to be rethought, he was left with nothing to confront the Baratheon dynasty. While the Lannister blood in the Baratheon dynasty was all but cut off, thanks to recent events, he was not going to suspend the plan to unseat Robert Baratheon from the Iron Throne. The man still stepped over the bloodied corpses of his dear sister and her children. He'd never forgive the usurper for spitting on his sister and her children and then went about marrying Tywin's daughter. So long as he lived, he'd never allow a Baratheon to hold on to the Iron Throne. "You don't need to look worried, brother. I'm not suggesting that we should accept Robert Baratheon's reign." "Then what are you saying, brother?" Doran asked. "I'm saying Arianne necessarily does not need to become queen to place Martell blood on the Iron Throne." Doran was confused, but didn't get to question his brother further as someone knocked on the door. He watched confusedly as Oberyn opened the door and invited a strange man with blue hair, a blue beard, and a child of Valyrian descent into his solar. "Oberyn, is this one of your secret paramours from Essos?" Doran asked with some healthy amount of dread. Even if Dorne was tolerant of many sexual deviancies, the nobles of Dorne tended to have a poor outlook on their princes taking foreign lovers into Sunspear. He had known it firsthand with his wife, but at least Malaria was his lawful wedded wife. This colorful man was unacceptable in Dorne, even if his brother was well known for his tastes. "No, brother," said Oberyn, laughing heartily while the blue-haired man looked repulsed. Doran calmed a little bit upon seeing this. "Then who's this?" asked Doran, looking at the strange man and the silver-haired child near the man who looked more confused than anyone in the room. "I'd not fault you for not recognizing me, Prince Doran. Often, I myself find it hard to accept that I'm the same man who became the Hand of the King." Doran eyed the man more closely, and that was when he saw the similarity but could not twist his mind around the fact. "John Connington. But how? You were dead. A ruse concocted by the spider to keep the usurper's attention away so that I may raise Rhaegar's son safely in the Free Cities," said the former Lord of Griffin's Roost. "Rhaegar's son?" Doran froze, looking at both men inquisitively. "Yes, brother. As I said, Alya's legacy endures. She endures through her son," said Oberyn, moving to the side and pushing the silver-haired boy close to his desk and thereby Doran getting a good look at the boy. It was as if he was looking at young Rhaegar except for the eyes. The boy's eyes looked more blue than purple, but that could have been the light in the room playing tricks. "This is our nephew?" he asked in disbelief, staring at his brother to see whether it was a jest. But Oberyn just smiled at him and nodded. "Aegon," he whispered, reaching out with trembling hands and touching the young lad's cheek. The young boy just grinned, and for a moment, he was taken aback by his childhood and saw his smiling sister in the boy's place. But the memory was fleeting, and it passed just as it came. A stray tear fell from his eyes as he had nearly forgotten his sister's smile. "Alya's son is alive," he whispered confusedly, overcome with emotions he couldn't quickly grasp or control. "Yes, Prince Doran." Young Aegon was smuggled away from King's Landing by Varys, who switched young Aegon with a tanner's son. Tywin's brute never realized the switch and smashed the babe's head on his master's orders. Lord Varys kept young Aegon safe with a friend of his and later entrusted him to me so that young Aegon receives proper training to reclaim his birthright. "Alya's son is alive." Doran breathed out, hardly believing this miracle. "Aye, he is. And with him, the Targaryen dynasty lives on. Long live Aegon, the sixth of his name, the king of Undulls, the Royner, and the First Men. John Cunnington proclaimed. Doran looked at his brother, and Oberyn nodded at him. Their plans had to be changed. Arianne need not marry Viserys with Aegon alive and ready to reclaim the Iron Throne. But first, he had to be sure the boy was Elaya's son, not a mummer's farce concocted by the Spider and Cunnington to trick Dorne into fighting the usurper. And for that, he needed to know what happened during the sack of King's Landing. He looked at his brother again, and an idea slowly formed in his mind. Jon Arryn could only let out a frustrated groan as he set aside the message he received from Riverrun. Hoster Tully was again playing them all and keeping the Riverlands in an advantageous position. The man wanted something from the crown, and the elder Tully knew this was the best time to get what he wanted. This time around, he was not going to accommodate the whims of Hoster Tully's ego. Robert was now the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. If the Tullys refuse to answer the call of their king, then they'll be dealt with just like any traitorous house, depending on the nature of their involvement in this war. Besides, he did not need Hoster Tully to rally the Riverlands to Robert's side. His eyes strayed to the two other parchments on his table. One was from his trusted Valemen, and the other was from the loyal Northmen. The Knights of the Vale had crossed the Bloody Gate and crossed into the Riverlands. At best, it would be a day or two before they reached the crossroads in. The Northern Army, on the other hand, was still crossing into the Riverlands through the Neck. A good portion of their host had already crossed over, thanks to Ned's foresight to expand the King's Road that stretches north of the Neck last year. The Neck, on the other hand, remains a difficult terrain for supply carts to traverse, and therefore he could understand the time it was taking for the northern host to cross over into the Riverlands proper. But Ned had already reached out to him, saying that he had sent a force of 5,000 men ahead under Lord Ryswell's command into the Riverlands to gather the Riverlords in Robert's name. John was sure that houses Blackwood, Bracken, Piper, Vance, and Mouton had pledged support when he reached out to them. He was quite surprised to learn that Bracken and Blackwood were on the same side in this situation, which would have amused him if the situation wasn't this precarious. The fact that Tywin chose to invade the Reach and break out in open rebellion against the Iron Throne would diminish the throne's power in the coming days. Even if Robert wins the war, the Seven Kingdoms will have an enormous power imbalance. Without Tywin's backing, the stability of the Baratheon dynasty would be in jeopardy, directly leading to more rebellions and challenges to the Iron Throne's power. He was not ignorant of the threats hiding in plain sight. The complete silence from Dorne bothered him more than the grumblings the Master of Whispers brought to him from the Crownland Lords. It was one of the primary reasons he didn't dismiss Stannis' idea of leading the Crownland Lords against the Lannister army. Rather than let the Crownland Lords sit back and plot, he felt it was better if their energies were better spent against the Lannisters. Perhaps there was room for some minor lordships and land grants in the Westerlands once the rebelling Lannisters were put down for good. He was prepared to buy it out for stability if loyalty could not be enforced through oaths and honor. If the price of having no conflict was some land grants, few knighthoods and lordships, then he was all too willing to pay that price. Shaking his head, John leaned back and sighed. In some ways, he was grateful Robert's hammer revealed the crimes of Cersei this early. If Tywin's daughter had managed to pull the wool over their eyes for many years to come, then who knows what could have happened. John was more than aware that he was getting old day after day. He was not long for this world. Should he perish, he knew Eddard would be the most likely candidate to replace him. He doubted Robert would name Stannis as Hand of the King, even though the younger Baratheon was more than ready to shoulder the responsibilities the office demands. Should Eddard accept, then the Iron Throne would no doubt become far more powerful, with the strength of House Stark binding the Baratheon dynasty to the Iron Throne. He sat up straight at the thought. A Stark and a Baratheon union would quell all thoughts of rebellion, as the Iron Throne would gain a powerful ally. But Eddard is already a trusted friend and an ally to Robert. The realm needs to see the binding of the friendship through blood. John muttered. The only problem was that Robert lacked any male heirs for any marriage to bind the two houses through blood. However, the idea still had its merits. It's not as if Robert could not marry and have heirs in the future. There was also the possibility that Renly could marry Sansa Stark in a few years after Eddard's daughter reached a marriable age. The thoughts of marriage inevitably led John to the troublesome prospect of finding a queen for Robert. The sad fact was that he couldn't find anyone with the same prospects as Cersei Lannister offered to the fledgling Baratheon dynasty. With Cersei came the entire Westerlands, the gold and the power of House Lannister. There was no other woman that could offer Robert so much. The only possible match that could come close right now would be Arianne Martell, but a Dornish queen would also bring many problems with her. Not to mention, it was most likely impossible to forge such a union. He doubted Prince Doran and Oberyn Martell would accept the match, and if they did, he'd be extremely suspicious. A sudden knock on the door brought him out of his musings. "My lord, Lord Varys is here to see you," Hugh, his trusted squire, said, putting his head inside the room. "Send him through, Hugh," Jon said, placing a book over the many parchments he received from Maester Olivar, who took charge of the ravens with Pycelle languishing in the black cells. "My lord hand, I bring songs from Old Oak," said Varys, making Jon sit up straight in interest. "Is it favorable?" he asked eagerly. "It's my lord. Lord Oakheart repelled the Lannister army each time they tried to breach his walls. Then the king arrived at the helm of the royal army and smashed the Lannister army, sieging Old Oak. Tygett Lannister met his end at the end of his grace's hammer, and so did Ser Gregor Clegane," Varys reported diligently. Jon let out a relieved sigh at the news. It was as if a weight was lifted off his shoulders. "Very good. This is excellent news, Lord Varys," Jon said with palpable relief. "Of course, my lord. Perhaps it might be to our advantage that we spread the word of Ser Gregor's demise at the hands of his grace," Varys suggested, smiling thinly. "Dorne might start to engage with us more openly after the recent events." Jon nodded thoughtfully, thinking of another letter he would draft and send to Sunspear after this meeting. Like the Crownlanders, he hoped the ire of Dorne could be redirected at the Lannisters and hopefully reconcile the bad blood between the southernmost kingdom and the Baratheon dynasty. He held no notions that Dorne would ever be a friend of the Baratheon dynasty right away, but he hoped this was the beginning of that journey. A Baratheon princess marrying into House Martell could be a more stable rapprochement in the future. The door to his office chambers opened again. This time, it was Maester Olivar. "Lord Hand, a raven came from Sunspear," said the young maester who was 20 namesdays junior of Pycelle. He immediately broke House Martell's seal and read the message's contents. It had seemed Prince Doran is sending his younger brother as an emissary of Dorne to King's Landing, Jon said aloud, setting aside the parchment on his table. The frown on the faces of the two men standing in his office spoke volumes of what they thought of the matter. "That seems odd," Varys slowly said. "Perhaps Prince Doran is hoping to glean the particulars of the war aims of his grace." "Perhaps," Jon trailed off, but didn't share his thoughts on the matter. "Shall I make the arrangements for Prince Oberyn's arrival, Lord Hand?" asked Maester Olivar. "Please do," Jon said, dismissing the young maester. Once the door closed and left Jon alone with the Master of Whispers, his face became grave. "This is not good. Prince Oberyn is not known for his level-headedness in the Seven Kingdoms. He'll be looking to exact vengeance on House Lannister and anyone who had a part in his sister's murder," said Jon, looking a bit green at the very thought. "I could convey what happened and blame it all on Ser Amory Lorch and Ser Gregor Clegane," Varys offered. "No. It's obvious that the Martells hold Lord Tywin responsible. I'd have you speak the truth, but take care not to antagonize the prince, my lord. Greater men have fallen prey to the bite of the Red Viper," Jon warned. "Perhaps the Red Viper would make an exception and spare the messenger," Varys tittered, hiding his face behind a long sleeve. Harry threw a piece of meat high in the air, and it was snatched right off before it could hit the ground by Fenris. The Black Wolf let out a low growl that made the guards in the training yard jump as his trusted companion noisily gorged himself on the tasty flesh of a wild bull. He watched Fenris finish the meat in a few seconds and eye him most eagerly, with his tail wagging impatiently. "I suppose you've earned the full bucket, you big bad wolf." Harry petted his familiar by rubbing Fenris' head before presenting the bucket full of meat. Fenris let out a pleased howl before eagerly putting his head into the bucket and enjoying the rare meat to his heart's content. Harry chuckled, seeing the happiness of his wolf. His eyes went to the small burned patch of fur on Fenris' shoulder, where the fire dragon snorted out a stream of fire. For some reason, The fire dragon had taken up a liking to Fenris even if the dragon refused to let Harry anywhere near him. He supposed the fire dragon liked to sleep on Fenris' back because of the warm fur. Or it was because the fire dragon was a big softy and wanted to cuddle into the natural warmth provided by Fenris. For this reason, he had taken to calling the fire dragon Cuddles. By the angry looks and the many attempts to turn him into a burned crisp, Harry knew the fire dragon did not like that name. But that was not going to stop him from calling the dragon Cuddles. Despite that, he was happy Cuddles managed to form a friendship of sorts with Fenris. Though, how long that'd last was a curious case. Cuddles would only grow bigger, and the fire dragon was already as big as a cat. Now, the ice dragon, on the other hand, was far more accepting of his attempts to befriend it. To his surprise, the ice dragon even responded cordially so far to the name he assigned, Winter. "Harry, are you going to join me anytime soon?" John shouted at him from the archery range. This kid, he got nothing but training in his mind. Harry shook his head at the thought. "I'm coming," he shouted back. He pushed a sliver of magical energy into his power ring, and his hands were squeaky clean. He was about to pick up a bow when Maester Lewin entered the training yard. "Harrian." A company of men and women approaches Hunter's Gate. "They fly the banners of the Black Bear," said Maester Lewin. "House Mormont." Harry frowned. Why are they here? Possibly for a petition to suspend Lord Eddard's verdict regarding the reparation owed to the families of the victims affected by Ser Ura's actions. Maester Lewin mused aloud. "That'd be highly irregular. Isn't that so, Maester?" Harry asked. "I'm afraid so." Harry looked thoughtfully off into the distance. If he got the gist of the situation right, House Mormont was ordered to pay a significant sum of reparations to the survivors his men fished out from the sea and the families of the victims who were unfortunately not with them in the Bear Islands. Ser Ura's actions had seen to it that either those poachers and thieves were sold off in Essos as slaves, or they jumped ships and died in the sea. He'd have attained the lands and the castle of House Mormont for sheer incompetence if it were up to him. Instead, his father had shown mercy and allowed Ser Ura's aunt and her daughters to inherit Mormont Keep. Lady Mage Mormont now ruled the Bear Islands, and by Maester Lewin's and his mother's word, the woman was of a right sort. But that doesn't excuse her ignorance of a crime of this scale. "Allow them entry. I'll hear them out," Harry eventually said. He hoped Lady Mage Mormont was not about to waste his time. And 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. Troublesome bears and flowers. Harry sat at the high table with Maester Lewin to his right and his mother to his left. His little brother Bran was happily sitting on his mother's lap, looking around in wonder at the colorful banners that adorned the halls of Winterfell. The gray direwolf was there, but his black direwolf banner was also present, decorating Winterfell's halls in varying colors of gray, yellow, and black. His trusted familiar Fenris was lying at the foot of the table, lazily eyeing the gathered crowd in the hall. Should Fenris stand on his legs, his snout would tower over the table. The massive form of his direwolf friend was quite helpful in exerting a touch of intimidation in the court of Winterfell. Often, the petitioners in the court would forget his position and personal power owing to his young age and appearance. In such instances, Fenris' presence had become an advantage. A stout older woman with gray hair walked through the hall's opened oak doors, accompanied by a much younger woman by her side in the lead and a gaggle of men and women closely following the two. The 2 women were dressed in black breeches and leather armor with bear pelts hanging loosely over their shoulders. Harry could see a glint of metal on the younger woman's shoulders. He suspected it was chainmail, or perhaps it was a metal guard of some sort for her shoulders. "Lord Stark." The older woman fell to a knee in the middle of the hall and bowed low. The younger woman followed next, and the rest quickly fell to their knees. "Welcome, Lady Mormont. I was not expecting a visit from the head of House Mormont, but the lords and ladies of the north are always welcome to share the warmth of the halls of Winterfell," Harry said amicably. "We thank you, my lord." Lady Mormont climbed to her feet. "This is my eldest daughter, Daisy Mormont." Harry nodded at the comely-looking woman who had flowing black hair that reached beyond her shoulder and expressive black eyes. Unlike her mother, Daisy Mormont was slender-looking and nearly 6 feet tall. There was a certain gracefulness for Daisy Mormont that was palpable to Harry. It was almost as if Harry's eyes widened slightly as his magical senses went haywire when he concentrated on Daisy Mormont. There was a tingling sensation on his skin that set him on edge. Try as he might, he could not discern whether his magic was sensing danger or an unknown pool of magical energy from the younger Mormont. This needs to be studied in detail, Harry thought, his eyes occasionally straying to Daisy Mormont, while keeping his attention on the petition put forth by Mage Mormont. When the Lady of Mormont Keep expressed her request to him in the open court of Winterfell, Harry exchanged a look with Maester Luwin that screamed, "I told you so." Mage Mormont wanted to suspend his father's punishment on House Mormont. Even if Harry was afforded the power to give some respite to House Mormont, he didn't feel like giving one simply because of the crime involved. "My lady, you ask too much of House Stark," Harry thundered from his seat, staring a tad angrily at the Mormont women. "Your nephew and former Lord of Bear Islands engaged in slavery, a crime that demands the death penalty. Jorah Mormont ran away when my father traveled to Bear Islands to exact justice. His actions have not only shamed your house, but also shamed the North. It also caused the Northern Army to march late when our king called his banners. Despite all that, you'd ask House Stark to suspend the sentence of reparations to the affected families for the period of 5 years. My lord, the actions of my nephew are unforgivable. If not for the sin of kinslaying, I'd have smashed my mace on my nephew's head and ended his life. But please understand, my nephew spent frivolously in pursuit of keeping his Hightower wife live a life of luxury that cleaned out our coffers. Even if I wanted to, I could not pay the reparations for the affected families and victims because our coffers are empty." Mage Mormont admitted shamefully. "Surely, House Mormont have valuables and goods that could raise enough gold and silver to pay off the amount of the reparations fixed by Lord Eddard," Maester Luwin suggested. "I'm afraid we do not possess much after my nephew ruined our house, Maester," Mage Mormont admitted, her eyes downcast as whispers in the court grew ever louder. Some were openly jeering and insulting the Lady of Bear Islands. "Silence! I'll not have guests of House Stark be insulted, no matter the cause," Harry shouted, asserting his control over the court once more, which was now a common occurrence. The Northerners were a rowdy bunch. It was an inborn trait common amongst his people to always be against authority in whatever way possible. In the short time he had held court, he came to respect his father more for holding the court seamlessly and the rowdier versions of the Northern lords together. Even his words were not enough. The threatening snarl Fenris let out quieted down the court to his desire. "You're doing well," Maester Luwin said to him with an approving smile. "You possess something of great value that can settle the debt you are owed, Lady Mormont. I believe your houses possess a Valyrian steel sword. I'm sure the sword would yield you enough gold to settle your debts and restore the finances of House Mormont," Caitlin said, looking coldly down at the two Mormont women who squirmed under the frosty glare and the suggestion of the Lady of Winterfell. "My lady, Longclaw has been in our family for generations. Selling it is akin to spitting on the sacrifices of our ancestors," Mage Mormont said, horror written all over her face. "And yet, you're comfortable living with the stain of consorting with slavers? Your house has put the entirety of the North to shame, my lady. We are now the laughing stock in the South simply because you could not even place your nephew under arrest after committing such heinous crimes on our soil," Harry snapped coldly. "And you'd have me revoke the punishment confirmed by my father, the Warden of the North? I think not." Harry was on his feet and walked around the high table to stare indifferently at the two Mormont women. "Winterfell will not tolerate any action by our bannermen straying from the age-old traditions of the First Men. Slavery is not our way. We follow the old ways here in the North. House Mormont will pay the reparations imposed on it within the given time. Else winter will come for them," Harry declared, accompanied by a low growl from Fenris that made his message clear. "The court will take a short recess before continuing with the rest of the petitions." Harry retired to his father's solar, but not before he whispered specific instructions to Maester Luwin away from other prying eyes. He waited patiently on his father's chair with the large red oak table, holding a delicious-looking cake the cooks made because it was Sansa's 7th name's day. He cut the cake into 3 equal parts and distributed it across 3 plates. By the time he was done, Maester Luwin had come into the solar with Mej and Daisy Mormont in tow. The two women were suitably flummoxed for getting a personal invite after the hostility they faced in the court. "Come sit. Have some cake." He offered the plates and the silverware to the two women. The two women exchanged a baffled look, but took their seats and accepted the cake rather numbly. Their disbelief was plain to see, and Harry couldn't fault them. He nodded at Maester Luwin, and the old maester discreetly pulled out of the solar with the door closing behind his back. "As the Stark of Winterfell, I cannot help you in any manner. It had compromised my father's edicts and Winterfell's authority. However, I can help your house as the Lord of Avalon by loaning you the gold and silver you need to tide over the present difficulties," said Harry, brightening the faces of the two Mormonts. "However, I need several things from you in return. Are you interested?" "My lord, House Mormont would be most grateful for your aid. How may we serve you?" Mej asked, dipping her head in deference. Harry smiled at Lady Mormont and told the woman what he wanted from the Bear Islands. After all, his budding fleet needed port facilities if he was to develop a vibrant ice industry to prop up the economic activity in the region. It also helps that a military outpost could be set up close to the wall. If he planned it right, the ice industry could end up making the entire North rich. It was one of the reasons why he was pursuing mundane solutions to export ice rather than using magic to create and export it to the warm lands of the Sunset Sea. He suspected he could leverage his excellent relationship with Prince Oberyn to export ice to Dorne and perhaps distant lands like the Summer Isles or the many free cities of Essos. Simply shipping boatloads of ice would be useless if there was no local technology to store it safely. This was why he had charged the alchemists to create ice houses in Avalon, and they had come through after months of hard work. He had already ordered the construction of an ice house in Winterfell, and soon, it had spread to all corners of the known world, just like Avalonian glass. Randall Tarley camped outside the walls of Appleton with a sizable army under his command. While King Robert had ridden off to rout the Lannister army along the Ocean Road, he was charged with the duty to repel the Lannister army invading the Reach from the Rose Road. He chose this castle to contain the Lannister host because it was sitting on the Rose Road atop a hill guarding the path towards Highgarden. The castle was built to break a besieging army with its many gatehouses and sturdy walls. Not that he thought the castle would play any substantial role in the battle that was about to take place. His scouts had informed him that the Lannister army had very few foot soldiers in their host. Most of the foot was even formed out of the defeated houses of the Reach like Footley, Caswell, Bridges, and several petty knights and landed knights in the northeast regions of the Reach. He suspected they'd break at the first sign of trouble, and the Lannisters would get easily routed in the chaos. If it was not for House Tyrell calling all the banners of the Reach to gather at Highgarden, this folly could have been averted. The Lannisters would have dared not launch an invasion from the Gold Road into the Reach if they knew the castles and fields were unprotected. There was no point in dwelling on what might have been when the battle was about to start. His scouts had already encountered several Lannister spies scouting the land in the last few days. The Lannisters would have no choice but to engage him in battle, as he had seen to it that they'd have no other choice if they intended to attack the rear of King Robert's host. He had made sure to block all ways around Appleton with pockets of men. Ser John Fossaway protects the castle of New Barrel along with the Fossaways of Cider Hall. Another host of 3,000 men was waiting farther back from New Barrel under the command of Lord Alan Roxton. Should the Fossaways get overwhelmed by the Lannister army, Lord Roxton would ride in and smash the Lannister army outside the walls of New Barrel. With these two mighty forces, the southern side of Appleton was well guarded. To the north of Appleton ran the Mander, making it near impossible for the Lannister army to cross over. Even if they somehow managed to make a run to the north of Appleton, a force of 2,000 men and 800 horses was waiting under the command of Lord Gullion Swan to greet the lions with the sturdy steel of Stormlands. Under these circumstances, Randall was certain the Lannister army would have no choice but to tackle him head-on. Should Ser Kevin go after New Barrel or circumvent Appleton through the north side, then Randall could effortlessly chase after the Lannister army and put an end to them between Highgarden and Appleton. Lord Tarley. He found Ser Leo Constane riding towards him with a gaggle of knights accompanying the young knight of the Three Towers. Ser Constane. Any word on the enemy movements? He asked. No further movements to report, my lord. The last sighting put the Lannister army 5 miles away, riding a moderate pace along the Rose Road. Randall became thoughtful and exchanged a concerned look with Sir Andrew Ashford. "Send our scouts to New Barrel. We need to know whether Lannister forces attack them," Randall ordered. "Aye, my lord." Sir Andrew nodded and rode off, presumably to send the scouts right away. While the Knight of Ashford was arranging the scouts, he tracked down the Maester of Appleton to see whether any ravens had arrived from New Barrel or some of their allies. To his displeasure, there was only a single raven, and that was from Highgarden inquiring about the status of the Lannister army. The day passed without much fanfare, but very early morning, he was roused from his sleep by Lord Waymar Appleton. "My lord, the Lannister army attacked New Barrel. We just received the raven from Sir John Fossaway." Randall was immediately on his feet, ready to act, but he did not have all the information, so he waited for the scouts to return. The scouts he sent only returned by afternoon. By then, his army was armed and ready for anything. According to the scouts, the Lannisters sent only a token force of 800 men against New Barrel. The Fossaways were able to repel the enemy and chase them away from the castle. Lord Fossaway chose to pull back his forces instead of chasing the lions and was supposedly entrenching himself in his castle. While some among his war council blamed Sir John Fossaway for cowardice, he approved the man's methods. It was apparent that the Lannisters wanted the Fossaways to chase them and fight the battle on their terms. "Perhaps we should have charged the Red Apples to command the army at New Barrel. They would have smashed the lions today," said Sir Garth Tyrell, his tongue slurred towards the end thanks to the gallons of wine the gluttonous buffoon had consumed. If he disliked Mace Tyrell, the man's uncle Garth Tyrell was someone he hated with a passion. Garth Tyrell was fat, weak, provided no valuable contribution, and finally, a simpleton the likes of which he could not tolerate on a battlefield. By comparison, he liked Mace Tyrell better. At least the Fat Flower was a likable lord outside the battlefield. The uncle of Mace Tyrell, on the other hand, was a simpleton even in peacetime. He wondered why this buffoon was sent forth by his liege lord to this front. Was it to torment him? If so, it was working. Taking a deep breath, he ignored the man in favor of eyeing Lord Appleton. "Send a raven to New Barrel asking the Fossaways to hold their castle. They are not to move from their position. Should they fall, we'll be forced to send men to guard all the roads south of Appleton," Randall ordered. "It'll be done, my lord," the young lord nodded. "So, we're going to attack the wee lions, eh? The battle will be won for the songs," Sir Garth proclaimed and proceeded to mindlessly mutter about some stupid songs and whatnot the man supposedly heard recently. The man's two bastard sons filled the wine cup diligently. Randall just shook his head and looked at Lord Andrew Ashford and Sir Leo Constane. "We'll be holding our position. We have the advantage of the higher ground and a castle at our backs. We'll wait for Sir Kevin Lannister to make his move," Randall said firmly, making the knights and the lords nod their agreement. Then his eyes strayed to the idiot drinking himself into a stupor in the war council. An idea slowly came to his mind to get rid of the nuisance detrimental to preparing the men to face the lions in the open field. It was a cruel thing to do, but he'd instead save his men from idiotic Tyrells rather than send them off to fight in the vain hope that Garth Tyrell would sleep soundly in the camp with a wine-addled mind when they were fighting the good battle. "While we give the lions to prepare, I suggest we send a token force against the Lannister camp to test their defenses and to keep them on their toes. Now, who'll lead this most important task?" Randall asked, waiting for the inevitable. "I'll do it. The glory of battling the lions should be mine," Sir Garth declared. "I see. Then you'll have the command of your men, my lord. Remember that you're only expected to engage the enemy in a small skirmish to ascertain their strength and intimidate them. Another aim should be to let the enemy chase after you, so that we may set certain traps to shave off their numbers." "I understand, Lord Tarley. I'll teach those lions a lesson they'll never." Garth Tyrell slowly snored towards the end as the man fell asleep amid his show of bravado. Randall's eyes twitched with irritation at the disrespect shown by Garth Tyrell. A moment later, the tent was flooded with a foul smell just as Garth Tyrell farted. His nose twitched as the awful smell invaded his nostrils. "I suppose now I know why they call the man Garth the Gross," Randall thought. However, he was happy that Garth Tyrell was responsible for leading the attack on the Lannister camp. Should the seven be kind? He'd be rid of the gluttonous idiot, making it easier for him to discipline the remaining men. He remembered the incident that took place a few nights back. Ser Garth Tyrell threw a feast and organized a horse-riding contest that saw several men dead and quite a few severely injured because all those idiots were drunk out of their minds. Randall would not tolerate such brazen stupidity while commanding the army. He could not take severe action against Garth Tyrell because the man was the brother of his liege lord. But he was no longer willing to tolerate the man. One less Tyrell was not a significant loss for the Reach in his mind. And 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. The Spider and the Red Viper. It had taken so much planning and maneuvering on Varys' part to get where he was now. His plot with little Aegon was the most dangerous trick he had ever played, and he was yet to see the fruits of that labor. In truth, he was not beholden to the Targaryens to see them sit on the Iron Throne in perpetuity. That was not the reason why he saved little Aegon from a gruesome fate. Neither did he feel any sort of sympathy for the little babe or his frail mother, the Princess of Dorne. Elia Martell was a lovable woman, but to Varys, she was just like any other millions of women inhabiting this strange land called Westeros. And yet, he had saved her son just as he promised when the Lannister army was outside the gates of the Red Keep. He could have hidden out in the tunnels by his lonesome and waited out Lord Tywin's butchery, but he had taken away the young Prince Aegon with him to the tunnels. Together, he and the young babe survived the butchery of lions. To this day, he does not know what truly came over him to save the child. It was a random act from his side which was illogical and dangerous. At that moment, he realized that his fate was intrinsically and irrevocably tied to this foreign land called the Seven Kingdoms. While the blood of the innocent was being spilt in the city, he was holding the future of the Seven Kingdoms in his hand. There was a choice before him that night. He could drop the child, and the fate of Westeros would have been so predictable. Robert Baratheon would reign with no one to contest his claims save for the Targaryens in Dragonstone. But he made a choice to hold the child close to his heart, and for the first time in many years, he cried and laughed that night. He cried because he understood that a former street urchin was holding the fate of an entire continent in his hands. He laughed because of the absurdity of it all. When the night passed and dawn came come morning, Varys was committed to restoring dragon banners to the Red Keep. He had made the decision to stay in Westeros and die in this strange land that became his home, all thanks to House Targaryen. He thought it was only right that the king to sit on the Iron Throne be a worthy one. So began his plans to raise Aegon far away in Essos, where the young child could grow into a worthy king. He only became certain of his decision to restore the crown to Aegon Targaryen after watching the disaster that was Robert Baratheon up close. Even the Mad King was far better than the loathsome drunkard of a king Westeros was saddled with. At least, the Mad King's proclivities were confined to the Red Keep. Robert Baratheon's lackluster attitude to ruling the kingdoms was not only creating irreparable fissures in the foundations of the Seven Kingdoms, but also weakening the Iron Throne in ways unseen. In his opinion, Robert Baratheon managed to hold the kingdoms together because of 3 men: Tywin Lannister, Jon Arryn, and Eddard Stark. It was brilliant of Jon Arryn to have Robert take Cersei Lannister as his wife, thereby tying the new Baratheon dynasty to House Lannister. Jon Arryn served as the hand of the king, and Eddard Stark's friendship with the king ensured the Northern Army would march for the Baratheon banner. This strength was unbreakable, and it showed in the Greyjoy Rebellion. The ease with which Robert Baratheon crushed the Ironborn was almost awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, that victory was not to last, as House Baratheon was now at war with House Lannister. Both the great houses were going to emerge powerless in the aftermath of this war. Robert Baratheon's reputation would be irreparable once the lords of Westeros made peace and returned to their homes. Even now, the capital city was being destroyed thanks to the war and the tragedy that befell it before war broke out between the Stags and the Lions. It was now only a matter of time before King's Landing became a city only in name. He suspected Duskendale would emerge as the bustling city of trade in the Crownlands in the aftermath of this war. The Hand was trying his best to keep the city together, but it was not going to work. The capital was going to fail within a handful of years. And when it does, all the vultures would surround the Iron Throne and pick at the carcass. Perhaps House Stark could pull the Baratheons out of the hole they dug themselves in, but he was not going to allow it. That was why he considered this meeting very important. Varys looked at the infamous Red Viper disembarking from the galley with his paramour, Illyria's sand attached to his hip. He could hardly see any change in the Dornish prince. The prince was tall, lithe, and strong, making him a dangerous foe on the battlefield. The Red Viper was a master spearman and, most importantly, a master of poisons. Prince Oberyn, I hope your journey to the capital was comfortable. Varys dipped his head as a show of respect. Indeed, there was no shortage of comfort in my journey. Oberyn smirked, pressing a kiss to his paramour's neck, earning a giggle from Illyria Sand. Lady Illyria, you're as beautiful as the rumors say. I hope you'll find our city to your liking, said Varys, nodding at the black-haired woman. I thank you, Lord Varys. However, I must admit I'm a bit disappointed, said Illyria. Oh? Varys raised a curious eyebrow. Yes. You see, when they called you the spider, I assumed you had 8 legs and 8 eyes. It's quite disappointing to see that is not the case. I'm afraid my remaining legs and eyes are very much in pursuit of whispers, my lady. Varys tittered. Oberyn laughed aloud. Huh. A man with humor in this cesspool of a city. Then again, you're not exactly a man, are you? Oberyn looked intently at the Master of Whispers with a glint of amusement in his black, beady eyes. You're right, my prince. I'd be a eunuch. Do you happen to know how I became a eunuch? Varys asked, tilting his head to the side. I'm afraid not. I'm most eager to know. Then please follow me into the Red Keep, my prince, my lady. I shall regale you with my life's tale along the way. I'm sure it'll be most illuminating, said Varys, a happy grin on his face, as he always loved to explain how he emerged from the fires of tragedy. After all, it was an inspiring tale. Oberyn rode inside a carriage with a healthy escort surrounding him courtesy of Jon Arryn. The city was still the shit-stained city he remembered, but most parts of it were now ghosted. The people were flooding into the Crownlands, if he was not mistaken. The city was falling apart at an unprecedented rate. Not even the infamous Targaryen civil war had broken kings landing like this. It made him all the happier as he saw House Baratheon's downfall with his own eyes. Now, it'd be much better if he were to watch the downfall of the Lions as well. That was why he was here on his brother's command to negotiate with Lord Arryn and to keep up appearances. The city is in shambles. Has Lord Arryn washed his hands off the city? Oberyn asked as they neared the outer gates of the Red Keep. Lord Arryn has done his best to hold the city together in these trying times, my prince. But the war has demanded our resources be spent elsewhere, said Varys. You could have simply said the royal treasury is empty. Oberyn deadpanned. The Master of Whispers merely smiled, refusing to divulge anything more. But the man might as well have told him everything in that simpering smile. Soon, they breached the walls of the Red Keep, and the wheelhouse came to a stop. When he climbed out of the wheelhouse, he was greeted by none other than the hand of the king, Prince Oberyn. On behalf of his grace, Robert the First of his name, I welcome you into the Red Keep, said Jon Arryn. The servants came forth and offered him, as well as his entourage, bread and salt. You must be exhausted from your long journey. Your quarters are ready for you. You may rest your body and mind, and come morning, we shall perhaps address some serious issues to your liking. Jon Arryn offered. That's acceptable. Oberyn replied with an easy grin. Come, Lord Varys. I'm most eager to hear more of your story in Essos. I don't like a story that's half finished. Oberyn stared at the eunuch pointedly, so that the man would know what he meant. Of course, Prince Oberyn. I never realized my life was such an interesting story. Perhaps you might like my trysts when I joined a local playhouse as a juggler? Indeed, I would. I'd hear the rest of the story over some wine, said Oberyn, following Varys into the Red Keep. An hour later, Oberyn was sitting alone in a chamber with Varys sitting across from him. His chalice was drained of wine, but Varys had yet to touch the fine beverage. Tell me another tale, Lord Varys, said Oberyn, draining the last few drops of his wine. What tale would that be, my prince? Varys asked. The tale of a mother and her 2 children should suffice, said Oberyn. Isn't that a tale you already know? I had assumed so until I met the young Griff, said Oberyn, looking intently at the spider. I see. Varys eyed Oberyn for a long moment before starting the narration of a story that was heart-wrenching, gruesome, and certainly something that no brother should hear. For a long moment, Oberyn remained silent after Varys narrated the story of the Lannister butchery and what his poor sister endured. He had learned much from years of rumors and hearsay, but this was the account of the Master of Whispers, who was in the Red Keep at the time of his sister's murder. So, Gregor Clegane was the one to rape and kill Elia? Oberyn asked. I'm afraid so, my prince. Amory Lorch then killed my niece Rhaenys by stabbing her 100 times. Varys said unkindly, all on the orders of Lord Tywin Lannister. Oberyn bit out through gritted teeth. Obviously, Varys said, shrugging his shoulders. And I'm to believe you smuggled out Aegon from King's Landing? Oberyn asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes. Varys nodded. Tell me why you did not help Elia and Rhaenys? Oberyn asked, leaning forward with his dark eyes glinting dangerously. For the simple reason that I'm a foreigner with no great resources. I had no loyalty from the men surrounding me, and I could not call great resources to my service while the Lannisters were cutting a bloody swathe through the city. I could save only myself and anything that I could carry in my hands. Very couldn't help but sigh as that was the hard truth. If I had more time, perhaps I could have found a double to impersonate Princess Rhaenys. Although that would have been a challenge as the young princess took after her mother rather than her father in appearance. Oberyn remained silent and stared at the Master of Whispers keenly for any hint of deceit. I advised the king to deny the Lannister army entry into the city. He ignored my warnings in favor of advice from Grand Maester Pycelle, who insisted Lord Tywin was his grace's friend here to help. From there on out, I had little to no time to act. On the one hand, there were the guards of the Red Keep loyal to King Aerys, and on the other, there were Lannister men hunting down all loyalists. Varys said, his eyes looking far away. I'm no great warrior or a dashing knight in shining armor, my prince. I did what I could that day. Even today, I marvel at the plot's success in taking little Aegon and placing the tanner's son in the crib. Then why have you kept Aegon far away from us? Why did you deny us the knowledge of Elaya's son's survival? Oberyn asked. Because men are not infallible, Prince Oberyn. We all make mistakes at some point. I gave King Robert an enemy in the form of Viserys and Daenerys Targaryen to hunt across Essos. That doesn't mean I could have always fooled the stags and lions. The fewer people knew about the prince, the better it was for his safety. I had Jon Connington fake his death before the man was given charge of Prince Aegon. Until then, the boy was brought up in the manse of my old friend Illyrio Mopatis of Pentos, far away from those who do him harm. Oberyn took a deep breath at the end of the long-winded tale. He was still not sure whether he wanted to believe Varys' tale. Sadly, there was no way to confirm whether Aegon was truly his nephew. Doran was convinced Aegon was Elaya's son, as the boy does look a lot like Rhaegar. The boy had all the looks of a Valyrian, but most of the free cities like Volantis, Myr, Lys, and Tyrosh hold innumerable people with Valyrian looks. Yet, that does not make them a Targaryen. It was a sad day for House Martell when he could not even recognize his sister's son. He had only fleetingly met the child when Elia gave birth to the boy. He and Arianne had visited young Aegon in the Red Keep. At that time, there were greater concerns plaguing his mind, and he had not given much thought to anything else. Never had he thought at that time the threat to the Targaryen dynasty would come from Rhaegar. Oberyn sighed and leaned back in his chair. There was no point in scrutinizing the Master of Whispers needlessly. So far, the spider had not shown any nefarious intentions except for the fact that the man used to be a servant of the Mad King. You've saved my nephew, Lord Varys. Ask anything of House Martell, and should it be within our power, we shall make it happen, said Oberyn. I'll hold you to that promise, Prince Oberyn. For now, let's talk about what our future moves shall be. You've done well in pacifying House Tully and House Frey, said Tywin, staring out into the sea and showing his back to Geryon. Yes, I have. By selling off Serena and Miriel to Frey and Tully, Geryon replied morosely. They had the advantage in this negotiation. But soon, that won't matter, said Tywin. Won't matter? Geryon asked incredulously. Have you not heard Tywin? We lost at Old Oak. Robert Baratheon crushed our army and killed our brother. As we speak, He marches along the ocean road to put Casterly Rock on a siege. Tygett lost his life because he refused to obey orders. He was ordered to withdraw the army back to the borders when it became clear our brother was incapable of taking Old Oak. Tywin thundered, turning on Geryon with his green eyes ablaze with fury. Instead of obeying my command, he stubbornly threw himself and the men against the walls of a competent enemy. His death is the result of his stupidity. And who forced our brother to do that? I know of the messages you sent to our brother. You called him a failure repeatedly, which made Tygett try harder and harder. His death is on you, Tywin. Geryon growled back, not willing to bow out of this situation. I spoke only the truth. He failed to take Old Oak as he boasted. You'd remember, brother, that I was planning to give the command of our army to Adam Marbrand. Tygett was the one who insisted on taking command of the forces attacking the Reach from the North March and Ocean Road. Tywin growled back. His death is his own doing. I do not have the luxury of holding everyone's hand in this war when my son, daughter, and grandchildren are in danger. Geryon backed down a little, as he knew his brother was bothered by the implications should they lose the war. Jaime and Joffrey were still prisoners in Storm's End, while rumors of Cersei's and Myrcella's escape circulated to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. No one knows their whereabouts. Even after months of waging the war, no one had reached out to them for the ransom. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down as he knew Tywin grieved in his own way for Tygett. This was the time Tywin needed him the most, especially with Kevan away in the Reach. Has there been any word about Cersei and Myrcella? Geryon asked. No, Tywin said in a clipped tone, going back to staring into the sea. The Red Wine fleet must have spooked whoever helped Cersei and Myrcella escape. They must have moored at one of the free cities, most probably in Lys, said Tyrion, wading into the conversation, startling Geryon. What? Tyrion asked, looking at his uncle, who was staring at him in surprise. When did you? Oh, I've been here for quite a while. As it happens, uncle, there are advantages in being the littlest Lannister. Tyrion smirked. Geryon couldn't help but laugh at his nephew's wit. He reached out and patted Tyrion's shoulder. This is no time for your japes, Tyrion. Leave. Tywin commanded. Now, wait just a moment, brother. Tyrion brings up a valid point. With war breaking out in Westeros, the rescuers of Cersei and Myrcella might not have been able to sail around the patrols of the Red Wine fleet. As Tyrion said, they must have taken refuge in one of the free cities, said Geryon. Tywin didn't say anything, which meant his brother was considering the possibility other than thinking the Baratheons were lying or something untoward happened to Cersei and Myrcella. If that's the case, we need to bring them back as soon as possible, said Tywin. I'll go and seek out my niece and her daughter. We'll have to rescue her before the stags become aware of their location, said Geryon. But how'll you go, uncle? I doubt the Redwines, Hightowers, or the Dornish would allow any of our ships passage through the sea. Tyrion pointed out. Tyrion is right. I'll have to take a ship from the Riverlands under disguise. I can arrange for the ransom to be paid with the aid of Associ banks. We have many friends in the free cities, said Geryon, looking curiously at Tywin for his opinion. Very well, Tywin eventually said after an extended moment of silence. But you'll be doing something more while you're in Essos. What's that, brother? Geryon asked curiously. Tywin turned around with his eyes as cold as a northern winter. You'll be reaching out to the Golden Company. Tell them House Lannister has a contract for them and 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. The Battle of Appleton. You were right, Lord Tarly. The Lannister army has nowhere to go without confronting us, said Ser Leo Constane, his eyes trained on the horizon from where the sound of hooves and marching men could be heard as if it was a distant thunder. A lion is more dangerous when it is cornered. Ser Andrew Ashford commented. Ser Ashford speaks true. Let's make sure we put an end to the lions today. Randall said firmly. Return to your posts and wait for my command. The 2 knights nodded at him before riding off into his army's left and right flanks. Are you sure we need to expose our men outside the walls of Appleton, my lord? We still have time to pull back the men behind our walls. Lord Waymar Appleton anxiously suggested, his brown eyes darting across the fields, looking increasingly nervous with each passing minute. Randall looked at the young Lord of Appleton out of the corner of his eyes. The man's father was a brave man who lost his life at the Battle of Ashford during the rebellion. Unfortunately, the son was not as brave as the father, Randall thought, letting out a sigh. But that didn't bother him as much as the continued existence of Garth Tyrell. He didn't know why the Seven were testing him with Garth Tyrell's continued existence. He had at least managed to keep the portly Tyrell away by keeping the man drunk out of his stupor. If everything went according to plan, Garth Tyrell would be sleeping soundly inside the safety of Appleton's walls by the time the battle was finished. It was a shame that Garth Tyrell did not meet his end while leading an attack on the Lannister camp. The men who had ridden with Garth Tyrell claimed the man had turned tail and rode away on his horse before the battle even began. At least, the sworn knights of House Tyrell had the presence of mind to follow his instructions and pull back their men after a quick engagement with the enemy camp. When Garth Tyrell returned to Appleton, his men called the man a coward in the open. This had upset Garth the Gross, and the man spent the rest of his days drinking wine, which made things easier for Randall. "My lord, lion banners in the distance." Lord Appleton pointed to the east, where the Rose Road stretched into the horizon. Randall grinned upon seeing the red and gold banners of the Lannister army. The long wait was coming to an end, which made him happy. "Lord Waymar, you should go and take charge of the archers on the wall," Randall said to the young lord, who promptly ran back into the safety of the castle walls. Randall trotted his horse forward and slowly moved between the lines of men, ensuring everything was in order. When he was satisfied, he returned to his post and signaled for the horns to be blown. Randall immediately looked at Ser Hyle Hunt as the war horns blew 2 times, who understood what he needed to do. As the Lannister army was moving, Randall could see the Lannisters meant to attach his left flank just as he wanted. He intentionally kept his left flank loosely consolidated to tempt his enemies. He watched as Ser Hyle gathered a group of men with pikes and sent them off to the left flank, while a substantial portion of the Lannister cavalry had ridden off to engage his left flank. "It's done, my lord," Ser Hyle reported, returning to stand by his side. Randall just nodded and waited for the enemy to crash into his left flank. He was sure the lions would be accommodated properly by his men. The ground trembled under the sturdy horses of the west, and the ears of men were filled with the thundering sound of the horses riding across the plain. But the Reachmen stood their ground as they were confident of their victory, as their commander was the only man who led them to defeat Robert Baratheon in the field during the rebellion. "Sound the signal for the archers," Randall shouted as he watched the Lannister army coming inside the range of his archers. The criers blew the horns, and the archers on the walls of Appleton knocked their arrows and let them fly in quick order. The arrows began claiming the lives of Lannister soldiers trying to attack his left flank. The archers were ordered to concentrate there and leave the center of his army unguarded from the cover of archers. As the Lannister army drew ever closer to his center, Randall ordered his men to move. The center of his army ever so slightly bulged inwards, and then the Lannister army crashed into his center with a thunderous sound. Then the killing began. Men screamed, and horses cried in pain as the 2 sides slaughtered each other with steel in their hands. "My lord, the center. We need the archers," Ser Hyle said, looking rather pale as the knight watched the slaughter. "Not yet," Randall whispered coldly, keeping his eye on the Lannister army as it was still in a position to maneuver away. On the other hand, his left flank was becoming the death kennel for the Lannister knights. The pikemen he employed were quite efficient in blunting out the surviving Lannister horses as they charged the lines. Most of them even fell into a most painful death thanks to the deep trenches he had the men dug out on the left flank and hidden away as a friendly greeting for the horses of the Lannister army. The left flank of his army was not only standing strong under the command of Ser Andrew Ashford, but it was also cutting down the size of the Lannister army at a fast pace. He could see Lannister knights trying their best to break through his center, but his numerically superior army held firm. The battle was not dissolving into a melee of sorts, with even mounted knights taking to the ground in a bid to kill as many as they could while freely moving around. The battle raged on for hours, and Randall carefully maneuvered the center of his army to draw the Lannister men further in making sure to stretch the enemy. "Sound the signal for Ser Leo Costane. The time for our right flank to move has come," Randall ordered. He also sent the signal for archers to thin out the enemy at the center, and then his army's right flank extended outwards, bustling with knights. Ser Constane led the charge atop his horse, leading a company of knights and infantrymen to smash into the Lannister lines. Randall watched with some satisfaction as Ser Constane's company began to take down the banners of burning orange trees one by one. The banners of House Marbrand. I hope there are enough of them to take hostages when this battle is done. They'd be useful in tightening the noose around the old lion's throat. Randall thought. Suddenly, two horns were heard blowing from further east, making Randall look to the Rose Road with some trepidation. But his fears of another Lannister army were unfounded. Instead, the banners he saw in the distance made him smile. Flying high in the air was the crowned golden stag in a black field. Baratheon banners. How did the royal army at the back of the Lannister army without our knowledge? Ser Hyle asked in wonder and some excitement. I suspect that is not King Robert's army, Randall muttered, unsheathing his sword that was secured on his belt. Come, men. Let's make sure these lions get a proper ending. Let's not give all the glory to House Baratheon. For the Reach! For the Reach! The men roared, filled with vigor and ready to kill those who were invading their lands. Randall raised his sword high, gathering some cavalry to his side, and rode into the panicking center of the Lannister army. With a fresh army on their back and a superior army on their front, the Lannister army disintegrated. The men tried to flee, but there was nowhere to flee because the Reach men had maneuvered themselves in a way that trapped much of the Lannister army within their lines. Those that managed to escape the army formation designed by Randall Tarly fell prey to the Crownland army led by Prince Stannis Baratheon. Stannis Baratheon felt like he could fight 100 wars and win them all after routing the Lannister army. It was not the first time he had tasted victory on a battlefield, but this one was special. While he considered holding Storm's End for a year without yielding the castle to the Tyrells, and the slew of victories he won against the Ironborn were noteworthy, beating House Lannister in the field would hold a special place in his heart. He felt like this victory was an omen of sorts. It felt like he was only going to soar from here on out, which was a sentiment he could appreciate as he could feel he was getting closer to ascending the Iron Throne. His sense of victory only became more pronounced when he walked outside the walls of Appleton, where the battle had been fought. The ground was drenched with the blood of his enemies. Dismembered bodies of his enemies were strewn around the field while the Silent Sisters worked diligently to remove the dead from the field. Stannis walked, observing the battlefield and the bodies drenched in mud and blood. Along his path, Stannis came across a muddy banner of House Lannister stained with blood, fluttering on a wooden pole. The Golden Lions of the West. Stannis snorted derisively. He caught the lone fluttering banner with his hand and pulled it down. Stannis watched the piece of cloth sink into the ground, weighed down by the blood and mud. My prince. Stannis found Lord Waymar Appleton and Ser Axel Florent approaching him with a grin on their faces. Lord Appleton. My prince. Ser Ashford has returned with prisoners. We've captured Ser Kevin. Lord Waymar reported merrily. Finally, Stannis muttered, his shoulders relaxing at the news of Ser Kevin's capture. Lord Tywin's brother had escaped the field riding north at a fast pace. They had sent men after Kevin Lannister when it became certain Tywin's brother had managed to escape the encirclement. Their greatest fear was Ser Kevin somehow managing to cross the Mander and safely retreat into the Westerlands. Stannis was quite relieved that did not happen, as he had a feeling Robert would blame him for Ser Kevin's escape. After all, he had yet to see any sort of reprieve from his brother when it came to the last Targaryens escaping Dragonstone, even though it was not his fault. To this day, Robert holds him responsible for their escape, and he doesn't fancy adding Lord Tywin's brother to that list. Fortunately, the gods were on his side. Stannis walked into the tent of Randall Tarly with Ser Axel Florent and Lord Waymar Appleton closely following him. Prince Stannis. Randall Tarly dipped his head. Lord Tarly, it seems your men caught a lion, Stannis said, staring coldly at the blonde-haired man who had his hands chained to a pole of the tent. The credit rightly belongs to Lord Gullion Swan, my prince. Lord Swan had sent patrols along the banks of the Mander to see whether any Lannister was trying to cross the river. My men chased Ser Kevin and his company straight into Lord Swan's patrol. Lord Tarly reported truthfully. I see. Where is Lord Swan? Stannis asked, his eyes searching for Lord Gullion inside the tent. I'm afraid Lord Swan is not present in Appleton, Your Grace. I had thought it prudent to keep Lord Swan and his forces to guard the north side of Appleton and patrol the Mander to prevent the enemy from going around the castle, said Lord Tarley. Stannis couldn't help but frown when he heard that. For a moment, he suspected Lord Tarley purposefully kept Lord Swan away from Appleton to hog all the glory for the Reachmen. However, the results spoke for themselves, and therefore he chose not to raise the issue. Nonetheless, your services to House Baratheon will not be forgotten, Lord Randall, Stannis tactfully said, knowing that it was important not to make unnecessary enemies if he was to enjoy the fruits of his ambition. Lord Tarley bowed low in appreciation, and Stannis was back to stare at his captured nemesis in the form of Kevan Lannister. With Ser Kevan's capture, surely Lord Tywin would surrender and end the war, Lord Appleton said with hope. Stannis couldn't help but scoff. If Lord Tywin wanted to surrender, he'd have already done so when he learned that Jaime Lannister remains a prisoner in Storm's End, Stannis said. He bent down on his knees so that he was level with Ser Kevan's eyes. Tell me, Ser, has Cersei Lannister and her bastard daughter arrived at Casterly Rock? Stannis asked, but Ser Kevan remained tight-lipped. Answer the prince's query, Ser. Your cause is lost, as well as the war. There is no point in further defiance, said Lord Tarley, frowning at the defiant Lannister knight. Our cause or the war is not lost so long as Tywin breathes. You may enjoy this momentary victory, but Tywin has overcome greater odds, said Ser Kevan, his fiery green eyes holding strong faith in his brother's capabilities. After saying his piece, the Lannister knight refused to say anything else, leaving the gathered lords and knights frustrated. But Stannis was not as annoyed as the rest of his allies, because he already knew Cersei Lannister had not reached Casterly Rock, as he had checked with Varys before he rode off from King's Landing. There was a chance that the Master of Whispers was unaware of Cersei's arrival at Casterly Rock. However, the chances of Cersei slipping past the Redwyne fleet was slim. Paxter Redwyne had assured Jon Arryn that no ship was getting past the patrolling ships of the Redwyne fleet. Considering Varys' assurance that Cersei never reached Casterly Rock and Paxter Redwyne assuring the Crown all ships were prohibited from sailing around the Reach, he could only conclude that Cersei Lannister and Myrcella Waters never managed to reach their destination. This raised the question, where exactly was Cersei Lannister? Ex-Captain Rauello couldn't help but curse his luck. He had thought he was committing to a job of delivering the Lannister Queen to Lannisport with none the wiser. The Lannisters, being the great lords they are, would reward him and his crew with a mountain of gold in return for his services. That was the plan when he was offered the opportunity to help Cersei Lannister and her brat escape from Storm's End. He wouldn't have agreed to help Cersei Lannister escape if he wasn't assured of safe passage into the massive castle of Storm's End. He came to know about the job from a crew member of Salador San's fleet. When he learned that the Lysene pirate captain was considering doing the job and stood to make a fortune, he couldn't help but jump in and seize the opportunity. Looking back, he realized he was too stupid and rash to wade into Westerosi politics. He hadn't thought the Redwyne fleet would go on full alert and blockade the western seas from all shipping. And now, even the Dornish fleet was patrolling the Summer Sea, making it nigh impossible to sail into Lannisport. He had already tried to evade the Redwyne fleet thrice, but his ship was chased out of the Redwyne Straits each time. He'd have made a fourth attempt, but got word that the Dornish fleet was being gathered. It spooked him to know that he'd get caught up between two large fleets, and he was not brave enough to test his luck against the Dornish and Redwyne fleets. Therefore, he sailed his boat, the Blue Maiden, out of the Summer Sea into the safety of the Stepstones. But there was one problem. He had wasted months on the sea, hoping to gain a mountain of Lannister gold. Yet, all he had to show for was a 4-namesday-old child and an uppity headache of a woman who was now the former queen of the Seven Kingdoms. If the present situation continues, it won't be long before his crew turn on him. He'd be a useless pirate if there were nothing to share with his men. Sooner or later, word would spread of the former queen in his custody, and the Iron Throne would be after his hide. Rauello drank deep from his cup and drained the last drops of ale in a single pass. He knew there was only one way he could salvage the situation. If he could not claim Lannister gold by delivering Cersei Lannister and her brat to Lannisport, He might as well sell the woman off at a fancy brothel in Lys. He knew there were some special brothels that served only the richest magisters of the free cities. They'd spend a lot of silver to buy a woman like Cersei Lannister, as she was a unique specimen in the trade. He supposed magisters and wealthy merchants would be lining up in Lys to get a taste of the Westerosi queen. Rauello suddenly sat up straight with excitement as the idea gained more traction in his mind. He salivated at the profits he could gain by selling off a voluptuous woman like Cersei Lannister to a brothel in Lys. Obviously, it did not amount to the gold he'd have gotten from House Lannister, but he was in a desperate situation. He was in desperate need of a refit of the Blue Maiden. Should fortune favored him, he was also hoping to add another ship to his name. However, he couldn't jump headfirst into another bad position. He would keep the child Myrcella in his custody as a shield should the Lannisters somehow crawl back to prominence. By all accounts he heard so far, the Westerosi king was winning the war against House Lannister. Should King Robert Baratheon win, House Lannister would get destroyed or diminished in power. If the latter were to happen, he'd have to keep the girl Myrcella as a hostage to shield himself from any hostile action from the Lannisters. Maybe he could even sell the child to House Lannister for a small fortune. Rauello thought over the plan in his mind and found it sound. Now, he just had to present his plan in a way that'd not spook the Westerosi queen of his true intentions. "Dale!" he shouted at the door. "Captain!" The door suddenly swung open with his trusted servant dipping his pea-sized head into his cabin. "Bring me that Westerosi woman into me cabin." "Aye, Captain." Dale nodded, immediately leaving after closing his cabin door. Rauello didn't have to wait long as the Lannister woman gracefully walked into his cabin after a few minutes. He had to admit that Cersei Lannister was a beauty unlike any he had ever seen. He'd say the Lannister queen was the most beautiful woman on either side of the narrow sea. The woman was dressed in fine green silk with gold trimmings. His eyes immediately went to the full round breasts of the Lannister woman. The gold and green dress was not hiding those round orbs' size or beauty. Then the full red lips always beckoned any red-blooded man to claim it with no mind to the price that had to be paid. The green striking eyes always made any man or woman lose themselves, as they were more beautiful than even the famed emerald gems of Norvos. Then finally, the Lannister queen was blessed with a long golden mane gleaming bright yellow, as if it was woven out of the gold mined out of Casterly Rock itself. Shaking himself out of his stupor, he couldn't help but wonder what the woman was thinking, prancing around his ship dressed in these fine silks. It was a small wonder that his men hadn't forced themselves on the Lannister queen on this long voyage. Even he had been tempted to visit the woman's cabin and enjoy the woman from dusk till dawn. Only the promise of gold made him lock up the temptation bubbling within and even keep the men of his crew to behave respectfully with the threat of his sword. "I don't have to care about that now, do I?" Rauello thought to himself as he enjoyed the beauty of the woman standing before him. He eyed the barrel of wine that was safely stored in his private trunk. It was one of the stronger versions of the Dornish Red he had liberated from a merchant ship a few years back. He had kept it stowed away for an occasion of great importance. He supposed having the Queen of Westeros warm his bed was a great occasion as any. "Please sit, Your Grace. I believe I've some news to share about our destination. But first, shall I serve you wine?" Rauello offered, knowing full well that the wine was strong enough to lower the inhibitions of the Lannister queen if she managed to consume enough quantities. "I doubt you've anything that fits my tastes, Captain Rauello." Cersei scrunched up her nose in distaste. "But after months of suffering the stale food and ale, I suppose even the lowest of wines you peasants drink might compare better." "Your Grace will find that you'd enjoy what I've to offer," Rauello said, keeping a smile on his face even though he was tempted just to smack the woman for her uppity attitude. However, he disregarded such thoughts as he knew he'd be the one laughing in the end. He decided to give a befitting answer to the Lannister woman in his bed. He was not going to let her leave his bed anytime soon. After all, he had a few months' worth of abuse and vitriol to pay back. A wolf's dilemma. Warning. Lemon? Harry studied the design of the new ship that was specifically designed to traverse the treacherous sea lanes of the Bay of Ice around the icebergs of the area. He planned to take the ice from this region and transport it to all corners of the known world when he had a huge fleet under his command. He looked at the specifications of the naval ram that was proposed to be built into the ship for breaking away the ice obstacles in the sea. It was supposed to be built with ironwood, and Harry planned to add some magical augmentation to the ship once the construction started. I suppose I'll call it Icebreaker, Harry thought. However, Harry was not that impressed with the ironwood ram. While ironwood lasted long in seawater, it decayed like any other wood. He had the idea to create a metallic ram for the proposed icebreaker ships. It'd be purely experimental, and if it performs better than the ironwood ram model, then the future icebreakers could house a metallic ram. There were other reasons he was going to such lengths to collect ice when he could easily fish it from the lakes and rivers in the north. Reason 1. The perilous journey to the Bay of Ice, like sailing along the lengths of the ice river and the gorge, would give his sailors some much-needed experience as they flirt with the danger of the wildling attacks and nature. Reason 2. The consecutive sea voyages would help the North develop more naval technological advancements that had become quite useful in sea battles. He was also hoping to incorporate the magnetic compass and the ram into his war galleys. Hunting for ice along the shores of the lands of always winter was going to make his sailors more experienced in their work. Reason 3. The shores beyond the wall need to be explored if the war with the others forces him to plan a strike at their strongholds. It was not clear whether the others had the ability to attack from water bodies. In case they have that ability, then the need to dominate the Bay of Ice with his fleet was paramount. The frozen shore and the regions close to the Shadow Tower were strategically vital should the war with the others escalate into long attrition. He also planned to establish several hidden outposts along the shores for supplies in case the war demanded it. Reason 4. The need for landing armies and, if need be, rescue operations were also a capability that he needed to explore. He had the airships under his command, but it was better to have an alternate method just in case. Reason 5. He was planning to modify his ships with a propeller powered by magical runes and charms. The Bay of Ice sounds to be one of the most isolated places in the known world to carry out mock battles, weapons experimentation, and, most importantly, accurately mapping all the vital shipping lanes as well as shores. Harry made some side notes in his diary about adding the metallic ram. Perhaps it could even be spell-forged metal cast into the likeness of a ram, fitted at the underwater portion of the bow of the ship. If he could field more propeller power ships, all fleets in Westeros and Essos would become useless against the might of his fleet. He was not planning to launch a naval invasion against other political entities, but it was better to be prepared for such an eventuality. The present situation with House Lannister stands as a testament highlighting the need for a fleet for the North. In his mind, he saw the need for 2 fleets. The Sunset Sea and the Narrow Sea would need more northern ships in them if the North were supposed to project its strength and grow further. With more trade, it was only natural that there would be more threats. The realignment of economic interests had always spelt the start of wars between nations. Harry was not expecting anything less when the North corners certain key markets in Essos and Westeros. He had already seen a bunch of no-good assassins sent after him by some no-good magisters of Myr. He was expecting more from those slavers. In fact, it had been eerily silent on their front. After all, he quite liked killing off unthinking muggles and their servants. It was an acquired taste that was hard to leave him anytime soon. There was a knock on the door, gaining his attention. Harry set aside his diary and took up the parchments that contained several petitions from landed knights, lesser lords, the Night's Watch, and even lords from the great houses of the North. "Come in," Harry said, dipping the quill in the inkpot and putting his signature on the bottom of a petition granting fresh rations for the Night's Watch from Winterfell's granary. The door to his office swung open, and it was none other than Maester Luwin. "Don't tell me you have more petitions handed to you," Harry said hopefully. "I don't, my lord." Maester Luwin smiled, which made Harry relieved. He had enough work with all the assortment of petitions he was receiving from the small folk and the nobility of the North. "That's good. Are you here for the star charts of Proxima Galaxy?" Harry asked curiously, as that was the only interesting thing he did once he took over the Stark of Winterfell post. It was even an accidental find made by Sansa. His little sister had grown frustrated with him because of his lack of time in teaching her magic tricks with runes, and therefore she took it upon herself to mess with his telescopes in the astronomy tower. One thing led to another, and Sansa somehow traced out a distant galaxy almost 300 million light-years away. Exactly how that happened remained a mystery, as his telescopes were difficult for a child to operate. Harry suspected his sister's magic was undergoing a transformation of sorts. He was keeping an eye on the changes he was bringing to his siblings because of magic's revival and his own resurrection of the lost magical languages. That'd be an interesting topic of discussion, but no. I've received a raven from the Bear Islands. Lady Mormont expresses her profound gratitude and says the victims were suitably compensated as Lord Eddard ordered. I see. Harry nodded thoughtfully. That's good. Is that all it says? The surveyors you sent have taken note of the facilities in the Bear Islands. They've identified a good spot for the harbor you have in mind. Lady Mormont has given her blessings for the land to be taken for the harbor. Maester Luwin reported. That's good. There is also another matter, Maester Luwin said, a tad hesitantly, which caught Harry's attention. What's it? Harry asked, frowning at the older man. Lord Manderley has caught an Associ merchant ship that had veered off from the permitted course, facilitating illegal boarding of foreign citizens into the north a few miles away from White Harbor. Illegal migration? Harry asked, a little bit surprised. Harry was frankly astounded that something like illegal migration would happen, especially in the north. The harsh climate of the north had always been a factor in keeping the north isolated and writing it off as a place for families to migrate. Perhaps there were foreigners in the north hiding out here, escaping the local justice systems of their former homes. The vastness of the north had certain advantages, but the obvious disadvantage was the difficulty in policing the settlements. It was one of the reasons why he kept a registry of citizens when Avalon began receiving a huge influx of immigrants from the nearby lands. I'm afraid that's not the only thing Lord Manderley discovered after interrogating the ship's captain and crew. Maester Luwin cut himself short, looking very hesitant to say further. Out with it, Maester Luwin. You might as well finish the rest. Harry prodded, nodding encouragingly at the old maester. You should not act rashly or needlessly fear, my lord. It seems Lord Manderley unearthed a conspiracy to have you assassinated by interrogating the ship's captain. The Myrish glassmakers hired the services of assassins from the House of the Undying of Karth. The House of the Undying? Never heard of it. I thought Karth was famous for its spices, not assassins. Harry frowned thoughtfully. The city of Karth is a gateway between the Free Cities, Westeros, and Slaver's Bay. They trade in precious gems, silk, and spices, but also have warlocks centered around the House of the Undying. The warlocks are said to be great practitioners of magic, but their power has waned over the years after the death of the last of the Targaryen dragons. Even so, they are feared all over in Essos and Westeros. I think I remember reading about them now. Is this the bunch of fools who drink some magic potion turning blue skin to use magic? Harry asked curiously. I wouldn't term it exactly like that, but essentially yes. Maester Luwin coughed behind his palm, but Harry picked up on the snort of laughter the old maester was trying to hide. How many of these assassins have landed on our shores? Harry asked. Lord Manderley claims there are 3, but we cannot trust that number. The warlocks are trained assassins. The captain of the ship may not necessarily know the true number. Maester Luwin said anxiously. I suppose we'll need to increase the security in Winterfell. I'll also order the guards to routinely inspect the inns nearby for word of any strange travelers. Send word to other northern houses as well. We cannot rule out the possibility that they might be here to target someone else while using me as a distraction. I'll do that right away, my lord. Harry waved his hand dismissively. He watched Maester Luwin leave calmly. When the door was closed shut, Harry immediately jumped out of his seat and celebrated the news with a dance. Thank you, my Myrish friends. Thank you. Harry jubilantly crowed as he danced around in his room in excitement. He was bored out of his mind, stuck with resolving petitions and holding court. For the first few weeks, it was fun as he was engaged in a lot of decision-making that revolved around infrastructure projects like widening the King's Road, building up a better road network into the settlements of the mountain clans, and overseeing the next crop planting after the harvest was done. But as time passed, the exciting stuff was swept aside by boring complaints, border disputes, labor disputes, encroachments, and the usual politicking between the northern houses. While he had taken on the duties with vigor, He missed Avalon and all the exciting experimentation that he could engage with his students. He was even looking forward to studying Elzara Snow's unique magical powers when disaster struck in the form of a war in the South. Because of the war, he was forced to spend all his time in Winterfell without anything exciting going on in his life. I suppose the warlocks of Karth might hold information on the Golden Empire of E.T., the Five Forts, the Valyrian Peninsula, and even some of the mysteries surrounding the apocalyptic event known as the Long Night. Harry thought. He stopped dancing as a thoughtful expression came on his face. There was a chance that the awakening of magic in Westeros also affected the warlocks. In that case, there was a need to get better prepared to capture a bunch of magical assassins. While he doubted these warlocks were anything but weak charlatans, it was better to be prepared. He was in such high spirits for the rest of the day that he decided to take up Sansa and Arya on their demand to teach them more rune-based magic. XXXXX warning. Lemon begins XXXXX. Cersei bit her lips as a trail of fiery kisses was being rained on her back, slowly climbing up her spine all the way to her shoulders and then her neck. She could feel the hot breath of the pirate captain on her skin, stirring her insides with pleasure. Captain Rauello began using his teeth against her skin, drawing moans from Cersei as he settled against her ear with his lips nibbling on her earlobe. She could feel Rauello pawing at her ass and pushing her leg to the side. Closing her eyes, she imagined it was Jaime pressing down on her back. Cersei let out a long, drawn-out moan as she felt herself getting full with Rauello plowing her insides with his cock. She tried her hardest to imagine it was Jaime, but in her mind, she knew her twin was either languishing in a cell or escaping from her brood of a husband. She hoped with all her heart Joffrey and Jaime escaped the clutches of Robert. She hoped her father would crush her oafish husband and his heathen dogs. All those thoughts and worries about her family fled her mind as Rauello picked up the pace, and there was nothing she could do but scream and moan as her body burned with passion. She couldn't remember all the details of the first time she shared bed with Captain Rauello as she was drunk out of her mind, but she remembered the second, third, fourth, and fifth times quite clearly. After spending a whole night in Rauello's bed, the pirate captain was under the impression that she belonged in his bed from there on out. She didn't protest because she was aware Captain Rauello had the advantage. The pirate scum could turn his ship around and sell her and Myrcella off to her brutish husband. Such an outcome was intolerable for her interests and her continued existence. Therefore, she welcomed the pirate captain into her cabin with open arms. Within one night of vigorous ducking, she gleaned some of the pirate's intentions towards her and her daughter. The man wanted to leave her at Lys. From that statement, Cersei realized she and her daughter were in danger. It was then that she made the decision to seduce the captain and make him dance to her whim. She had thought it'd be a difficult task, but the pirate was an idiot. It took her only 2 nights to make the pirate believe it'd be a better idea to sail for Tyrosh. The reason was quite simple. She conveniently let it slip after one night of passion that her father had extensive contacts in Tyrosh, and she knew some of those wealthy magisters who'd reward the pirate for safely transporting her and her daughter. It was true she knew some of the magisters of Tyrosh by name as she had interacted with, some of them in Casterly Rock and King's Landing. But there was a chance those magisters could easily hand her over to Robert. It was a risk she had to take if she was to survive. She knew for certain she could not stay on a pirate ship for too long. A cry escaped her lips as Rauello became more frenzied as he slammed against her ass repeatedly with great force. Their flesh clapped against each other, creating a steady music in the cabin. Cersei had to bite into the pillow to arrest herself from screaming her heart out as the pirate captain became more vigorous in ducking her. She heard the pirate let out a growl, and in the next moment, she was pulled up from the bed. By the time she blinked, Cersei was sitting facing the pirate with her legs wide open. Rauello looked like a crazed beast, and he didn't waste a moment to sheath himself inside her again. She felt her ass getting groped harshly as Rauello slammed into her again, making her release boundless cries inside the cabin. Her tits rubbed against the skin of Rauello, her nipples hard as a rock. "Rauello," she whispered throatily. "Harder. Faster." The pirate captain slapped her bottom in excitement and picked up the pace. Rauello's grunts and moans mixed with her pleasure-filled moans. As the captain enthusiastically plowed her insides, Cersei had to throw her arms around Rauello's neck for support. She could feel she was getting closer to completion and enjoying this position quite well. She didn't voice her approval. Instead, she showed it by slamming repeatedly along his length, accompanied by loud cries. Cersei threw her head back and screamed in joy as she came around Rauello's cock at a hard thrust from the man. She continued to rock her hips against the pirate captain as she rode down from her high. Her hair was dancing behind her back, and she could feel her hair getting sticky to her sweat-glistering body. Though she was just about ready to curl up in her bed, Captain Rauello was hardly finished with her for the night. The pirate captain took hold of her hair at the back of her neck and pulled her back, making her groan in pain. "I'm not done enjoying you yet, my queen," Rauello growled, his grip tightening on her ass cheeks. Cersei was carried by Rauello out of her bed, who had a vice grip on her ass, slamming her back against the wooden wall of her cabin. She had no choice but to wrap her legs around the captain's waist for support. She felt raised as high as possible against the wall, and in the next moment, Rauello slammed into her warm core again with a force that knocked the air out of her lungs. A muffled yelp escaped her throat as Rauello slammed his lips against hers, while he invaded her with rapid, smooth movements. Cersei felt her toes curl as Rauello dragged his lips downward along her chin, then her neck, until finally, he littered a trail of fiery kisses all along the fine contours of her breasts. She tried to squirm as Rauello took one of her nipples into his mouth, but she had nowhere to go. She could only gasp and moan as she tightened around the pirate's cock at the rough treatment he was dishing out on her tits. One of Rauello's hands was pawing at her other breast, heightening her pleasure. She didn't know how long she stayed that way against the wooden wall, but she felt the telltale signs of its end when she heard a feral growl from Rauello. She let out a gasp when Rauello suddenly pulled out and began spraying his seed against her belly. She couldn't help but shiver as she reached her climax for a second time. Exhausted with their carnal activities, they fell into the bed in a tangle of limbs. XXXXX lemon ends XXXXX. Cersei struggled to catch her breath after a vigorous session of lovemaking with Rauello. She tried to roll over and set herself against her bed, but the pirate captain had other plans. He held on to her body by her hips and made her lay on his body. "I wish to enjoy your warmth, my queen," Rauello whispered into her ears. Once again, she wished it was Jaime lying beneath her and whispering sweet nothings against her ear. Unfortunately, that was not the case, but Rauello was a good lover. She enjoyed her time with him on the ship despite the reasons behind it. Closing her eyes, she tried to purge her mind of the pleasure that was pervading her body. It was a difficult task, but she managed it somehow since her and Myrcella's lives depended on it. It was the same way she managed to convince the pirate captain to take her Tyrosh, where a hefty reward awaited him. "I think I'll have Magister Vigris arrange an additional ship for you, Captain," Cersei purred seductively into Rauello's ear. "Oh, why? You already promised me 2 ships and 2 chests full of gold and silver," said Rauello, tracing circles with his fingers on her naked back. "With 1 more ship for you to crew and refit, you'll stay a little longer in Tyrosh. I believe I can secure accommodations for you in a manse with me, my brave captain. My bed would be less warm without you in it," Cersei whispered coyly, her nails scraping the skin of the pirate while her legs rubbed against the ensnared pirate's legs. Rauello captured her lips in a kiss. "I think." His lips gained vigor as they battled for dominance. "I'd like that, my queen." Cersei let out a giggle as she nuzzled into the crook of the neck of the pirate. Her green eyes gained a dangerous glint as she thought of her success in ensnaring her captor into the trap she was setting. "I'd be warming the bed with you, dear captain, but it'd be with your blood," Cersei thought vindicatively, her eyes slowly closing as exhaustion seeped into her body. XXXXXX. Eddard observed the silhouette of the castle of House Lefford, called the Golden Tooth. It was not a massive castle by any means, but he knew it was going to be a bloody affair to take it from Lord Leo Lefford. It'd be a tough siege, as he could see there was no way a large army could siege the castle sitting atop such a rocky hill without bleeding men in the thousands. Despite the difficulty, he had no choice but to ensure the castle fell into his command should the combined Northern and Riverland armies invade the Westerlands. "As I said, not an easy task to accomplish," Lord Tytos Blackwood commented, coming to his side and observing the castle that was sitting safely high in the hills guarding the King's Road. "I hate to agree with a Blackwood, but by the seven, the man is right. We must find a way around the Golden Tooth, or hope Lord Lefford somehow surrenders the castle without a fight," said Lord Jonas Bracken, exchanging a less-than-friendly look with this fellow River Lord. Eddard was aware of the infamous rivalry between House Blackwood and Bracken. He was, however, heartened to see that the two lords answered the call of their king even when their liege lord refused to honor the call. He hoped the two lords continue their support, as he needed them to lead the Riverland lords in the absence of his good father. "I've already sent some of my best scouts to search for alternate routes around Golden Tooth. Perhaps you could find some of the better scouts from the Riverlands, as we Northmen are unfamiliar with the terrain." "Leave that to me, Lord Stark. I have some good scouts that we can use," John Bracken said. "Good." Eddard sighed in relief. "Do either of you think Lord Lefford would surrender if we offer generous terms?" "How generous?" Tytos Blackwood asked with a frown. "Lord Aaron has charged me to offer an expansion of Lefford holdings in return for swearing allegiance to his grace's cause in this war," Eddard said honestly, as he hoped the Riverlords would have a better opinion of Lord Leo Lefford. "I doubt Lord Lefford would accept anything that had put him at odds with Lord Tywin. The lordlings of the Westerlands fear Lord Tywin, and they know the cost of defying the Lions means the death of their entire family," said Jonas Bracken. "Lord Jonas speaks true. Appealing to Lord Leo's duty to his king would not move the man. I'd suggest that you offer him protection, my lord," Lord Tytos Blackwood suggested. "Protection? Isn't the protection guaranteed as our army faces off against Lord Tywin?" Eddard frowned. Eddard watched Lord Blackwood and Bracken exchange a long look between them. "I'm speaking of an alliance, my lord. Lord Leo Lefford has one daughter who is also his heir. Her name is Alysanne Lefford," Lord Bracken explained. "Should you offer a marriage alliance to Lord Lefford, he'd be more amenable to help us. If his daughter's inheritance is protected by marriage to a great house of Westeros, Lord Lefford would be less inclined to throw in his lot with Lord Tywin," Lord Blackwood commented, agreeing with Lord Bracken. Eddard looked between the two lords with wide eyes. "You mean to say I must buy Lord Lefford's allegiance by promising him a marriage pact with my heir?" Eddard asked incredulously. "It'd help to convince Lord Lefford to join us against his liege lord. House Stark is a great house and far out of reach of Lord Tywin. A man like Lord Lefford would always look to ensure his daughter's future before anything else. As a father of two daughters yourself, I'm sure you also feel the same, Lord Stark," said Lord Tytos Blackwood. Eddard was thoughtful for a moment, as he weighed the opinions of the two Riverlords in his mind. "You've given me much to think about, my lords. I shall take your advice into consideration before I send any emissaries to talk terms with Lord Lefford," Eddard eventually said before retiring to his tent. He could not help but wonder whether it was worth promising Robb or even Harrion for Lord Lefford's daughter to secure passage into the Westerlands. He hoped the scouts return with an alternate route, as he'd be left with two difficult choices. And for artworks related to the story, Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. A cloak for a wolf. Eddard stared at the map of the Westerlands with some trepidation. The scouts he had sent forth had returned empty-handed. It was a huge disappointment and a blow to the planned invasion into the Westerlands. Scouts the Riverlords had sent forth were still searching for an alternate route. Should the old gods be merciful, the scouts would return with good news. If not, he'd have to choose either a siege or approach Lord Lefford with a marriage proposal. The problem was that a siege on Golden Tooth would delay the advance of the Northern Army into the Westerlands. It'd also be a bloody affair with thousands of his men dead in the field. If he could help it, Eddard thought to avoid any needless deaths. The second option was untenable for him or his bannermen. The Northern lords would be rather cross with him if he betrothed his heir to the daughter of a Southern lord of little importance. He had already received many betrothal offers for Robb and Harrion from houses Karstark, Serwyn, Ryswool, Manderley, Tallhart, Forrester, and even some of the mountain clans. If he were to promise Lord Lefford that his daughter could become the Lady of Winterfell or Avalon, he'd be attracting the ire of his bannermen. There was already discontent amongst his men for involving the North in what they considered Southern affairs. They wanted the North to return to isolation, similar to the times before Cregan Stark. Eddard was not ignorant of the attractiveness of the idea. The North was now largely independent of the southernmost kingdoms. His people no longer depended solely on the Riverlands, the Vale, or the Reach for grain. The northern mountains, Deepwood Motte, Winterfell, and White Harbor, produced enough grain to feed the North. With the yield of Dustin and Risswell lands added in, they had more than enough to store away for the winter, or even trade away to foreign merchants. The last report he read from Lord Wyman Manderley suggested that northern grain was sought after by Pentosi and Bravosi merchants for their cheap price. The winds of change unleashed by his son were turning the North into a better place for his people. While the North was reaping those benefits, Eddard was aware that the rise of the North did not sit well with all their neighbors. The most affected were the Riverlords. It was one of the reasons why several houses of the Riverlands refused to join him in battle. The Freys, Mallisters, Mutun, Went, the Vancess of Atranta, and Wayfarer's Rest have all ignored the king's call. At the same time, houses Bracken, Blackwood, Ryger, Piper, and Derry have all pledged their support in the invasion of the Westerlands. Considering the fact that houses Derry and Ryger were staunch Targaryen loyalists during the rebellion, Eddard considered their support a good sign for Robert's rule. That doesn't mean he considered the cold shoulder their old allies were showing hadn't impacted his or Robert's standing in any manner. His own bannermen were discontent with the attitude of his wife's family. House Tully holds paramountcy over the River Lords. The open defiance showed by his good father had enraged some of his northern lords like Glover and Umber. Not a day goes by without Lords Umber and Glover asking him repeatedly to march back into the North and leave the southern problems to the southern lords. He'd have preferred not to meddle in the affairs of the southern kingdoms, but the duty to his king and honor of House Stark was at stake. He swore he'd defend his king, and that was a vow he'd not break callously. He sat up straight and looked at the entrance of his tent when his ears picked up footsteps closing in. His tent flaps parted, and Eddard saw his son step inside, making him let out a quiet sigh of relief. For a moment, he feared it was Lord Umber or Glover coming to him with their appeals to abandon the war front. Rob. Eddard nodded at his son, who walked further into his tent to stand beside him. Are you going to offer terms to Lord Lefford? Rob asked, not taking his eyes away from the map. Yes. Sometimes, a battle can be avoided through dialogue, said Eddard, squeezing his son's shoulder. Remember this lesson, Rob. Not all issues can be solved with steel. Sometimes, words are far more effective than steel in war. Is it true that we can't breach Golden Tooth? Is it an impenetrable castle? Asked Rob, frowning at the map. No castle is unbreachable, Rob. It's just that an army commander must decide whether it is worth the price of sacrificing thousands of men to take a castle when there are other alternatives. Does that mean you'd offer to make Lord Lefford's daughter the Lady of Avalon? Rob asked, making Eddard look at his son with wide eyes. Where did you hear that? Eddard asked forcefully, staring down at his son with an intensity that made Rob shrink back. I heard it, Rob stuttered anxiously. But before Eddard could make Rob say anything coherent, Sir Mark Piper barged into his tent brimming with excitement. Lord Stark, you have to see this. I've found something amazing. Did the scouts return with a way around Golden Tooth? Eddard asked hopefully. I'm afraid our scouts have not returned, but this will be much more satisfying for you, my lord. That, I assure you, said Mark Piper, beckoning him outside the tent. Eddard decided to indulge the young knight and followed the heir of Pink Maiden outside of the tent, with Rob closely following him. When Eddard finally stepped out of his tent, he could not see anything out of the ordinary. He was about to ask Sir Mark what the man was on about when his ears picked up on the sound of riding horses from the east of their camp. Is someone coming? Eddard muttered, looking to the edge of his camp. Don't worry, my lord. We have some more friends coming over from the Riverlands joining our fight against the lions, said Sir Mark, the young knight's blue eyes alight with excitement. Eddard realized the cause of Sir Mark's excitement when he saw the banners of House Tully approaching his camp. On the front of the column was his good brother Edmure and his wife's uncle Brendon. Edmure was wearing gleaming steel armor fashioned out in the likeness of fish scales, while the Blackfish had donned a black armor with the same design. Sir Edmure, Sir Brendon, I did not expect to see you two here after Lord Tully decided to stay out of the war. My father is a complicated man, my lord, He has his reasons to ask us to stay put, and we have our reasons to disobey him. Edmure smirked, climbing down from his horse. Aye. Family, duty, and honor are the words of House Tully. Family comes first before anything else. Lord Stark will not let you ride alone into the lion's den. Besides, I hear young Robb is also with you. Where is he, by the way? Brynden asked, climbing down from his horse. Eddard couldn't help but smile at the two Tully men.
Come?
Let me introduce you two to my eldest. Eddard invited them in, relieved that something was going his way in this blasted war. He supposed it was a good omen as any. XXXXXX. So, you two defied Lord Hoster's wishes by riding here taking a portion of House Tully's sworn men, said Eddard, looking at his wife's brother and uncle with concern. Should I be concerned Lord Hoster holds me or Cat responsible? Oh, he'd be holding the both of us responsible for a long time, said Edmure dismissively. Father will forgive us in time. What can we do to help, Lord Eddard? I've sent scouts for a way around Golden Tooth. The natural defenses of the castle will prove to be a hindrance in a siege. Our best chance lies in finding a way around the castle and accessing the King's Road from the other side. Eddard explained. I see. Ser Brynden muttered thoughtfully. It's a good strategy, but the scouts have to deliver you an alternate route wide enough for your army to safely cross the hills of Westerlands for your strategy to work. I know. The scouts I sent have already returned empty-handed. I've also asked some Riverlords to send some of their best scouts. Perhaps they'll succeed where my scouts failed, said Eddard. In that case, we need to persuade Lord Lefford to side with us over House Lannister, said Edmure. I'm told it won't be easy to convince Lord Leo Lefford to turn against his liege lord. Tywin Lannister's fearsome reputation holds much sway among the lords of the Westerlands. Eddard said morosely. I think you'll be surprised how cooperative Lord Lefford can be when he hears of Prince Stannis' victory over Ser Kevan Lannister in the Reach, Ser Brynden said with a vindictive smile. Eddard looked at the two Tullys with wide eyes. Is it true? He asked hopefully. It is, Lord Stark.
Ser Brynden nodded firmly.
Word came from King's Landing about Prince Stannis' great victory over the Lannister army attacking the Reach. It said Lord Randall Tarly trapped the Lannister army led by Ser Kevan Lannister and Ser Adam Marbrand outside the walls of Appleton. Prince Stannis led a Crownland host and took the Lannister army from their back. It was a rout. Ser Kevan was taken prisoner as well as many valuable hostages from the Westerlands. This changes things. Lord Lefford might be more amenable to accept the king's peace. Eddard said excitedly at the prospect of peace and a quick end to this war. Mayhaps, if the gods were kind, Lord Tywin would be amenable to surrender and end this war. Eddard thought. At that moment, messengers from Lord Bracken and Blackwood arrived regarding the findings of their scouts. The men could not find a path around Golden Tooth, which made it crucial to secure the allegiance of Lord Lefford. With no other choice left, Eddard sent messengers to Lord Lefford, inviting the man to his tent to talk peace. He was pleasantly surprised Lord Lefford readily agreed to meet, which was a good sign. He thought the Lord of Golden Tooth would insist on the meeting inside the man's castle. Yet, nothing of the sort happened. It took them only a few hours to prepare, and soon they were hosting Lord Lefford and an assortment of knights the Lord of Golden Tooth brought forth for the meeting. To allay any fears of Lord Lefford and his companions, Eddard ensured proper guest rites were observed by offering bread and salt to his guests. When the traditions were appropriately observed, Eddard convened the meeting in his tent in the presence of all the principal lords of the North and the Riverlands. Lord Lefford, I shall speak freely and not bore you with empty words. You know why we are here. King Robert has declared that House Lannister is in open rebellion, and he will see justice served on House Lannister for their crimes. I'm honor-bound to aid my king in this war, as are you. I'd request your cooperation in this matter. I'm also honor-bound to serve my liege lord, Lord Stark. Do not imply I'm without honor, said Lord Lefford. Aye, you have your oaths to Lord Tywin. But tell me, my lord, shouldn't adultery be punished? Cersei Lannister has tried to pass off her bastards as the king's children. Isn't King Robert justified in throwing the Lannisters behind bars for this betrayal? Even the Citadel has confirmed the validity of Joffrey's and Myrcella's illegitimacy. Eddard argued fiercely in favor of his friend. Come now, Lord Leo, you know as well as I do that Lord Tywin will lose this war. The Stormlands, the Riverlands, the Crownlands, the Reach, the Vale, and the North have assembled against the Lions. Even Lord Tywin, as powerful and rich as he is, cannot withstand the combined might of the Crown and Four Kingdoms. Tyto's Blackwood reminded the Westermen, it's only a matter of time before the Martells also come for the blood of Tywin Lannister. Face the reality, Lord Lefford. House Lannister's days are numbered. Lord Bracken said, I hear you all, my lords, but understand my position. As you say, it might be true that King Robert may triumph over the Old Lion. Even if that's the case, what's stopping the next Lord Lannister from exacting their vengeance upon my family? I have no sons to lead my men into battle. If I were to open the gates of Golden Tooth for your armies, my daughter's life would be in jeopardy. Lord Lefford said anxiously. Eddard could not argue against the man's worries. He could not promise Robert would attain the castle and lands of House Lannister. That'd be the ideal punishment for their crimes, and he'd argue for it should the opportunity arise. But he could not give his word that'd happen, and thereby assure Lord Lefford's safety from any future Lannister retribution. Surely, you worry too much, Lord Lefford. If Tywin falls, the rest of the Lannisters would be weakened. They won't dare to raise a finger against you under King Robert's reign. That is assuming any Lannisters would remain to rule from Casterly Rock when the war is won, said Edmure. You do not understand House Lannister, Sir Edmure. Lord Tywin has instilled in them his brutality. You all saw what they did when they sacked King's Landing. The Lannister army sacked the city by Lord Tywin's order. They even killed Princess Elia and her children. Should I turn my cloak, they won't hesitate to do the same to me and my daughter. Lord Lefford said fearfully, his brown eyes holding nothing but fear in them. By now, Eddard realized Lord Lefford would be of little help. The man feared House Lannister more than the army camped outside his walls. He supposed he shouldn't have been surprised to see Lord Lefford fearing House Lannister despite most of the Seven Kingdoms being arrayed against them. His eyes strayed to Robb, who was holding a jug full of wine at the tent's corner. He thought of the idea Lord Bracken and Blackwood suggested. Eddard was troubled with what was happening, and then an idea struck his mind. There was merit to the advice Lords Bracken and Blackwood provided him a few days back. But a Stark marrying Lord Lefford's daughter would not secure the safety of House Lefford because House Stark of Winterfell and Avalon were hundreds of leagues away from Golden Tooth. The simplest and most helpful solution would be Lord Lefford tying his family to a powerful great house closer to his castle. I have a solution to your worries, Lord Lefford. You need not face the wrath of House Lannister alone in the future. What if you and your daughter are protected by not one but three great houses of Westeros? Eddard spoke up, plunging the tent into silence as all eyes turned on him. What do you mean, Lord Stark? Leo Lefford asked, his confused green eyes trained on him with a smudge of hopeful glint. Ser Edmure Tully is the son of Lord Hoster Tully, the Lord Paramount of the Trident. He is also the brother of my wife, the Lady of Winterfell. He remains unmarried to this day. He has proven his mettle in many tourneys, earned his knighthood through good deeds, and stayed true to his vows as a knight to this day, Eddard said, keeping his eyes firmly on Lord Lefford, as he could see the look of utter confusion coming from his good brother. I propose you betroth your daughter, Lady Alysanne Lefford, to Ser Edmure Tully. In time, Lady Alysanne shall become the Lady of Riverrun and aunt to my children. As the Lady of Riverrun, your daughter also becomes good sister to Lady Lisa Arryn and aunt to the future heirs of Aerie. Should Golden Tooth be ever threatened by anyone, three great houses with the backing of the entirety of the North, the Vale and the Riverlands shall come to your aid. Now, wait just a minute. Who's marrying who? Edmure spluttered, looking between a beaming Lord Lefford and a northern lord who was consciously trying to avoid looking at the confused heir of Riverrun. Eddard hated these games, and that was why he preferred to stay in the North, where men didn't play games with words. He knew how to play these games of the South as Lord Arryn raised him, but he detested it passionately. If he could help it, he'd not force his children to play these detestable games of the South. That was why he suggested Edmure's name instead of offering his own sons as viable candidates for the hand of Lady Alysanne Lefford. The game was detestable, but as long as it secured his children's future, he was willing to play it despite how intolerable he found it. Now, it was a matter of convincing Edmure to go through with his plan. He doubted it'd be that difficult. Lord Leford seemed happy enough, and that was half the battle won. XXXXXX. Harry keenly observed the script drawn on the parchment, and then looked at the eager eyes of his little sister. "So, what do you think?" Sansa asked eagerly, with Arya also looking at him with an impatient look by her side. Harry grunted and went back to staring at the runic script his sisters had brought to him for inspection. Harry supposed he shouldn't have been surprised by Sansa's exemplary skill in the subject of runes. Ever since he had shown the fireworks runestone on a harvest feast, Sansa was obsessed with learning runes. He was forced to write up lessons and exercises that allowed Sansa to expand upon her capabilities regarding the subject of runes. He was sure Sansa only became more skilled when she started teaching Arya most of what she learned. "I think this runic cluster should work as you intended," Harry eventually said, after studying the runes closely and finding no fault in them. "Yay!" Sansa shouted excitedly, scaring a few small birds hanging around in the godswood to fly away in fright. Sansa and Arya hugged each other happily as it was collaborative work between the two. "So, we can start the work on the runestone, right?" Sansa asked excitedly. "Have you learned to shield your carved runes from the disintegration of the stone?" Harry asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow at his sister. "No, but have you learned to hide your rune scheme so they won't be subject to theft?" Harry's voice cut across, not allowing his sister to argue. "No," Sansa said disappointedly. "Then, you're not ready to make a runestone." "Not yet. This is splendid work, you two. But you are not ready to make runestones," said Harry. Harry watched his two sisters take their leave from the godswood with their shoulders down in disappointment. He could only shake his head at the genius of his two sisters when it came to magical arts. He had it on good authority that his sisters were natural wargs going by their stories of strange dreams, where they occasionally see many of Winterfell's towers from a higher vantage point, or even from the view of horses or hunting dogs. He was holding back on giving them proper instructions till they reached the age of 11, but as days went by, he did not see much logic in waiting that long. In his old world, 11 was the age when magic sort of settled down and flowed in, streamlined through a young wizard's body. But here, he could see Sansa's and Arya's, to a certain extent, achieved a stable magical aura which should have been impossible for a typical young wizard. Sansa was just 8 years old, while Arya was just on the cusp of reaching 6 years old. Yet, their magical auras were stabilizing much faster than he imagined possible. Harry was beginning to wonder whether the rise of old gods was also empowering the first men in ways unseen in the continent in the last 4,000 years or so. Harry picked up a random red leaf from the floor of the godswood. He could feel an echo of magical energy, not there a few years back. Every blade of grass in the north was getting magically saturated in ways that were unseen. He had no idea what the consequences would be with magical energy teeming in every animate and inanimate thing in the north. He had tried to establish contact with the old gods through the weirwood trees, but they've so far ignored him. "Maybe they're a bit touchy because I called them magical leeches in the past," Harry thought with some amusement. Harry sat up straight when his senses went haywire for a moment. At first, he assumed the wards around Winterfell were triggered or something, but a minute passed, and he realized something was changing inside him. His magical energy was fluctuating and condensing into itself for some odd reason. He could feel his magical power withdrawing from his skin and gathering at the base of his spine for some odd reason. It was an odd phenomenon, as magical energy only coils around at the base of the spine of a wizard in their sleep, never when they were awake. Yet, it is happening to Harry didn't get to finish the thought as he felt magical energy surging out in the form of uncontrollable waves. He didn't feel it was threatening in any way, but it was as if his magic was trying to assert itself on the fabric of reality itself in preparation for something. Before Harry could discern adequately what was happening, he got distracted by a voice in the godswood. Harry, to his surprise, it was none other than Jon who was walking into the godswood. Then, he remembered that he was supposed to join Jon for training in the archery range. When Jon finally managed to find him, Harry's hands were glowing with a bright silver light. What's happening?" Jon asked fearfully, seeing the strange light in his brother's arms. Harry was not in a condition to speak, as he was overwhelmed by the dense magical power manifesting outside as glittering silver light. The energy in his arms reached a peak, and then it died down, leaving a feather-like material in his arms. Huh, so that's what happened. Harry muttered as his eyes traced the thin, silvery fabric of the invisibility cloak. What's that? John asked curiously. Harry ignored his brother as he became thoughtful for a moment. He summoned the Elder Wand into his hand with a will of his mind. The Resurrection Stone was already comfortably sitting on his power ring encased in shards of ice dragon crystals. With all three deathly Hallows in his possession, Harry realized his body was now at the peak of his power. It also meant that he was now strong enough to wield magic without the aid of the Elder Wand or his power ring. Harry waved his free hand in the general direction of the heart tree of the Godswood, vanishing all the dry leaves piling up beneath the humongous tree with a thought. That felt surprisingly easy. Harry muttered to himself, looking thoughtfully at his left arm. I'll have to experiment on this further with other spells. Harrian, why are you screaming? Harry frowned at his brother. Are you trying to make me go deaf? Why am I? You. Just what is happening? What was that silver light? What's with that silver cloth on your hands? And why are you looking at me like that? John fired off question after question, looking like he was about to pop a blood vessel or something. Harry climbed to his feet and patted his brother's shoulder to comfort the troubled kid. Don't you worry your little head about anything, brother. Everything is under control, said Harry before walking away, leaving a stunned John behind. Wait, was that the old gods? Or was it, John suddenly became afraid and whispered, was it the ghost of the builder? Harry got the urge to laugh, but he forced up a severe expression on his face and looked down on John in the most snobbish way possible. I'd have told you, but then I'd have to kill you. The way John's face became pale white and his gray eyes shifted around in fear was quite funny. He hoped John never let go of his fear of ghosts. It was one sure way of keeping his brother on his toes. The Undying. Darrow O'Hadras stared unblinkingly at the massive castle from a safe distance. The veil of the night kept the castle shrouded in darkness, but his sight was not the only sense in perceiving the world. Years of training to become a warlock of the House of Undying had gifted him with senses beyond compare. His ability to perceive magic was the greatest among his fellow warlocks, which was why he was chosen for this particular mission. What do you see, Darrow? Asked Crayet, a fellow warlock from Karth. It is most fascinating. The castle is surrounded by protective magic, the likes of which I've never encountered. There is a great source of magic inside the walls of that castle, Darrow said, his eyes never leaving the giant silhouette of the castle and its many tall towers. So, Warlock Pietpri's warnings were not without merit. Crayet mused aloud. Darrow stopped himself from scoffing at the mention of that weak fool Pietpri. The man was a subpar warlock living off the name of his ancestors and overly relying on the shade of evening for even a spark of magic. One of the reasons for the decadence of the House of the Undying was legacy warlocks like Pietpri, who kept warlocks outside the bloodlines of former warlocks from positions of power in their ancient order. Many great warlocks had left the order to join the many pyromancer guilds, and even some of the shadow orders of Ass High. No, it was not. Come, we'll need to circle the castle to see whether there are any weaknesses to the magic woven around the walls. Darrow muttered, maybe we should have brought Brox, Nephi, and Willow. That way, we could cover more ground. Crayet muttered. Darrow scoffed at the prospect of those two useless self-proclaimed warlocks. In his eyes, they were nothing but waste. He suspected Pietpri sent those three morons with him as an insult. One of these days, he would leave the House of the Undying. Perhaps, his services could be better served in the Red Temple or a pyromancer guild in Mir. If the mission succeeded, he supposed he'd gain more contracts from the wealthy merchants and magisters of Mir. Mayhaps, he could even leave Karth and take up residence in Mir. There were ample opportunities for him to gain a lot of contracts if he was to settle in Mir. Once this mission is over, I'll get in touch with some old friends. I've had enough of getting sidelined by worthless fools like Pietpri. Darrow thought, walking in the dark, studying the magical protections of Winterfell. It was quite fascinating as he studied the magic surrounding the castle from different positions of the outer wall. Try as he might, he could not find the source of magic protecting the castle because it felt like the whole castle was imbued with magic. Usually, Magical protections always had a point of origin, but he could not discern the source powering the protection of this castle. The strange part was that he could not understand how the magical protections functioned. What was the magic protecting? Was it merely the castle, or something more specific inside the castle? Just how exactly does the magical protection function? Does it act against intruders or ensnare intruders in traps, like the protections in the House of the Undying? Many such questions haunted Darrow's mind, but the answers eluded him. There is no other option. I'll need to use it, Darrow thought grimly, displeased that his natural talents were not enough to breach the protections around the castle. He picked up a small vial from his belt in the dark. He opened the lid of the vial and took 3 drops of the evening shade into his mouth with his eyes closed. Darrow frowned as the foul elixir made its way down his throat. Many of the warlocks of the House of the Undying had overused the potion, rendering them useless without the elixir. Even after the warlocks of the Ancient Order had become blue from head to toe, they refused to give up their over-reliance on the potion. Despite the dislike I have for the elixir, in certain situations, it is useful, Darrow thought, securing the vial back on his belt. As the potion entered his body, he could feel his senses heighten. Darrow could feel his magic rising beneath his skin, heightening his natural powers. When he opened his eyes, an explosion of colors greeted his eyes as he looked at the castle. "What the?" Darrow muttered, gaping at the massive shroud of magical energy covering the castle stretching out for miles. He gulped as he saw threads of intricate magic woven around the castle and across vast tracts of land outside the castle. "We need to leave now," Darrow said as he noticed that he had unknowingly walked past several layers of magic whose intent he could not wholly discern. "Did you not hear what I just said, Crayet?" "We need to," Darrow trailed off as he finally noted the absence of his companion. Only the sound of crickets and flies greeted him as he looked for his colleague. "Crayet," Darrow breathed, looking around in panic, but he could only see darkness around him. Even the moon was shrouded under the clouds, making Darrow's heart beat faster as fear settled in. Seeing no other option, he ran, taking care not to attract the attention of the guards patrolling the wall or manning the towers of Winterfell. He didn't dare to look back or search for Crayet. His priority was now to ensure his survival. He tried to blend into the darkness and move as swiftly as the wind. Darrow didn't know how long it took, but he finally reached the hiding spot where he and Crayet were observing the castle. He was slightly out of breath and quickly dived onto the ground to avoid notice from any hostiles. He kept his eye on the magical protections surrounding the castle and for any sign of his missing companion. "This mission is not going to be easy," Darrow muttered. "Nothing worthwhile happens easily." Darrow suddenly looked up at the voice and froze in fright as he saw a boy floating a few feet above him on a carpet, of all things. "Wah!" Darrow never got to say anything else as he suddenly felt all his limbs freeze in place. "Now, let's see what I've got. I hope you are more interested than your friend here," said the boy, pointing a stick to the side. Darrow couldn't move his head, but he could move his eyes. He followed the stick with his eyes and found Crayet hanging upside down on a tree branch. He saw all that clearly as the moon emerged from the dark clouds, bathing the immediate surroundings in the moonlight. But all that skipped his notice the moment his eyes connected with a pair of stormy gray eyes. He saw visions of the forests of Qohor, the Dothraki Sea, the Shadowlands, the Bone Mountains, the horrors he saw in the Smoking Sea, and then the southern lands along the shores of the Jade Sea where ancient cities dwelled. The last vision that lingered in his mind was the 5 forts, and after that, he found himself staring at the boy sitting on a flying carpet. He felt like he got stabbed behind his eyes. You are well-traveled and more interesting than your friend. Oh, I almost forgot. Please accept my warm greetings. You shall be my treasured guest in Winterfell," the gray-eyed boy said, and then a flash of red light filled his vision before darkness consumed him whole. When he finally regained his bearings, Darrow found himself in a dark room with chains binding him to a wall. He tried to move his hand, but it barely moved as the chains were as heavy as an elephant for some reason. There was a dull light from a small opening on the prison door, which allowed him to see Crayet bound in chains across from him on the wall in a similar fashion. Darrow used all his strength to lift his limbs, but the chains were unnaturally heavy. It refused to so much as budge an inch from the wall, making it impossible for him to move. After repeated attempts, he was out of breath, which left his muscles strained and weak. There is some kind of magic on the chains, Darrow deduced, taking deep breaths after his failed attempts to break out of the chains. Darrow gritted his teeth as he had no choice but to use his magic against the chains. But the problem was that he was not in a position to use his magic effectively. He had no idea where he was or what sort of guard detail was outside the cell. At the same time, he was not confident whether he'd get a chance to escape. It was likely that he'd get executed for trespassing into Winterfell, not to mention that blasted devil child was terrible news. He was almost certain the Stark boy, his target, was now his captor. The terrifying display of magical power the Stark boy had displayed the last time was enough for Darrow to see that this was a mission beyond his capabilities. He doubted even the most powerful of the faceless men could take on the Stark boy. He was even starting to realize with growing horror that Harrion Stark, his target for this mission, might not even be a child of man. Perhaps some mighty spirit or demon had taken over the child's body. Darrow thought with fear. It had explained the terrible power he had witnessed. He had traveled far and wide across Essos and never had encountered magic as potent and powerful as he had from Harrion Stark. With this premonition in his mind, Darrow summoned as much magic as he could into his fingertips and used it on the chains binding him to the wall. At first, he tried to layer his magic on the chains, but the chain repelled all his attempts to subvert it to his will. There is definitely powerful magic on these chains, Darrow muttered after failing to take control of the chains. But he was not willing to admit defeat yet. Darrow closed his eyes and pulled on the inner fire that slept within his soul. He braced himself as he called forth that sacred power that powered the soul and the body. He could feel his magical presence strengthen, and in the next moment, his fingers glowed with unnatural heat. It was the soul flame, one of the most potent flames in the known world and the greatest defense against shadow creatures and demons. The spell was only supposed to be used sparingly, but he had no choice. He had a feeling that normal pyromancy spells would not break away these chains. To his relief, the soul fire he managed to conjure on his fingers managed to eat through whatever magic was bound to the chains. Fascinating. You continue to impress me, Warlock Darrow O'Hadras. Darrow was startled at the sound coming from inside the cell, but he could not see anyone other than Krayt. He couldn't help but gape as Harrion Stark materialized before him all of a sudden out of thin air, as if the child was covered in a veil of invisibility. Wah? How? Darrow stuttered in fear as he looked into the eerily glowing gray eyes of the Stark boy with immense power. Using your soul to fuel and shape your magic into a fire-natured spell. This is quite impressive. You're becoming quite an interesting individual, Darrow. You. Release me this instant, Darrow demanded. You'll attract the wrath of the House of the Undying. Going by your memories, anyone the House of the Undying would send here would be far weaker than you, Harrion said mockingly. You saw my memories. You saw my mind, Darren gasped, shaking with fear at the terrifying power the child was displaying. You are like an open book to me, little warlock, Harrion mocked. But I digress. Your friend was not of much great use. He seems to depend on casting petty illusions, parlor tricks that might impress a crowd of donkeys. Harrion scoffed. But you have traveled to distant lands and battled beasts of darkness. You are an interesting man. Warlock, what do you want? Darrow asked, shaking with fear as he felt the overwhelming aura of power blanket the whole room. To make matters worse, Darrow felt his magic collapsing in on itself as the Stark boy pressed his thumb on his forehead and began hissing like a snake. I want your total allegiance, Darrow heard the Stark boy mutter, and once again, he felt his vision get clouded by darkness. XXXXXX. Harry closed the door behind him, leaving the warlocks he captured surrounded in the darkness of Winterfell's dungeons. 3 more warlocks were bunkering down in the woods a few miles east of Winterfell. He'd deal with them come morning. Keep some of your best men outside the cell, Alan, and make sure they know not to interact with the prisoners, Harry ordered, handing over the key to the cell to Alan, who was now in charge of the household guards in the absence of Jory. As you command, Lord Harrion. Alan bowed before assigning additional guards to ensure the warlocks were kept safely behind bars. Harry walked back to his chamber while the castle guards did their duty. His family remained blissfully unaware, and that was how he preferred. If they are warlocks of the House of the Undying, then it'll not be wise to keep them together and in a cell. As much as I'm loath to suggest, there is no better option than relieving them of their heads. They are too dangerous to be left alive, Harrian, said Maester Luwin, who joined him in traversing the hallways of the castle. You overestimate their strength, Maester Luwin. They have magic, but use it for tricks and sleight of hand. I'll start fearing them when pigs learn to fly, Harry said, waving away the concerns of Maester Luwin. If you are not executing them, what are you going to do with them? Asked Maester Luwin, a frown on his face indicating that he was not particularly happy with the warlocks living in the bowels of Winterfell. I intend to learn more about their order and the distant lands of Essos. They hold many secrets of distant lands and obscure magic in their minds. I wish to learn them. There is also my wish to send a message to their patrons, and in time, should they learn to cooperate with me, I shall make use of them and their knowledge for my benefit. You intend to use them as assassins? Maester Luwin asked incredulously. You dishonor yourself and your house with such actions, Harrian. Honor is an abstract concept, Maester Luwin. In warfare, all methods to victory are honorable. You are not at war, Harrian, Maester Luwin said with a troubled look. No, not yet, Harry muttered, knowing that it was always necessary to prepare for the eventuality of war. With the number of assassins coming after his head increasing, it was only a matter of time before his enemies in the Free Cities looked to other avenues to take him on. If more assassins failed in their tasks, he had no doubt his enemies would look to hire armies or enemies with access to armies. Besides, he'd not spill magical blood if he could avoid it. His kind was already a rare breed in Westeros. He'd not thin the numbers further by spilling magical blood needlessly. Maester Luwin, send a raven to Lord Manderley, thanking him for his diligence. Tell him we have captured the assassins. Invite him and his family to Winterfell for a small feast too. Express my appreciation for his timely warning, Harry ordered. A feast? That can be arranged. If there is a feast, it'd be better to invite other northern houses as well, not to give any offense. Harry thought briefly before giving his assent to the idea. He only wanted Lord Manderley here to discuss the possibility of sending a strong message to these disgruntled magisters of Myr. But he could roll with a few more northern lords in his home. Perhaps this could be beneficial in its own way. Has there been any word from Father? Has he put Golden Tooth on siege? Harry asked. I'm afraid no raven have come from the south, my lord. Harry grunted. I suppose we'll know soon enough. XXXXXX. Jon Arryn was relieved to hear the developments coming from the Riverlands. He could rest easy knowing that another setback had struck the Lannister cause. Are you sure this is accurate, Lord Varys? Jon asked, looking at the bald spymaster sitting to his left in the small council chamber. I am, Lord Hand. Lord Eddard has negotiated passage for the combined host of the North and the Riverlands. It had seemed Lord Lefford was convinced House Lannister's days are numbered, said Varys. I wonder what price Lord Lefford asked for this generosity? Lord Baelish mused aloud. Jon was also curious to learn of Lord Lefford's sudden turnaround. The Lord of Golden Tooth had been refusing all overtures till now. It seems Lord Eddard brokered a betrothal for Lord Lefford's only daughter and heir with Ser Edmure Tully. It was more than enough for Lord Leo Lefford to strike his banners and join the king's side. Varys reported. Truly? I thought Lord Tully was keeping his Riverrun out of the war. How come Lord Eddard convinced Lord Lefford of this betrothal? Asked Lord Baelish. It seems Ser Edmure and Ser Brynden do not share Lord Hoster's views about the war. They have led a considerable host from the Riverlands in support of Lord Stark. My little birds tell me they've joined the Northern Lords and the rest of the loyal Riverlords to invade the Westerlands. I see, Jon said, refusing to comment anything else on the matter. Few people knew that Lord Hoster was physically weak, and they had come to an arrangement of sorts regarding the succession of Harrenhal. It was the reason House Tully was openly in the field. For now, he held on to the royal proclamation of granting Harrenhal to House Tully in the event of Lady Went's passing until the war was won. He exchanged a look with Lord Horton Redfort, the newly made Master of Laws, as they knew the negotiations that happened in the shadows. The succession of Harrenhal was a tough decision to make because, historically, the Iron Throne had been the one to decide that lordship. But Hoster was adamant about getting control over Harrenhal, and John was inclined to give it to Hoster as all the other kingdoms followed the word of their lords paramount. The second and perhaps the most important of demands from Hoster Tully was to ensure the succession of Casterly Rock and Lannisport never fell into the hands of Tywin's sister and her children by Ser Emyn Fry. This was far more difficult to ensure as war tends to throw all plans on its head. Regardless, he had promised to make sure the Freys don't gain the upper hand should Robert decide to make any changes to the succession of Casterly Rock and Lannisport. This is indeed good news for His Grace's planned invasion. The Lannisters have no choice but to split their attention with Lord Stark invading the Westerlands from Golden Tooth. Lord Horton commented, "Indeed. I suppose it's now time for the Vale to join the fray." John said, looking at Varys, "Send word to Lord Royce. He may start marching through the Gold Road. That should further make Lord Tywin see his position untenable. I shall pass on the message, Lord Hand." Varys dipped his head. "What about the Dornish? Have they kept their word? I've been getting many complaints from merchants from both sides of the narrow sea about the Dornish fleet disrupting the trade," said Lord Baelish. John quietly sighed as he knew what the Dornish were doing. They were using the pretense of war to disrupt shipping to the Reach. The Marcher lords had refused passage of the Dornish army through their lands as grudges were aplenty. "They'll join the Redwyne fleet to siege Lannisport," said John, and that was all he would say about the Dornish. Some of the demands Prince Oberyn made were quite outlandish and far out of his power. Yet, he had given some concessions for the stability of the Seven Kingdoms. The most adamant demand of House Martell was the betrothal of Princess Arianne to Haryon Stark. He had remained non-committal to such flagrant demands, as he was hardly the person of authority to make such agreements on behalf of House Stark. Then there were the frankly horrifying demands of House Martell, getting to kill all Lannisters as revenge for the murder of Princess Elia Martell and her children. "Leave the matters of the Dornish aside. We'll revisit them another day. Tell me more about your efforts to restore law and order in the city, Lord Redfort," said John, redirecting the meeting to more local matters far closer to King's Landing. After all, it was equally important to ensure the capital was restored and functioning when the king returned from the war. It was now only a matter of time for House Baratheon to secure victory over House Lannister. The lions were on their last leg. "I cannot thank you enough for convincing Father to let me come with you, Uncle," said Tyrion happily, looking around at the harbor's rows and rows of inns and alehouses. Jaerion smiled at his littlest nephew as he, too, enjoyed the peace of salt pans. Compared to the wailing and dreadful faces back home because of the war, the salty scent of the harbor was heaven. The harbor was bustling with activity as grain, fish, and many wares exchanged hands between the merchants. The town was flush with traders selling their wares to foreign and local merchants alike. Eastward from the port lay the Bay of Crabs, its waters shimmering blue and, if rumors were to be true, ripe with red crabs and white pearls. Further east lay their destination and the task his brother entrusted him. "Uncle, look, I can see the crabs." It was none other than his daughter, Joy Hill, calling for Tyrion's attention. "Go, nephew. Keep her company. She'll be as excited as you, and you could regale with her stories as I have done for you." Jaerion nodded encouragingly at Tyrion. "He doesn't know, does he?" Bryony whispered as she stood by his side. He eyed the mother of his daughter out of the corner of his eyes.
No.
"Let it remain that way," he whispered back. The raven-haired woman nodded and fell silent beside him. Their ship slowly moved away from the harbor, sailing to the east. It was now his duty to protect the son of his brother. Tywin was the one who insisted that he take Tyrion to Essos. His brother rightly feared all his children would suffer should Robert Baratheon come out of this war victorious. Under such circumstances, Tywin wanted at least one of his children to survive. Perhaps Tywin sees the situation for what it is. Without some miracle happening, this war is lost. Jaerion thought. Jaerion sighed tiredly, turning away from the shores of Westeros. All the battle and death were behind him as he drew ever closer to the east, where the free city of Braavos lay in wait. What waited for them on the shores of the Braavosi was unknown, but staying in Westeros would only invite the wrath of Robert Baratheon and a storm of swords. He looked at his daughter, his woman, and his nephew. He supposed he could start anew in Essos should Westeros become hostile to a Lannister. Once he met with the Iron Bank accountants, He could revive the trade networks House Lannister had built over the centuries. First, he'd have to secure their finances, and after that, he could look for Cersei and Myrcella and secure their safety. The rest would be in the hands of the gods. May the seven shine fortune on us all, Jaerion prayed, looking east where a land of hope awaited him. The master of death, Stannis, 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 Baratheon, Baratheon, Baratheon. It was amidst the loud chorus of his name and that of his house from the men of the royal camp that he rode in atop his horse. For whatever reason, Robert had decided to camp at Old Oak instead of moving up the ocean road and launching the invasion of the Westerlands. He was not unhappy with the decision of his kingly brother. It'd mean he had a chance to lead the attack against the Lions. There was also the strategic significance of scouting ahead and allowing the Lannisters to lose allies in this war as the forces of the North, Riverlands, and the Vale invaded the Westerlands. Tarly, Tarly, Tarly. The men switched to another name to call out in a chorus as the men saw the red huntsman painted on a green banner in the camp. Stannis eyed the Tarly men filling the camp as he disembarked from his horse. At least the man did something to earn praise, he thought, looking at the many golden rose banners fluttering in the camp. Stannis scowled at the rose banners in the camp. He could already imagine what those good-for-nothing Tyrells were doing in the camp. No doubt, they were singing praises to his brother and showering him with wine and whores to gain his brother's favor. Prince Stannis, welcome to Old Oak. Stannis looked at the Lord of Old Oak, who came to welcome him with an assortment of knights. Lord Oakheart. Stannis nodded at the brown-haired man. He didn't know much about the Oakhearts except that they were the lords of Old Oak, and Aerys Oakheart served as a knight of the King's Guard. According to Ser Barristan, the young Oakheart knight was someone of character deserving of the White Cloak. He also remembered that Ser Barristan had high praises for the knight for his skill with the sword. He supposed the Oakhearts were of a different breed from the usual Reachmen he had come to know. Perhaps that's why Old Oak managed to stand strong before the Lannisters and repel their attempts to claim the castle. Stannis thought, "Please accept the bread and salt, my lord. With the seven as witnesses, I welcome you to Old Oak." Lord Patrice Oakheart offered him a plate of bread and salt. After observing the necessary customs that granted him the guest rights, Stannis followed Lord Oakheart into the halls of Old Oak, accompanied by the Crownland lords, the Narrow Sea lords, and some Reach lords. The scene he saw in the feast hall of Old Oak was not out of the ordinary. It was everything he expected and more. He saw his kingly brother sitting at the head of the high table with a fat jug of wine in one hand while the other was occupied by groping the ass of a serving wench with no shame. Stannis felt shame and anger as his older brother brought more shame to House Baratheon. If only I were the eldest of Lord Steffan Baratheon's sons, Stannis thought morosely. Undoubtedly, his brother was a well-accomplished warrior on the field of battle. But there was no end to the depravities and vices displayed by his brother out in the open, bringing nothing but shame to House Baratheon. Even now, his brother had no sense of propriety or mind to where he was or what he was doing in front of the lords of Westeros. His brother was further demeaning the Iron Throne and the House of Baratheon. Unfortunately, I'll have to bear these insults, for I'm the younger while the elder inherits all the power. This has been the way of the world. Stannis thought with gritted teeth. Your Grace. Stannis knelt on one knee a few feet away from the table. Ah, welcome, brother. I heard you won a great victory against those blonde cunts. Robert bellowed out from his seat, his tongue slurring towards the end because of the wine. We did, Your Grace. Lord Tarly held the lines, dissuading the Lannister army from maneuvering, as I led the Crown's army to put an end to the Lannister army. I'm also happy to report that Bitterbridge and Tumbleton have been liberated from the Lannister garrison. Great news. Great news, indeed. In no time, we'll have Tywin Lannister and his whorish daughter kneel at my feet. I'll have their heads crushed with God's grief. Robert shouted gleefully, slurping down a mouthful of wine in one swig. There is also something else, Your Grace. While we won a great victory at Appleton, we have also taken prisoners from the defeated Lannister army, said Stannis, keeping his fury contained as he watched his elder brother dip his hand under a serving girl's skirt. Then bring them forth. Let me see these blonde cunts whom you've taken as prisoners. Robert gritted out, pulling the serving winch into his lap and hands now becoming far more pervasive. Stannis could only grit his teeth at the disrespect shown in full display at the court. Nonetheless, he signaled his men to bring the prisoners. It didn't take long for the men to escort the enemy prisoners tied in chains to be escorted into the court. But Stannis felt like each second was a day, as he watched his elder brother shamelessly indulge in the pleasures of the flesh before the eyes of the assembled lords. He could feel the countless eyes watching his brother with disgust. The clinking of chains filled the court, only to be drowned out by the throaty moans of the serving wench who was now sitting on his brother's lap. Stannis fisted his fingers, his hands shaking with anger as his brother's hands were now openly groping the woman, without any shame, with lords and knights across the realm as witnesses. He could only avert his eyes as Robert continued to shame their house. For a brief moment, he could understand why a woman like Cersei Lannister would cuckold his brother. He could almost sympathize with the woman if she was not the queen or Robert was not his brother. Stannis eyed the chained prisoners escorted into the hall, and the men forced them to their knees before the king. "Your Grace, I present Ser Kevin Lannister and Ser Adam Marbrand to you. They led the attack on the Reach in Lord Tywin's name," said Stannis, pushing the two men forward. Robert grunted, but otherwise remained disinterested. Instead, Robert was focused on the poor lass sitting on his lap. "We've also taken several knights as prisoners like Ser Jason Lynette, Ser Frele Prester, Ser Desmond Doggett, and Ser Dennis Lytton," Stannis continued to say, only to earn another lusty moan from his elder sibling, who was now tearing away the serving wench's clothes. "Robert," Stannis snarled, unable to take any more of this insult to the good name of his house. "Wah?" Robert looked a tad startled, looking at Stannis with sleepy, wine-addled eyes. "These are the prisoners we took of some import from the Lannister army that invaded the Reach. What do you want to do with them? They are traitors to the crown. Do with them as you like, Stannis. Now, leave me be. I need to enjoy this one," Robert muttered, letting out a dark chuckle, picking up the serving wench by her thighs as if she weighed nothing and carried her away, possibly to his chambers. Stannis growled in frustration as he watched his whoremonger brother waddle away with the serving girl in his arms. "Ha ha 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 ha. So, this is the famed demon of the Trident. A whoremonger and a dullard," Ser Adam Marbrand mocked, smirking at the retreating back of Robert Baratheon. Stannis glared at the back of the knight's head coldly. "Lord Oakhart," Stannis called to the Reach man. "Yes, my prince. Are the ropes in the Reach sturdy enough for a bootlicker of Lord Tywin?" Stannis asked, stopping Marbrand's mocking laughter. The Knight of Ashmark turned to look at Stannis with fear shining in his eyes. "Yes, my prince. More than strong enough," Lord Patrice said slowly. "Ser Adam Marbrand, in the name of Robert of House Baratheon, the first of his name, the King of Undulls, the Roiner, and the First Men, I find you guilty of treason against the crown. With the powers vested in me as the Prince of Dragonstone, I sentence you to die for raising your sword in rebellion against your king and murdering countless loyal subjects of the crown in your failed invasion of the Reach," Stannis declared loud and clear, making sure everyone in the hall could hear him. "Hang him," said Stannis, nodding at Lord Oakhart. "No, wait. You cannot do that," Ser Adam screamed as the Oakhart men dragged him away through the floor. "On the contrary, you'll find that I can." Stannis glared coldly at the struggling knight. "No. I demand a trial by combat. Let the gods decide my fate," Ser Adam Marbrand shouted, forcing the men to stop dragging the Westerman knight. "Demand? Traitors do not get to make demands," Stannis thundered. In one swoop, Stannis unsheathed his sword from the scabbard. "I cowwook." Whatever Ser Adam Marbrand was about to say was lost in a bloody gurgle as Stannis stabbed his castle-forged steel straight through the open mouth of the Knight of the Ashmark, cutting through teeth and the roof of the knight's mouth. Stannis could see his sword had gone all the way through the mouth to the other side, spilling the knight's blood on the feast hall's floor. He swiftly dragged back his sword with one clean tug, spilling more blood, which pooled around the dead knight. The silence in the hall was deafening. "Your crimes were not against the gods for them to judge you. It was against the people of the Reach and your king. And for that, my judgment is more than enough," Stannis declared. Stannis flicked the blood away from his sword and called for his squire, Davin Seaworth. Handing over his bloodied sword, Stannis addressed the lords and knights assembled in the hall, watching the spectacle that unfolded before their eyes. There has been enough feasting and celebrations. Feasts and tourneys won't win the war against House Lannister. I shall hold a war council to discuss our next moves. Lords Florent, Oakhart, Tarley, Ashford, Merryweather, Appleton, Fossaway, Bulwer, Tyrell, and Peake. I shall expect you all within the hour, said Stannis before taking his leave to gather the Crownland lords and Stormlords for the war council. XXXXXX. Hoster repeatedly coughed into his hands, straining his lungs. When it was over, he was quite relieved to find no trace of blood in his mouth. That's a relief, Hoster thought, hauling himself out of his bed with some effort and settling into a chair nearby the window of his chambers, overlooking the Red Fork that stretched out for miles to the east. He could feel that his years amongst the living were numbered. If he looked closely enough, he could see a raft in the distance that was waiting for him. Hoster was sure it was his wife, patiently waiting for him to come to her side on a funeral raft of his own. It won't be long before I join you, Hoster thought, staring at the raft. He blinked, and in the next moment, the raft disappeared from his sight. He searched for the raft up and down across the stream of the river, but he could not find any raft. He could only see the rocky cliffs, oak trees, and chestnut trees that covered the northern shores of the Red Fork. Another bout of coughing overcame him, but it was not as painful as the last time. He forlornly looked at the chair where his precious daughter used to sit and read him stories. Such a dutiful daughter, Hoster thought, but the daughter he loved the most was nowhere to be seen. It was expected, of course. After all, his daughter was now the Lady of Winterfell and the mother of 5 healthy children. Oh, how proud he was of his daughter for birthing such strong children. There was even talk amongst the castle servants that the gods blessed his beloved cat. The small folk now believed that the gods blessed his daughter to bring prosperity wherever she lived. Hoster would have dismissed it outright as superstitious nonsense made up by unthinking peasants and beggars. But ever since his daughter stepped into Winterfell, House Stark had steadily grown more prosperous and powerful. The last rumors that had filtered in from the north suggested that his grandson had built a grand castle the likes of which that had put Highgarden to shame in beauty, Casterly Rock in terms of its riches and Harrenhal in its grandeur. His grandson, Harrion Stark, was supposedly building a fleet at Sea Dragon Point as well, which means the Ironborn would have a strong contender to wrest the seas from their control. There were other rumors that graced the halls of Riverrun that frankly left him at a loss for words. Tales of flying ships, flying carpets, and some magical tower that can see the vast secrets of the sky and the stars. Then there was the greatest of all rumors that he was so intimately familiar with, which turned out to be not so good for the interests of House Tully. His grandson was somehow blessed with the same legendary prowess as Garth Greenhand. At first, he had not given much attention to such rumors, but when the North stopped buying grain and other essential crops, the merchants suffered, and in turn, his coffers suffered. As months went by, his coffers only showed more losses than the expected returns compared to other years. It confirmed the rumors that the North was now host to several bountiful farmlands thanks to his grandson. Not to mention, his grandson was already renowned for his mastery over steel, as the lad had somehow, by the grace of gods old and new, managed to unearth the secrets of Valyrian steel. Hoster couldn't help but scowl at the reminder that his daughter refused to foster his grandson at Riverrun. Not that he thought Cat would ever send off a child from her side. He had known Cat would never willingly part with a child of her body. As a daughter who grew up feeling the absence of a mother and acted as a mother should with her younger siblings, Hoster was confident his daughter would not part with her children if she had a say in the matter. The scathing letter she wrote to him had only amused him, although he was hoping his daughter would travel the King's Road and come home to shout at him in his solar. He was rather disappointed he didn't get to see his daughter. Perhaps I should be more forthcoming with my intentions, as Brynden often says, Hoster thought. A knock on the door cut through his musings. My lord, are you awake? Hoster could hear Maester Vyman's voice filtering through the door. Come in, Maester, he said, keeping his eyes on the door as it swung open. A head of pearl-white hair poked into his room. My lord, are you feeling any discomfort? I have with me a watered-down pint of the milk of the poppy, Maester Vyman offered, the creases on Vyman's face becoming pronounced in worry. "I'm feeling better, but I'll have the medicine within my reach should I need it," said Hoster. Maester Vyman slipped into his room and placed a small vial of liquid near his bedside table. "There is one other matter, my lord." "Oh, go on."
Ser Brinden sent a messenger.
"The lad arrived last night. I didn't bother you with the messenger because you felt ill last night." Hoster just nodded. "What did my brother's message say?" "Edmure and Ser Brinden has safely reached Lord Stark's camp. He also writes that Lord Stark managed to negotiate passage for his army with Lord Leo Lefford." "Did he now?" Hoster asked, a touch impressed that his Goodson managed to woo Lord Lefford to stand against Lord Tywin. "Yes, my lord. He also says Lord Stark arranged a betrothal between Edmure and Alysanne Lefford." Maester Vyman said hesitantly. Hoster could only stare incomprehensively at Maester Vyman for a moment. "I think I misheard you, Vyman. Did you just say my son is now betrothed to Lord Lefford's daughter?" Hoster asked incredulously. "I'm afraid so, my lord. According to Ser Brendan's message, Lord Stark had to promise Lady Alysanne's protection and claim on Golden Tooth to secure the passage through the river road." Hoster opened his mouth to say something but paused and became thoughtful momentarily. He had been trying to get his son betrothed to a good lady of proper standing for some time, but the boy had stubbornly refused to entertain any of his suggestions. Edmure had remained unwed all these years because of his ill health. He could not properly enforce his will on his headstrong son. But now, Edmure somehow ended up betrothed to Alysanne Lefford. He barely held back a grin at the news. So, Lord Stark promised Edmure would marry Lord Lefford's daughter. Did Edmure accept this proposal? He asked tentatively. "I believe so, my lord." Ser Brendan's message alluded to Edmure's acquiescence on the matter. Maester Vyman reported, "I need to know for sure. Send a messenger to my brother. Meanwhile, open a correspondence with Lord Lefford." Hoster said, considering taking advantage of this boon that conveniently fell into his lap. While he'd have preferred Edmure to have taken a wife from the Riverlands, he was not unhappy with a Lefford becoming the Lady of Riverrun. The Leffords were rich thanks to their gold mines and an ancient house of good repute. It was also to his advantage that Alysanne Lefford was Lord Leo Lefford's sole heir. It'd mean that his son would, in effect, gain the lordship of two powerful seats. "I'll have to ensure the Lannisters won't survive this war to see another sunrise. If they survive this war, they'll focus on Golden Tooth and work to remove Alysanne Lefford from claiming that seat." Hoster thought.
Vyman.
"My lord." Vyman looked at him with his pale green eyes full of curiosity. "A raven must be sent to King's Landing addressing Lord Arryn. House Lannister must not be allowed to hold Casterly Rock after this rebellion is put down." Harry had been preparing for this day since the Resurrection Stone was restored to his possession. He had been putting it off because he was waiting to turn 11 to construct proper occlumency shields around his mind, and for his magic to strengthen. The appearance of the invisibility cloak after his body reached 11 years of age was the last indicator that he should go ahead with his plan. Some of the most potent wards were protecting his room in Winterfell, which should be powerful enough to keep unwanted attention from beings that live beyond the mortal plane. Harry looked at the black stone sitting comfortably on his power ring. Nowadays, the ring and the stone were acting as magical foci, and with his magical strength restored to a greater height, he found it easier to shape wandless magic with the ring. "All right, it's time," Harry thought. Closing his eyes, he visualized a ghostly form and whispered the name Ignotus Peveril while turning the stone 3 times in his hand. He could feel the air shift in the room as another powerful presence materialized near Harry. "I never imagined someone would ever manage to travel to this world with all 3 Hallows in their possession. I suppose those gifted with magic in their souls are born to break the bounds of destiny and even death. Isn't that right, Harry Potter, Master of Death?" Harry opened his eyes to see a far more solid form of an old man with a bald head, white eyebrows, and pitch-black eyes. "Ignotus Peveril, the first king," Harry breathed out, looking at his ancestor with some awe. "Indeed. Well met, Harry Potter. Or is it Harry and Stark?" "Either name would suffice," said Harry. "Names tend to have little meaning when death eludes you, isn't it? You have my deepest sympathies, my child." Ignotus Peveril looked at him with deep anguish, which only set Harry on edge. He felt the answers he would get to his questions would not be to his liking. And 4 artworks related to the story. Discord, https://discord. GG/NW2JH25FJF. The Revenge of a Lioness. You know about my circumstances. How? Harry asked, looking at the shade of his illustrious ancestor. That's such a silly question, young one. You summoned me using the Resurrection Stone, connecting your thoughts and magic to pull my spirit from beyond the veil of death. So long as your magic and mind are connected to the stone, I know everything you know. I see, Harry muttered. Why ask questions to the answers you already know, young Stark? Isn't that why you refuse to call on the spirits of your family or friends? You fear what they'll see in your mind. You fear they'll see the real you. Harry couldn't help but blanch at the words of Ignotus. It took him a moment to regain his bearings, as he was suddenly thrust into some uncomfortable memories he thought he had long suppressed. He couldn't help but sneak a look at the Resurrection Stone, his mind filling with the temptation to summon the shades of his wife, children, parents, and even Sirius. It'll only take 3 turns, a voice whispered in his mind, tempting him to commit the deed. Harry gulped as the temptation became unbearable, but Harry managed to tear his eyes away from the Resurrection Stone after taking a deep breath. He screwed his eyes shut and imagined the smiling faces of the family he had lost. When he opened his eyes, the temptation to disturb the eternal peace his family was enjoying had passed. I see. You have a strong heart to not misuse the power of the stone. No wonder the Hallows chose your soul as their host. When the heart is strong enough, the soul transcends the eternal veil of death between the worlds. Ignotus said. Harry stared at the ghost critically. You tempted me to summon my loved ones. Why? Harry asked, his magic flaring up as a visible aura, converging on the spirit with the intent of doing harm. Oh! Ignotus looked impressed as Harry's magical power managed to press down on his spectral form. You've even managed to bend the stone to your will enough to impose your will upon spirits. You're certainly more interesting, Harry and Stark. You didn't answer my question, Ignotus Peveril. Harry gritted out, imposing his magic on the spirit and pressuring the spirit into a confined space. I needed to know whether the protections my brothers and I placed on the Hallows remained intact. We could not have allowed the Hallows to fall into the hands of a maniac who'd destroy himself and become the puppet of a malevolent force looking to devour worlds and the spirit realm. You're talking about the Great Other, aren't you? Harry asked, easing his power a little bit. Yes, he is known as the Great Other in this world, but I knew him as Baylor, a mad spirit bent on devouring life so that he could assert himself in the spirit plane, said Ignotus, feeling a tad more comfortable as the pressure on him eased a little bit. Why? What is Baylor's connection to the Hallows? Harry asked. You already know some of the answers to that query, young one. Since the dawn of man arrived in our world, our actions have shaped the world, but our dreams have shaped the spirit world. From our collective dreams, beings of extraordinary power were born to protect us, to fight wars that we could not, to help those we could not, and to give hope so that we may forget the tragedy of existence. These beings, however, became disenchanted as they became the instrument of destruction as men fought with each other. The conflict between different tribes of men led to the conflict of different spirits. Eventually, it led to a permanent state of war between the spirits for dominance over the spirit realm, their birthplace. What does that have to do with the Hallows? Harry asked, bored by the long-winded story mode Peveril was on. Baylor was one of the few who nearly managed to take control of the spirit realm. He devoured all those who stood against him, assimilating their power into his own and strengthening his one power in the process. His power grew so much that he was feared across the many cultures of Earth. The Nordic tribes called him Nidhogg, the devourer of all life from Yggdrasil. The Egyptians called him Apep, the harbinger of chaos and the serpent of the Nile. But I knew him as Baylor, the one who consumes all souls of those fallen in battle, both mortal and immortal. Baylor devoured souls? Like the Dementors? Harry asked curiously. Yes and no. The souls trapped in a Dementor can still reach the spirit realm for the eternal sleep after the creature dies. But the souls consumed by Baylor dissolve into his being, becoming fuel to his power. Harry remained pensive as he frowned at his ancestor. You said Baylor also consumed immortal souls. Why? Why was he after the spirit realm? I don't understand your question, child. Ignotus looked at him with a frown. Baylor was already a spirit and an immortal being. What else did he want other than eternal life? Harry asked. Ignotus stared long and hard at Harry, mulling over the question before deciding to answer anyway. Baylor was dissatisfied with the nature of existence. He wanted to consume all life and reshape everything in his image. Human thought influenced the spirit realm more than the spirits themselves. He wanted that to change. He wanted his will to shape all forms of conscious thought. With his will imposed on the dreamscape, he can exert total control and bring peace to all conflict. I take it you stopped him from accomplishing this task, Harry said after a long interval of silence. Yes. And yet, his prediction came to pass. Mankind brought forth the end of all life on Earth. Ignotus said airily. So, he is a prophet as well. Harry snarked. Not much of a prophet when his prediction was the death of something. Every beginning has an end. Ignotus shrugged. So, you somehow defeated Baylor and banished him here, to this world. Then you followed him here and bound him beyond the wall. You give me too much credit, young one. It took a lot of sacrifice and effort from other spirits and wizards to strip Baylor of his power and banish him to these lands. Ignotus said, shaking his head. Tell me how you defeated Baylor. What is his connection to the Hallows? How did you travel to Westeros? What do you know about the old gods and other deities of this world? That's a lot of questions. Ignotus said tiredly. Don't worry. Take your time to answer them in as much detail as possible. I've got a lot of time on my hands, said Harry, taking a seat on the floor and staring pointedly at the ghost of Ignotus Peverell. All right then. Ignotus sighed, and then launched into his explanation. Harry sat at the high table with his mother to his right side. Sansa was seated to his left side, taking a spoonful of a slice of the lemon cake she liked so much. Arya and Bran were sitting next to his mother, forced to behave as the Lady of Winterfell watched over them like a hawk. Jon's seat lay vacant beside Maester Luwin, who was sitting beside Sansa. Harry's eyes went straight to Jon, who was animatedly talking to Asher Forrester, who had accompanied Lord Gregor Forrester to take part in the feast he threw to celebrate the capture of assassins. Almost all the major houses of the North had sent representatives except for a few. Lady Dustin had refused to attend, but many of her Risswell kin were in attendance. House Bolton was absent, as well as House Mormont. The former had an excuse, as the last two Boltons were in the South fighting the war. The latter, on the other hand, had no such excuse. Other northern houses were represented by distant cousins or young sons and daughters. In House Manderley's case, the portly Lord of White Harbor had brought his granddaughters to Winterfell and several distant relatives. It was a shame the Mormonts had not come for some reason. He was planning to have a chat with Mormonts and Manderleys about strengthening the coastal installations on either side of the wall. In the wake of certain revelations from Ignotus Peverell, Harry wanted to expedite the preparations made at the wall. For that to happen, he needed the sea lanes wide open to both sides of the wall. At least, Eastwatch by the Sea hosts some galleys and some infrastructure for expansion. Westwatch by the Bridge, the westernmost outpost of the Night's Watch, remains unmanned to this day. According to Maester Luwin, the outpost guarding the gorge was abandoned since Daron Tooth's reign. It used to be a supply depot of the wall and acted as a landing post for troops from the Bear Islands and other coastal towns during wildling invasions. A bridge connected to the tower across the gorge allowed the Brothers of the Night's Watch to cross the river and take the wildling armies from their backs should they attack the wall. The bridge and the castle allowed the Night's Watch to contain the wildlings and denied them to sail around the wall using the gorge. Both castles must be restored and expanded before it's too late. Maybe I shouldn't wait for the port in Bear Islands to be finished, Harry decided, looking thoughtfully at the few Iron Bank representatives and some of the courtiers of the Sea Lord in the feast hall. Harry considered that it was his luck that the Sea Lord had decided to commission a Valyrian steel sword. He didn't completely understand all the details, but the Sea Lord had decided to partake in the bidding conducted in the Iron Bank and decided to outbid several associates, magisters, and merchants. After the Tyrells won the bid for a sword, the next winners in the next 6-month breaks were all won by wealthy associates. The last Valyrian weapon he had forged was a double-headed axe for the Archon of Tyrosh. Perhaps the Braavosi felt like they were being one-upped by the Tyroshi. Harry thought, knowing the rivalry between Braavos and the other daughters of Old Valyria ran deep. Either way, he was all too happy so long as these rivalries ended up filling his coffers with more gold and silver. With the Braavosi here in Winterfell, it was perhaps time to send out feelers for a contract to build a port at the mouth of the gorge. Similarly, the port facilities near Eastwatch by the Sea also need fast repair. The wildlings must be relocated from beyond the wall before Baelor regains his strength. The rise of magical energy in the world might have posed a threat to Baelor because it led to the rise of the old gods. But if Ignotus' warning rang true, Baelor must have got a backup plan other than just a straight-up assault on the wall. My lords, all the activity came to a halt when Harry took to his feet, calling for the attention of the nobles gathered under the roof of Winterfell. As we grow strong and self-sufficient, we shall attract enemies in the neighborhood and even from across the seas. We have experience dealing with the enemies in the neighborhood, and now we have shown we can take care of the enemies from across the seas thanks to the diligent work of House Manderley. The lords of White Harbor remain steadfast in defending the north from honorless enemies who are too cowardly to fight us face to face. For this, House Stark thanks House Manderley for their unfailing loyalty and work in guarding our shores against the enemies of the north. House Manderley. Wyman. House Naderley received a lot of appreciation from the assembled Northmen. At the same time, they also expressed their displeasure against Myr, sending assassins like cowards. Honorless Myrish curs. Cowards, silver-haired cunts.
Assosi mongrels.
Valyrian sister-duckers. A slew of name-calling peaked up, and Harry had to wait a bit for all the usual colorful vocabulary of the Northmen to die down. The seas remain treacherous with unpredictable winds and turbulent tides. But we also have friends across from the sea, honored representatives of the Iron Bank and the Sea Lord of Braavos. I welcome them heartily into our midst on behalf of the North and House Stark. There was a smatter of applause, but Harry got the feeling the Northmen were not that enthusiastic about hosting foreigners in the North. The Northern lords were martially inclined and therefore looked down on most Associ. The Braavosi were marginally held in higher regard in comparison as they didn't practice slavery in their city. To a prosperous future for the North and our friends. Harry raised his glass. For the North, House Stark, the Black Wolf. Seeing that the Northmen were charged up, Harry clapped his hands. Let's have some Northern songs in here. Going by the eager faces of his guests, Harry inferred they agreed wholeheartedly with the sentiment. Keep an eye on Bran and Arya, Harry whispered to Maester Luwin, who agreed readily as Winterfell resonated with songs. Harry climbed down from the high table to interact with his guests as the Northmen danced and became merry. Somehow, he ended up dancing with a few daughters of the lords like Alice Karstark, Winifred Manderley, Willa Manderley, and Mira Forrester. By the time Harry managed to excuse himself from the dance floor, he was pretty much spent for the night and wanted to curl up in his bed. Unlike his siblings, who had the privilege of going to bed early, he had certain duties to oversee as the Stark of Winterfell. And those duties led him straight to the solar of the armory of Winterfell with the Braavosi representatives in tow. Leading the three representatives of the Sea Lord inside, Harry showed them the sword he had made for the Sea Lord. I was surprised to see the design specifications set forth by the Sea Lord. I thought Lord Antirion would ask for a small sword, as the city of Braavos is known for using the water dance in combat. Harry commented, inviting the Braavosi inside and showing them the sword he had made for the Sea Lord. For duels, small swords are quite useful for showmanship. The Sea Lord is of the opinion that this sword does not get associated with showmanship in the future. Lysandon Antirion said, who was a kinsman of the Sea Lord and a courtier in the Braavosi court. I see. Then I hope the Sea Lord won't be disappointed with his sword, said Harry, standing to the side and watching the Braavosi observe the sword he made. After the Braavosi were escorted to their quarters with the sword in their possession, Harry found Lord Manderley. My lord, I hope the Braavosi were satisfied with the sword. They were. Come, Lord Manderley. We have some important matters to discuss, said Harry, leading the Lord of White Harbor away to discuss the matter of ports. Cersei was relieved to see the high walls and towers of Tyrosh in the distance. It was a long journey and one rife with strife for her. Her eyes took in the massive harbor that housed a large fleet of ships. A lone enormous tower made of red stone stood at the mouth of the harbor, overlooking the fleet of ships. Letting out a sigh, Cersei sat on a chair beside her bed and looked at her sleeping daughter. Seeing the innocent face of her daughter brought some much-needed hope and peace to her mind. Magister Vigris will help us. He will help us, she assured herself. She had no other recourse but to believe Magister Vigris would welcome her with open arms and give her and Myrcella refuge from her enemies. A sudden knock on the door of her cabin broke her out of her musings. She was immediately on her feet and smoothed out her red silken dress before she opened the door. It was no surprise to see Captain Rauello on the other side of her cabin with a silly grin. Rauello. Cersei smiled coyly, rubbing herself against the pirate captain's body. My queen, the harbor of Tyrosh fast approaches. It seems our time together is fast coming to an end. I think not, my brave captain. It'll take time for Magister Vigris to assemble your reward. Time that we could spend in a bed. Cersei whispered sultrily, eyeing Rauello with a smoldering look. The lust shining in Rauello's eyes gave her a sense of triumph. That sense of victory and knowledge that she was manipulating the pirate to his early demise made it easier for her to ignore the wandering hands that traced the contours of her body. A few hours later, she waited in her cabin with Myrcella in her lap. The Blue Maiden was moored at the harbor, and Rauello had gone ahead to Magister Vigris. She could do nothing but pray to all the gods for her and her daughter's safety. Are we home, mother? Myrcella asked in a small voice. No, my sweet. We will be going to a better place, said Cersei, holding her daughter close to her bosom. A knock on the door made her heart skip a beat. It was with trepidation that she opened the door. Your Grace, the captain is a skin for ya. Cersei stared at the yellow-teethed pirate uncomprehendingly for a moment. The Magister has sent a wheelhouse for ye and your lass, the pirate said again. Cersei finally managed to understand what the pirate was seeing. She tried her best not to show the relief that was flooding her mind out in the open.
Come Myrcella.
Let's go and see the free city of Tyrosh. Cersei regally marched out of her cabin with Myrcella in her arms. She could feel the lusty eyes of the pirates following her every move, but she paid it no mind. She was nearly free, and if her plan succeeded, all these pirates would meet a most painful end within the week. She found she had no quarrel with dead men. The wheelhouse Magister Vigris so kindly provided took her and Myrcella inside the high walls of Tyrosh. Everywhere she looked, bright shades of colors greeted her eyes. Even the people of Tyrosh dyed their hair in ridiculous colors like blue and orange. The streets were paved with white stone, and unlike King's Landing, the smell of flowers and oils filled her nose. She looked at her daughter, who was all too happy to take in the new sights, unaware that they were hiding away in a distant land. Cersei took her daughter into her lap, and together they watched the many streets and the strange Tyroshi people as their wheelhouse moved further into the city. Finally, the wheelhouse came to a halt before a manse. The moment she stepped out of the wheelhouse, she was greeted by a familiar-looking red-haired man. Your Grace, Princess Myrcella. The House of Vigris is honored to host the daughter and granddaughter of Lord Tywin Lannister, said Magister Vigris, reaching out with his hand. Cersei gave the older man her hand, and the Magister pressed a kiss on her knuckles. Please step into the manse and take rest, Your Grace. Consider my home as your own. Thank you, Magister Vigris, Cersei replied, smiling politely at the older man. She kept a tight hold on Myrcella as they were led inside the main of the Magister. Collared slaves fanned her and Myrcella every step of the way into the manse. Those pirates, did they mistreat you, my lady? Magister Vigris asked once they were out of earshot of Captain Rauello. I want those pirates dead. Spare no one. But Rauello should not be touched. He is mine to kill. Cersei whispered back coldly. She watched the Magister nod in understanding. I shall make the arrangements speedily to give a proper welcome to these pirates, Magister Vigris promised. Cersei had to wait for 4 days until the Magister informed her in confidence that he had made the arrangements to end the pirate scum. On the 5th day of her stay in Tyrosh, she invited Captain Rauello into her chambers in the manse while his men were busy whoring and drinking in the pleasure houses of the city. Come inside, Captain Rauello, She batted her eyelashes at him. The pirate was already smitten with her as she had foregone any dress and wrapped herself in a white towel. The foolish pirate captain, drunk in lust, eagerly stepped into her chambers. Cersei giggled as the captain growled and took her straight to the bed without a second thought. As the filthy pirate explored her body, Cersei reached out with her left hand to the dagger hidden under a pillow. She grunted and moaned at Rauello's ministrations, but no amount of pleasure could deny her the revenge she sought. The moment her fingers wrapped around the dagger's hilt, she plunged it straight into the neck of Rauello without any hesitation. The pirate, so busy desecrating her body, didn't see the dagger coming. Rauello choked as the dagger sank to the hilt on the side of his neck. Cersei turned her head as warm blood splashed against her face. She wrenched the dagger back and repeatedly stabbed the man who forced her to debase herself to survive. The pirate struggled, but his fate was set. "You forgot who I am, scum. I'm a Lannister." Cersei growled into Rauello's ear before she pushed the man away from the top of her body. The wide, lifeless eyes of Rauello stared into nothingness while Cersei cleaned the blood off her body with the towel. She wiped the blood off the dagger on the towel as she stood over Rauello with her foot pressing down on his chest. A lion may choose to lay with the sheep, but the sheep may not live long to tell the tale. Cersei spat on the corpse. Dressing into a better dress that befits her station, she called for the servants to dispose of the corpse. Cersei hoped Magister Vigris kept his word, and the rest of the pirate scum were on their way to meet the stranger.